Hello, gamers, and welcome to the PCC, the Prime Championship Circuit. For those folks who are new to us, we are a community-based tournament who have a love for Predecessor, just like you, who have a goal of uniting the community through the love for competitive gaming. Can we have a "We Love Pred" in chat, please? My name is Ardog with a triple G, and I'm your host for today's Swiss event. I am so honored to be here. Welcome to the best of the best of the best in competitive Predecessor gaming. Many have come to conquer the crown, and only one team will rise above all to claim the title of PCC champion. We'll take you through the Swiss stage, through group stage, all the way to the main event on April 20th and 21st. Get ready for non-stop back-to-back action, fierce competition, and unforgettable moments as we make history in PCC number 7. We all know Predecessor has opened its doors to free-to-play and is now in open beta. So that means we've got Xbox players, PlayStation players, and PC gamers playing this fantastic game. In the world of MOBAs, we know every split-second decision can make the difference between victory and defeat. And today, 26 teams from all over the world have rise to the challenge and continue to push the boundaries of what's possible in the realm of Pred. But only one team can be crowned PCC champion. Cheer on for your favorite players or your favorite teams. But you know what? Esports isn't always just about the games. It's also about the community, the camaraderie, and the shared love for competition. Ladies and gentlemen, take a seat and witness the moments of triumph, the underdog stories, and the unforgettable solo bolos, and not to mention those objective steals that leave us on the edge of our seats. Welcome to the PCC. I am joined today by Mugiwawa and Lance. Lance Cecil, one of our skilled and brilliant casters in the game, talent coordinator at PCC, now joining us at the desk. How are you doing, Lance?
I've got topography all up and down my arms today, Ardog, and that is just a fancy way of saying I've got goosebumps. I've been waiting for this for like 3 months. I can't wait to get into it.
It's been 3 months. We've all been deprived of the PCC. And of course, over to my left, I have Mugi, statistics enthusiast, game analyst, and coach. Welcome. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. I can't wait to start diving into the first Swiss format of the esports of Predecessor, because I'm pretty sure we're gonna have like a lot of great matches, and finally we can get like who is the number 1 seed without like any like nitty tricky.
Yep, this is our first ever Swiss event at the PCC. This is a very new format for us. And of course, tomorrow is our group event. But for those who aren't familiar with how Swiss works, basically, all teams are placed into a single stage bracket and will consist of 5 total rounds with a single game per round. Everybody starts off 0-0, and they'll play a single round in round 1. Round 2, winning teams from round 1 will play other winning teams, and losing teams will play other losing teams. Round 3, those who are 2-0 will play those who are 2-0, and those who are 1-1 will play those who are 1-1, and so on and so forth. Essentially, at round 5, we'll end up with 16 teams by the end of today who will advance to our group stage tomorrow. This is a way for us to ensure that each round of matches is more balanced, and of course ensures that it's a fair way for us to find and discover who our next champion will be. For those in the chat, you can type !bracket to see what the current standings are during our Swiss stage. You will find every single roster and every team's current score if you guys are interested. And of course, we're still raising funds for our prize pool and the PCC organization. You can type !support in the chat for the GoFundMe link if you like what you're seeing from us. And of course, to support your favorite players, your favorite teams. A lot of these people, they've dedicated themselves to competitive Predecessor gaming. And so far, we've reached the $1,000 incentive goal. Together as a community, we've unlocked an all-star event, but we still have yet to unlock our benchmark goals for the $3,000 and $5,000 mark. A cutting to the core 12-hour podcast episode for the $3,000 incentive. Of course, with your beloved PCC crew. And if we hit our 5K incentive, we'll be doing a special event with the proceeds going to the charity of the top donors choosing. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to the community for the support. We appreciate every single follow. Your subscription on YouTube means a lot to us. We're also here on Twitch. Find us on Discord, TikTok, X, as well as Instagram. Every single one of you in the community is appreciated. But before we dive into the action, we're going to be talking about our first game. I know everybody is hyped up and excited about this first game we're going to be watching. It's going to be Dirty Lake and the Boys versus Euro Trip. Okay, Lance, I know you know a lot about D-Lab. Time and time again, they've shown up and shown out here at the PCC. What can you tell us about them?
I think D-Lab is one of our most consistently well-performing teams. They've made the finals a couple of times, very consistently get to the semifinals in our events. Did have a little bit of a power trouble for Lauber this morning, so he's without power. They had to sub in a different offlaner for them. So losing one of their top 2 or 3 players, at least for the first game of the day, hopefully not too big of a hurdle for them to overcome. And if somehow they do end up losing it, that's the wonderful thing about our new format. They're going to have opportunities to play multiple games so they don't get eliminated right away, have lots of opportunity to come back and still get a good seed in our main event, even if they don't have Lauber for this first one. But they still got Toasty. Hope Toasty did his calisthenics, did his stretches today. I don't want his back hurting when he's got when he's got Lakeinator in there on his backpack, carrying him around the duo lane.
That's right. And of course, there's a roster change with North in the jungle. And this team has always reached our semifinals and finals, so they're definitely one to watch. But on the other side, we've got Eurotrip. Mugiwawa, what can you tell us about them?
Well, so Eurotrip is kind of a bunch of players that always, like, before tournament kind of start to get together. They don't have a lot of experience scrimming together. I think that's a team that got formed like 2 weeks ago at most, but they're all like very well-known player, at least on the EU side. We're gonna have like Kailes on the offlane, which is very well known for his Feng Mao, but starting to expand a little bit his hero pool recently. We also have Kilso in the jungle. Little story, initially it was Junior that was like their main jungle, but in the end they're gonna opt for Kilso, which is a person that kind of gravitated towards many teams and subs regularly as a jungler for a lot of team screaming. So true, he doesn't have a main team, but he has a lot of experience in the competitive scene. Then we have Romauer in the mid lane, which is also like very well known. And then we have Samwise and Legends Up for the duo lane, which is once again players that have a lot of experience in competition, but they never really stick to a team and they always try to make everything happen. So it's kind of a wild card in that Swiss format because they have a potential because they're a strong player, but they don't have a long-standing history like Dirty Lake and the Boys have. So will they be able to overcome that lack of synergy that naturally comes from the fact that they're not super experienced together or not? It's a question of that match.
That is definitely the question indeed. And before we head into this draft, I know we just had this recent patch, V.16. There are a lot of these gamers, they've been prioritizing, just based on what we've seen from previous tournaments, picking or banning Argus. Before we head into this draft, Mugi, what can you tell us about that?
Well, Argus is actually like very interesting because I feel like we're gonna have like two very different splits on the teams. There is team that consider it's absolutely like completely utterly broken. It's S++ tier. You should never let it in the hands of the enemy team. And I truly believe that there is other team that actually like believe is not that broken, and I can't wait to see those team what they had in plan with letting the first pick Argus for the enemy team and how they are going to counter that. Because like Argus true is super strong. It's a mage with insane amount of damage, insane of that amount of objective damage as well to get like Raptors, Fangtus, All Prime, this type of things. But it's also like in a sense, if you dive on him, his ultimate is not that great. If you dive on him, when he doesn't have Ether Crystal, suddenly like it's very easy to kill. So he has some weaknesses, and so I wonder if Argus is going to be like kind of the Morigesh of PCC4, where Morigesh was so strong and suddenly people adapt against it, and now Morigesh is never seen. I don't think it's going to happen to Argus, but I think he's maybe slightly overvalued by many teams because they lack experience against it, but he's definitely a strong pick.
And lastly, Lance, I know everybody loves or everybody knows you love Gadget. Is there a particular hero that you're really hoping that you'll see in these games?
So, as somebody who is going to be honest about my biases, I am cheering for D-Lab in this first game. I'm American born and raised. I'm always cheering for the NA people. I need to see Giles not get Feng Mao. I've been watching a little bit of Eurotrip scrims preparing for this game. The man's a one-trick. There's really no other way to put it. He plays Feng Mao, or he doesn't play anything. So, I would love to see somebody play Gadget, as I always would. However, I just need to see Giles not on Feng Mao in order for me to feel really good against D-Lab, especially with Lobber being out.
Yeah, it really depends. If maybe D-Lab doesn't even know that information, and what if they let that Feng Mao through? But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into this draft. Look at that. Okay, Mugi, you talked about Argus being a picker ban. Is there another hero that we should be seeing for top picks or bans?
Well, like, it seems that at least like for PCC6 and also like Fang Boost 6 and also like the Nation Cup, it seems to have been a trend recently in competitive part that it's really like focused on trying to get like the strong front line first. We talk about Rampage, we talk about Quang, we talk about Rictor, and that's really like usually like the character that are a little bit like fought for in the early stage. We can add on top of that like the Argus that just joined the roster, and also Bellica because it's still like super strong despite like her rework quote nerf, she's still like super dominating and has the potential of like being able to still like being flex, which is something that is very appreciable when you're at the beginning of a draft because you don't want to lock yourself into very specific situation. So I would assume that probably we're gonna like, I would say from Eurotrip, like since I assume like the left side is the first pick, probably going like for the Argus unless they really like practice it and see a little bit like once things can happen. Usually team kind of love to go for the Rampage also when it's open, but I know that Killslow is very like efficient on like a lot of different jungler. He loves the crunch, he loves the contest, he loves to go for some old pick in the jungle, so maybe they don't want to prioritize the Rampage too much. So this first ban gonna be interesting and will probably give us a little bit of the story of what Eurotrip is interested in securing for themselves.
Okay. It sounds like we are actually having some technical difficulties, so we are actually going to be watching a different game this time around for the first matches here. Hold on a second, everybody, as we try and figure out who we are going to be watching. Thank you so much for your patience, for tuning in. But you're right, Mugi, there's all of these players, they have so much up their sleeves. All these heroes, you have to be able to play at a top high level. But now for our first game of the day, we're going to be watching Jumping Jacks versus Indecisive instead. So just going over these two different teams, who knows, right? There's so many picks and bans that can happen or can or we'll be able to see instead, right? But just going over at the Indecisive roster, they're pretty nutty right now. If you type !bracket, I'm also going to be doing this right along with you. We've got so many players to keep track of. And if you type !bracket, we can pull up every single players and every single team. Indecisive, they are one of the teams that we'll be watching today. So going over the players, we've got Morose, Import, Shin, Neft, Mancu, MT, and Ray. Lance, what can you tell us about them?
So for me, anytime the Hefty Nefty is on a roster, you have to discuss him. He has won not one, not two, not three, not four, but 5 Fang Booth championships. He has also won 1 PCC championship, easily the most decorated professional predecessor player that exists on the planet right now.
And there we see, there's our draft. We've got an Argus ban. Mugi, take it away.
Yeah, so I guess like indecisive, looking really probably to secure the Rampage first pick. We all know how Import is a demon on the Rampage. This man has so much impact, and yeah, we talk about Neff, but also Import and Shin, both winner with even worse timing of the previous PCC event. ManQ, Neff, and Morose, like all winners of the Nation Cup with the France team because like they play together. So there is like a lot. So apparently we might be like maybe missing a ban here. And so Jumping Jacks deciding to secure the Bellica first, which is something that, in a sense, that means that we're not scared about your, like, maybe it was Rampage ban, I don't know, but if the Rampage is still open, I assume we're going to maybe see a Rampage Rictor snap pick on the side of Indecisive, because, like, those two tanks together rock into Replash, and suddenly, like, you have a person that is dead every single time those two abilities are up.
Let's think about this, though. Maybe they went super big brain, Moogie. They don't ban anybody, which leaves another OP hero up. The other team can only pick one player or one hero. Then you get two OPs. It's the secret tech. It's probably not true. It sounds like we just got it through. The first ban's actually Kwang. So that emblem's just not up there right now. But I think that is a very good ban. I hate playing against Kwang. I love playing him. Hate playing against him, though.
And I feel like it's a good ban, but at the same time, exactly what I was saying. Like, normally, like, the three tanks you see is Kwang, Rampage, and Rictor. And by first picking Bellica, that means that you offer all the tanks to the enemy team. So now on the side of Jumping Jacks, like, the only character that is still available as, like, a good frontline is Steel. You also have Sevrog, which is an option. But for instance, in the Nation Cup, like, Steel was picked by almost every team, but it had only 18% win rate, which kind of tell me that it's not like the best front line. Like, it's a very good one, but it's not at the level of a Rictor and a Rampage. And to be fair, like, Import on Rampage, like, I never want to play against that. Like, you're a mid laner, you can never walk into the river. You're a dual lane, you can never get out of your tower. You go to an objective, you're never safe of not getting the objective stolen by Import that just jump in and just like stole it with like his hunt for himself. So here I feel like Jumping Jacks already like put themselves in a very tight spot, and I'm quite curious what they are going to bring to be able to defend against that. And so we see that they have the Zarus and Steel, so they still try to secure a little bit of like some front line, as we have seen. Probably also like the Zarus pick to not let it to Moros, because Moros is very well known as the Grutos, but they kind of have extended his hero pool towards the Zarus. He play also other things, but that's the two main characters that Moros are playing. And so I guess like we're trying to find like some solution here, but like neither of those characters, if they take a rock, they're gonna survive really after like the wombo combo. So they have to execute that properly and probably start dominating a little bit on the off lane.
I do find that interesting, though, that they do blind the Zarus at this point, because like you say, Morose plays a whole bunch of Grux. And if Grux can Grux on pretty much anybody, it's Zarus. You get him in that cage, and you kind of just waste the Colosseum if you Grux the ult if he's not about to die from the damage that comes through to it. So it leaves Morose one of the opportunities to get onto one of his most comfortable heroes, but they're going to lock in what, in my opinion, is definitely a top 2 or 3 ADC in the game and take that Drongo. The library lane, it looks like, might be coming out of the duo lane for Indecisive here with a double silence.
Yeah, and this lane is so deadly. Like, I feel like Rictor is a super strong support. Of course, you need to land your hook, but sometimes I see people like picking the Rictor with a Twin Blast or like a Kira, and suddenly like one of the weaknesses of Rictor is if you go for a hook and you're not dangerous, then it's very easy to trade back. And with a Twin Blast, that's an issue. Another problem that Rictor has is his pushing power is very limited in a sense. And if you go with a Kira, suddenly you just get shove wave into your face and you do nothing against it. With a Drongo, like you have best of the both worlds. You're very dangerous. Every time you get hook, you're dead because Drongo has insane amount of damage level 1, 2, 3. He never falls off because all abilities does a lot of damage. And on top of that, like then you can also like good pushing power. We get like both ban coming up, so we decide to remove Res. That's a character that can be a little bit annoying in the dual lane and not easy to interact with the Rictor because he has a lot of range. And here we don't want to see the Gideon that will complement this composition on the side of Indecisive. That would be like very, very, very strong. Even though I guess like for Shin, the Howitzer is still open and Howitzer into Belica is something that they love. But I guess Jumping Jacks is keeping their option open with that Belica that can still flex mid or support.
It will have to see what they decide to go with. The next ban, or not the next ban, I'm sorry, the next pick should be coming in pretty soon. Still some options available. They have some flex, honestly, at this point. Richter doesn't have to be the support here. You could take him off lane if you really wanted to. You're not seeing a whole lot of it, except for out from some specific players. I saw that look on your face, Moogie. What do you got? You got some inside information?
It's just that Rictor on Moros, that's not something that I think exists, actually. But...
I wasn't expecting it either. He likes to be somebody that can really get in there to the backliners, to the priority targets, and kind of chop them down. But they are going to pick the Howitzer up, which does give a lot of single target damage to be able to blow potentially the Belica or whoever they decide to lock in as the ADC up. I think Howitzer has finally gotten back to the spot where he's a good, like, strong pick again. For a while, he had kind of seen some nerfs and had been in a spot where he wasn't quite at the level that the other mid laners were at, starting to creep back up into the power, and you love to see it from the Rat in the mech suit.
This Howitzer will once again like be so hard to deal with because usually Howitzer is a very strong mid lane, but he has like very like jarring weaknesses, and those jarring weaknesses is playing against Rictor, playing against Rampage. But as we see, Indecisive already have them. Like the Hook and the Rock are very strong against Howitzer. Another thing that can be strong against Howitzer is Decker, but if you go Decker, that means you put the Belica in mid lane against Rampage Howitzer, and that's so hard to deal with. And here we can see Lance is happy with like the gadget being picked up, and the Murdoch has the last two picks. What does it feel to have like that gadget locked in with the Zarya Sketch plus the Steel as a setup?
So if I see somebody on my solo queue team lock in Zarus and I'm the mid laner, I pick gadget no matter what. It does not matter. One of the matches that I absolutely hate playing gadget into, though, is Howitzer. I feel like he's one of the mages that can match the range, or even kind of outdo some of the poke. Clears a little bit faster after he gets a couple of items online too, so I would say that the indecisive mid laner may have a small advantage there. Might get flamed in chat. I'm a gadget main, not a skilled gadget main. Let's remember that, everybody. But I'm really interested to see who they're going to pick up. If they're going to go with the traditional Grux pick for Morose here for indecisive, or if they decide to round it out in another way. I just got to say, if they pick up Grux for this count, they do go over the Feng Mao, which is good because it gives them a little bit more damage. But I was going to mention the amount of CC they would have if they picked Grux up. Feng Mao kind of rounds it out a little bit better, gives them more opportunities to get to that backline, blow up this Murdoch, blow up this Belica or Gadget, try to do what they can to get through the steal. It'll be interesting to see how this one plays out.
And that is the
like
draft.
The of the... Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Moogie.
And I feel like here this Feng Mao can also like offer some insurance in the late game, because like this mid game comp of Indecisive is absolutely like very dangerous. And but having this Feng Mao allow like to have like a scaling Moros on the side that will always like grab on in the end, if any case anything happen.
Yep. And of course now we have the draft. Moreau's probably going to be on that Feng Mao. Lance, really happy to see that Gadget. But looking at the indecisive team comp so far, Lance, you kind of mentioned that there's going to be that single target damage, that Feng Mao dealing a lot of damage as well. What else does the other team offer? What does Indecisive's team, what did their team fight look like?
So it all starts with a boulder being tossed. If that boulder lands, the person gets either silenced immediately from Drongo or hooked and then silenced. They probably get reaping dashed onto by Feng Mao unless the hook gets pulled close enough that Feng Mao can just walk up to them. But then they're going to be looking at their teammates because they're going to be in the base. They've basically got the option to delete whoever they hit with the rock, like maybe outside of Steel if somehow the rock connects onto Steel. But the team fight starts very obviously most of the time from Indecisive here, unless Feng Mao can get a good flank and get like a spot with no wards, get behind to where the backline is. It's gonna start with Import on the Rampage, chucking out the rock and trying to catch the first person.
And of course, we mentioned how there's that library lane. Lance said that there's the silence from the Drongo, silence from the Richter. Mugi, what does this duo, Murdoch and Belka versus Drongo and Richter, what does this matchup look like for them?
Well, to be fair, it's also like a lane that is very good at disengaging and have a lot of damage. So they have tools to be able to fight back. The thing is, if the hook connects, like the Indecisive is going to dominate absolutely that lane. If the hook doesn't connect, they have good tools to punish back. But at the same time, here I'm quite curious about how the jungle is going to come into the mix. I don't know if it's going to be Steel or if it's going to be Zarus, because both options are open, but they have to be careful because also Belka and Murdoch is a very juicy lane to get ganked by a Rampage. And so like they have tools, but probably they're going to play like defensive and use the long arm of the low to try to impact other lanes.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, you want to watch game one. I want to watch game one as well. We all do. We have our British duo casting game number one for us. TJ, DJ, and Falcon. Take it away.
Thank you so much, R-Dog. And I'm going to savor this because it has been 3 months since I've said this sentence. So indulge me a little bit here, but welcome to the casting desk, everyone, for game number one. I am not F6 and this is not Ego. It is TJ, DJ, and Falcon alongside me for this one. And Falcon, we had a little chat about some of the drafts that we were seeing between Jumping Jacks and Indecisive. Kind of the tale of what we see in comp Predecessor, right? Single target lockdown pick versus everyone press the alt button and hopefully everyone dies.
I mean, it's definitely the case, and you can easily see which comp is what. And, I mean, looking at the two team comps, it does feel almost in a way that Indecisive are saying, we're just going to beat you in the lane, and by the time your team fight comp is online and you are going to try and 5v5 us, we are going to be so far ahead that it doesn't even matter. And, I mean, the players are good enough to put that off as well. Import, I mean, he's picked Rampage is probably one of the best junglers in the game, being piloted by one of the best junglers in the game. And against Ace Zarus, he's probably going to have the run of things, and we're going to have to see if that is the case.
I say it's one of them MOBAs that can be kind of dominated by the skill shots users, but when you have some of the names on Indecisive, we can just run them down quickly, you know, like some Morose, Shin, Neft, Manq, all of these players that are so well known within the Predecessor community. It's no doubt whether or not those skill shots are going to hit. So we have got a cheeky little invade in towards that red side of the Jumping Jacks jungle. You can see here that Sports Are Cool could be playing the Steel in the offlane, so this makes it a Zarus inside of the jungle.
It's opposite of what I thought was going to happen. I did expect the Zarus to be against the Morose's Fame out in the offlane just to make sure that at least he could go even. It's going to be a lot harder for Sports Are Cool to be even with the Fame out, with the Steel. With the sorry, let me just say that. The Steel is going to be a lot harder to deal with import in the jungle compared to the Zarus just because of how slow it is and how long it takes. But in either case, I think we are definitely going to be looking at these junglers just because both of them are capable, especially at level 6, to impact all of these lanes. And honestly, outside of a Whiplash, both of these lanes are going to be kind of just a stalemate of farming up here.
Because I want to just highlight that a little bit more about that jungle matchup. What are we expecting the opening minutes to be here? Because it looks like both junglers are kind of taking a very similar start. You know, they both start on the red side. It's going to be taking one of the camps away on their opposite side of the map. So what lanes do we think they're going to be impacted first?
It's probably going to be in the mid lane. At 3 minutes, the river buffs are going to be spawning, and a lot of times we do see a 2v2 in that situation. Both of these junglers are wanting to impact the game early on, and in a few 2v2, so we got Gank in the river lane here.
Yeah, that's already a very early blink blown by Tanjiro as well. You just saw Manq and Nef hitting that level 2 advantage just a fraction before Sully and Tanjiro did as well, and immediately getting that resource blown on the left-hand side.
Yeah, just getting that level 2 slightly full, and now that's going to be a big hit, not just for the dual lane of Jumping Jacks, but it allows Import to go for a gank over there. Morose is going to get caught for a gank in the dual lane. He's only level 2, but should be able to escape because of his weakened dash.
Yeah, Just a good use of that mobility from the Feng Mao kit. Doesn't have to burn his blink as well. But that's the first gank going to be made by Hinata on the Jumping Jacks team. Just see Import as well, hovering over on that right-hand side as well. So what's it called? Might not be aware of this. He doesn't have a ward. Going to take the boulder, definitely. Going to be aware of that now. But just to relieve a little bit of that pressure, and also going to secure a Cyan buff for himself as well.
He's got the hunt up, so there's going to be no real chance of it being taken away. It's interesting Import's rotation there. He just left most of his blue side jungle to go for that gank, just to make sure that he could hold that lane for Morosu, who has returned to lane. Whilst Hinata, he went for that free camp on the side of Indecisive lane and then went for the gank, and now has the entire blue side. So he's actually going to be ahead once this first clear has been complete. Import is doing the 5 camp, but Sportical has seen it.
Having a bit of a scuffle inside of that jungle as well. Of course, Import has the luxury of being able to secure those camps away with the hunt, and also having Morose just to his right as well. So spots are cool. Going to be chased out of this jungle, and immediately this information will be given away, so they know exactly where Import is as well. See Hinata just on the blue side, just taking that free camp by the duo side here. But it has been, aside from some wayward ganks towards the right-hand side, a bit of a farmathon so far.
It's not what I expected, that's for sure. It's going to be, I mean, it's down to the junglers, because both of the junglers are trying to do as much as they can in the early game. We see Hinata going to look for Sin in that mid lane, but they're just going for the counter jungle, going to look for any sort of invade they can. And once Import does get this 2 camp, he can use that blast plant to just walk over and jump over the side, as we are seeing here. And now he is in the lead because he managed to steal 2 camps where Hinata only stole 1. And his blue side is still up. He hasn't actually taken blue buff, and it's nearly 5 minutes into the game, which is definitely not normal for these types of games.
Import definitely going to be feeling the happier of the 2 junglers as well. I kind of feel that Hinata is almost forced to kind of either make a play or maybe look towards an invade. You can see him doing that hunt towards the free camp towards the left-hand side. Takes a boulder. That means he's going to have to miss the blast flower, has to blow his blink to get over the wall, but there's a full follow-up from Indecisive. They want this jungler. They're going to hunt him down. Import leading the charge. Shin going to hit the last ability, and that's going to be first blood secured in the mid lane, but Import's got to be careful. He's running away. Slow mines are thrown down. Try and stop this. He's even picked up himself a green buff, and now Quantum's in so much trouble. The Seeker Destroyer, good blink to get away. Quantum runs, but he cannot get to his tower, and Shin's going to grab 2 kills in the mid lane.
And we got killed in the duo lane as well. It looks like Sully did die to the duo of Neft and Manku. And there's so many micro plays in that fight, which was just so impactful. The stun onto Hinata that stopped him from getting the jump over, forced to blink away. And that allowed not just Import, but also Sin to get over that small ledge and follow it through. The green buff being the rear buff, just having a random chance of it happening. If it was any other buff in the game, Import would have 100% died. So a bit of luck, definitely a bit of luck for Indecisive on that case. But sometimes you just need a bit of luck, right? And that's going to be a good lead for the side of Indecisive come this 6 minutes mark. And that's on to Sin as well, who is playing this Howitzer, which we haven't really talked about yet. Because Howitzer has come back into this meta. And once he gets ahead and gets those about 3 items and the obelisk online, you are going to be nearly 2-shotting the carries on the side of Jumping Jacks.
There are maybe some targets, that those R2000s could be looking at Tanjiro on this Murdoch. Also, Quantum playing this gadget as well. And also Sully on the Bellica, so he's not really got much that front line outside of the jungle solo. Another Riplash connects through from Manku. Cypher comes down. But Sully's just going to be ran down as he tries to flee through his own jungle. And Neft going to get his 2nd kill of the game. Tanjiro can only watch and has to be forced back towards his tower.
Just makes it look easy. Tanjiro did try and do some damage to Neft in the meantime, but Manku is so tanky at this stage of the game that it didn't really matter. Even if Neft wasn't there, he could have killed Tanjiro on his own either way. And now Import has got that level 6, has got the beam off. Sin is in danger, but it's not in that much danger because of this happening.
Yeah, Import hitting that ultimate and with the Maker Rain on top. Quantum throws down the Tesla Dome, but Shin and Import already got out of that damage way before it dropped. It's going to be a very quick and easy kill in that mid lane. Indecisive pulling ahead 5 kills to 0.
And it's like I said just before the game, it does seem that Indecisive are looking for these lane dominations. They're looking for these leads in the early game, and then they're going to convert it before the team fighting prowess of Jumping Jacks comes into fruition. And that starts just taking an early fang tooth. It's going to be 7.5 minutes into this game. It will take a little while. And Hinata is around. I imagine both junglers only have a 500 damage hunt at the moment, so it could be a bit dangerous. But with the duo of Indecisive here, it shouldn't be too much different.
It's just going to be taken away and marshaled away back towards that river. Still got Mancu hitting onto him as well. Tanjiro and Sully arriving. Draw members here, 4 versus 4 potentially brewing. And Mancu only has half of his HP as well. As the first speed gate's going to connect. Good whiplash on towards Hinata. That's a blink away from Mancu trying to get away, but Tanjiro follows with the bookshot and able to get the first kill on the board for the jumping jacks. They're still on the hunt. They still want more, but it looks like Indecisive have been able to get away. Import even taking down Sully as he makes his escape.
It's a 1-for-1. Never mind. It's a 2-for-1 for Indecisive. Morose wants a bit of action in the off lane. He is bored of all the rest of the team taking the highlights. Taking the highlights.
Also Hinata.
Look, I was going to ignore that.
Hinata also dropping.
Look, it happens, okay? It happens. We're not going to we're going to move on from that one. But yeah, it did look like Indecisive did go maybe a bit too aggressive. They did have Jumping Jack's duo come around, and it looked like they were going to be collapsed upon. But luckily for Indecisive, with the tankiness of that Rampage and the Richter, it gave them enough time. And they're back again.
So Sasby still going to connect on from Sully, but Mancu missing that important Riplash. So once again, this dual lane going to get away with just that trade as well. Mancu starting to feel the pressure when he does not hit that Riplash as well. You can see Sully with the seismic assaults. What we've seen time and time again, what Lieutenant Bellica can do in the competitive scene of Predecessor as well. Many games have been won by a decisive seismic assault, and maybe that's what the Jumping Jacks might have to look for in this game, as we're approaching that 10-minute mark on 9.5 minutes on the board. 7 kills to 1. Already the first Fang Tooth dropping for Indecisive as well. It's quite the uphill battle for the Jumping Jacks.
I mean, it's not just that. I mean, I think the CS advantages for the side of Indecisive. Never mind, we got Junk in the dual lane. It looks like the Colosseum is going to be used. Mancu is going to go down to Handro, and Hinata is going to get that extra stack of power on his Zaros as well. But as soon as you show yourself on that dual lane, they have the fire in the off lane of Indecisive. So Import and Morose are going to take this mini prime at the 10-minute mark. So in a few minutes, Morose is going to be giving it over as well. So I expect Sportscool to have a very difficult rest of the lane because of that enhanced stats, as well as the enhanced minions. And if Morose can gank that tower, which is already under half at this point, he can then rotate and impact at least the mid lane of Indecisive as well.
And has to be so careful as well, because you can see in the mid lane the pressure being exerted by Shin on that howitzer, pushing Quantum out of the lane. He's taking a reset, so this red jungle all of a sudden becomes so much more dangerous. As you can see Shin able to move in and support Import in here as well. Hinata is just going to work that one out as Shin makes their appearance known, but also with Morose following around. Hinata having to blink over the wall, but there's a lot of jumps in this kit, and a landmine from Shin is a death sentence for Hinata. Looks like Behemoth has popped as well, but they take down the jungle.
Yeah, that's not Jumping Jack's jungle anymore. Import has the complete lay of the land. His water core is quite low as well. He might die to Morose if he's uncareful. He has dashed in, and the damage is going to go on to Morose. He hasn't got the ultimate yet, so he hasn't got that execution. But Sporticle is going to be forced under tower, and although Morose has got the damage, he's not going to go for that tower dive just yet, which is a smart decision. Considering how much CC Sports Arcall still has on that steal, he is still a steal at the end of the game. But, I mean, it's only 12 minutes in. It's looking dire.
Yeah, as Mancu just hits one of them max range Riplashes, and Sully just body blocks out to hell and back, and he's going to be dropping in the dual lane. Tanj goes for the blink on towards Neff. He's trying to confirm a pick onto the Drongo. He wants this shutdown. Neff leaves his blink to the last moment. It gets to the blast cone. He's able to get away, and Mancu just simply got to chase down Tanjiro. The bookshot buys a little bit of time. It's aggressive play, but it looks like Tanjiro will be punished for it. Mancu gets the kill, and Neff stays alive.
I mean, at one point, like, fair enough, you went for a trade, you tried to get the shutdown, but on the other hand, you used the blink offensively, and now, anytime Mancu hits you with that Whiplash, you are basically guaranteed dead, and I don't think that's worth even going for that 1-for-1, because you were going to die at the end of the day. Let's not put it out there. He was not escaping it as soon as he blinked in, and he's also lost, how many minions now? What, 2.5 waves worth of minions? That is just going to go under the tower, and Tanjiro is going to have to try and deal with. So that trade went a lot worse than Jumping Jacks really would have hoped for. At least in the mid lane, Quantum is not doing too bad. He hasn't got the most CS in the world, but you've only died twice. But it sounds bad, but visually compared to the rest of the team, it's not that bad at all.
Kind of, I like to think of it as a bit of a butterfly effect here in a competitive game Predecessor. Just one moment from that, all of a sudden domino effect. As you say, Tandro blinking down, so not gonna have to blink for the next fight or that next whiplash hitting. He's losing 2.5 million waves, and Neft on this Drongo is just able to just snowball that lead in the left-hand side. We know how much of a power farmer Neft can be, but this means Indecisive can walk over towards the second Fangtooth of the game and have the confidence as well to call them morose, but Spotsicle is here as well, so we might get our first 5 versus 5. Indecisive still will be favourites to win this one due to that lead, but anything can happen. They have a lot of lockdown on their Spotsicle's going to go down for the lockdown. They're going to try and take down Shin, and they will grab the mid laner for Indecisive as they do pick up second Fangtooth. Neft is here, so is Morose. On the hunt for more. Quantum's going to be the target for Spotsicle. Hit by a Riplash, hit by the boulder, hit by the skewer, and that's going to be the steel biting the dust. Neft gets the kill credit for that one. They take the second Fangtooth and get out with a 1-for-1. Import pops the big mode. Good size assault comes out from Sully, throws the boulder. Good dodges away from that. It looks like the fight finally ends.
Although all 10 players were there wasn't really a team fight. It looked like Jumping Jacks were just a bit too late. The Fangtooth went down a lot faster than they thought, and by the time they could turn around onto Indecisive, Indecisive were already backing off at that point. 1-for-1 at the end of the day. I think if Hinata maybe got a good Colosseum, it could have gone the way of Jumping Jacks, but with Tesla Dome being used on just a sole target, it wouldn't have mattered either way. Morose is now also in the offlane. He has got minion wave, and because Spotsicle also reset, he's going to get that tier 1 tower in at the offlane as well, so just add insult to injury at that front. And look where Import is. He might even look for another tower dive on this Dura lane. If not, go for the counter jungle. And now, I mean, it's going to be a sub 20 minute Fangtooth 3, which is another 8% stats. What?
Thank you. That was a disgusting Riplash on towards the stairs. Tandro don't even know what hit him. He's going to have to sit and spawn for 15 more seconds. He can maybe work it out. Indecisive also going to take down the tier 1 tower. Shin making a move over from the mid lane as well for a landmine on towards Sully, but Sully at least able to get around it. Boulder toss connects, but not going to have the follow-up damage.
I'm still just amazed by that Whiplash. How did could he even see Sully in that situation? Because what? Anyway, it doesn't look like ping is affecting Manku whatsoever in this game, and I mean it's a strange sort of period because there's nothing actually for Indecisive to take at this moment in time. You've only got the tier 2 towers left on the Jumping Jacks, and it is a bit too dangerous to go that aggressive this early on in the game. They are still, all of them, sub level 12. You only got 2 at level 11 anyway. And basically, you're just be waiting for the next mini farm to spawn, because you can go that and then you can go straight into that third Fangtooth. And that's when you're really going to start putting the pedal down onto the Jumping Jacks. And I don't think Jumping Jacks can really contend with either of those.
I like how you say that it's only after the third Fangtooth that Indecisive really puts the pedal down. It feels like they have been that pedal has only been on the floor this entire game, ever since the 5-minute mark when he saw that first kills inside of the mid lane. Seen Neft dealing with a 1 versus 2 here between Sully and Tandro. Could be some shrapnel cannon to get a bit of distance here, but Member starting to arrive, and Neft still hitting the shots. Going to pop the Liberate, gives himself the shield, but Tandro finally gets a shut down on towards Neft, and that's going to feel good because that felt personal. It's not going to be for free though. Mini Prime traded on the right hand side, given to Import.
It's not going to contend the mini farm. That is really the best case scenario. At least you get a good shutdown onto Neft, and you give it over to Sully as well for the Murdoch, so he's going to get a decent amount of gold from that. It's given it over to Import, which I think is the correct decision at this stage of the game. He's going to be able to impact whilst Rose does continue his split push juicy in the solo side, and basically Import's level 11. Who is killing him at this stage of the game? Because I don't think anyone on the side of Jumping Jacks can really do that. And I don't know if these robbers can hear us, but can we have a quick scoreboard? I just want to have a look to see what the CS differences is between the entire teams, but I'm not sure if we're able to do that. Thank you very much. Oh my god, that's nearly 200 CS at 17 minutes. I thought it was bad. I didn't realize it was that bad. We got 70 CS lead in the off lane. We got about 50 CS lead in the jungle. Mid is pretty good. There's only 20 CS lead in that front, and another 50 CS lead in the carry role. Yeah. I don't know how to
Indecisive like to
commentate on
farm,
that.
Falcon.
Look, we know they're
You know,
EU, we know
it's-
Ness on a team, but
Yeah, that's important to mention as well, is that, of course, Indecisive team made up of EU players as well, so they are playing on ping. But we know that these players are kind of nuts when it comes to the farming, but that is actually unreal here. And I think it just goes to show as well, when you have a team like Indecisive, you only need to take one look at like the individual player profiles of these teams to see where they are. I think, you know, Neft is either top of the leaderboards on Omega.City or has got like multiple accounts in that top 10 as well, and his CS numbers are absolutely unreal here. It looks like Fangtooth, the next target, going to be spawning. Indecisive are here for the cooldown. They have priority of this pit as well. Even with 4 members, Jumping Jack still not willing to jump in towards the pit just yet. Chandro, Hinata, spots a call. Moving around to that Ryan, so going to take the explosive panic, going to drop down in towards the pit. We're going to look towards the fight. Big Mo's going to be popped by Import. Simply turns attention towards Sully, stuck inside the silence. That's going to be Sully down as well. Fangtooth even an after port, but it's still going to look for this fight. A Colosseum thrown. Import securing that Fangtooth, giving them the power bonus. That just means Jumping Jacks might be dropping 8% quicker as well. Riplash is going to be cleansed away from Tandra to get him away. Hinata on this escape as well. Jumping Jacks tried, but Indecisive still walk away with more.
It's just Jumping Jacks are not organised in that front. It was just Sportsicle and Tanjiro going, Sully going in at that stage, and they weren't together. Sully basically got destroyed as soon as they jumped in as a Bellica. Desert Dome and Colosseum were not used in tandem whatsoever either. And if you're going to be playing like that, Indecisive comp is just better. There is no real competition on that. In the sort of pick scenarios that were happening in that team fight, Indecisive is going to win that every single day of the week. And, I mean, it's not impossible. I'm not going to say, like, the miracle can't happen at the stage of the game, but it's looking worse and worse and worse, because in 15 seconds, all Prime is spawning, and you better believe that Indecisive are going to be doing that within a minute of it spawning. And again, I don't think Jumping Jacks can even really walk in at this stage, because Indecisive will just turn back onto them. They'll use Import and Manq to just completely isolate at least the front line. And Neft and Shin are just so strong at this stage of the game that they can delete anyone.
And just really suits how Indecisive wants to play as well. Just the fact that the objective has spawned has already pulled Jumping Jacks over towards his side. Pressure not going to connect. Manq's in a bit of trouble here. Uses his Rift Walkers to get a bit of safety. Throws down the skewer on towards 2. Not finding the damage just yet. Manq's still on the escape, trying to get away, but the reinforcements have arrived. Colosseum thrown down. Import goes Big Mode, and Import's going to be taking a kill. Kill credit goes towards Neft. A good double Psychic Assault coming out from Sully, but there's just no damage in this comp, and that's going to be a boulder hitting. The Tesla Dome comes down, but they simply walk through it. They do not care for that ultimate. Tantro goes into the ultimate. Import with the waiting arms was there ready for it. 3 more members going to drop. Manq's on the hunt for more, but Indecisive, another team fight victory outside the All-Prime pit.
And that was a 5v4 for Indecisive as well. Mauritius has been split person this entire time. Might be looking for a pick on the offside, but will take his prize as the inhibitor either way. And it did look dangerous for a second. Manq was separated from the rest of the team, but he managed to delay for such a long time using his Rift Walkers and the Skewer that it allowed the rest of the team to get there. Import was able to at least isolate Hinata, who did use the Colosseum. And although the Colosseum is a strong use of an ultimate in this game, it doesn't really matter if you haven't got any backup. The rest of Jumping Jacks was stuck in that stairwell, and they just can't fight into this front line of Indecisive. Now they take that all 21.5 minutes on the clock. The inhibitor in the dual lane has been taken. They are going to go reset by their last couple of items that they will need for the siege, and with most likely a 4-to-1 split with Morose in that side lane. They are going to be sieging these last 2 inhibitors.
It's this scoreboard really does make for kind of painful watching here as well for the side of the Jumping Jacks. With their composition, it kind of requires all 5 members to be working in tandem and working together, but unfortunately, how Indecisive are playing here, you mentioned about Neft and Shin, the Talisman players, even Import as well on this rampart page has been able to shut down whatever the Jumping Jacks have been trying in and around these objective fights. They're going to be stuck on the defense here as Indecisive are going to start the siege. The left-hand side already fallen from Morose's split pushing just moments ago, so there's only 2 inhibitors remaining. It'll be a 0-3-2 split by the looks of it here, as all 5 members of Jumping Jacks will be trying to get away from the mid lane inhibitors. Tesla Dome was thrown down for the wave clear. Buys a little bit of time, but they still have to deal with the left-hand side, and that's what Hinata's currently dealing with at the moment, as they do crash underneath the core. Indecisive just needs to play this one patiently. Spots a call, throws down the shield slam on towards Morose, just simply reaping dashes away. That's a big ultimate going to be down for this upcoming fight.
I mean, yeah, get that kill. He was nearly dead though, so he's basically using his ultimate to try and survive. The rest of Indecisive are just going to be focused down these inhibitors now. The middle one is going to fall. The solo side is under half as well, so that will fall momentarily, and all that is left for Jumping Jacks is the core. They have to survive for maybe 2 more minutes before that orb climb does go away, or at the very least they try and get a pick on a member of Indecisive to stop this siege. But who are you even going to be picking up, because the front lines are unkillable, and Neft and Sin are playing so well in terms of spacing that it's going to be very, very hard. They are going to have to rely on that microwave combo. They're going to have to get multiple people in it for a chance, and even then it might not be enough. But here we go.
The hit onto Sports Call doesn't have the ultimate. Ripwalker's play from Mancu balls onto 2, and that Sports Call down. But the core is the real target here, as the Indecisive members start to hit onto it. Tantrigo goes for the long arm of the law, but not going to be enough. Indecisive take a decisive victory in their first round of the Swiss stage. They go 1-0, and Jumping Jacks fall to an 0-1 start.
Just completely clean from the side of Indecisive. They only had one overextension by Neft and a few other kills during the team fights that were taken off, but only 4 deaths overall. And I mean, that's not even the biggest part. It's the farm difference coming in between the two teams is monumental. And Indecisive just played their comp to basically perfection. They got the advantages. Import used his presser to counter jungle Hinata as much as he could to get ahead. And as soon as those team fights, those Fangtooths were starting, it was basically over for the side of Jumping Jacks. Though obviously they have more chances to come in. This is not just a one and done deal. It is the Swiss stage. So see them later, see if they can come back against a different team. And I mean, if Indecisive starting like that, I think we're going to be seeing them again at some point.
Yeah, it's all about getting that momentum in that first round of the Swiss stage as well. As you mentioned, plenty more games to be played here. There's going to be there are 5 rounds of the Swiss stage to go, and Jumping Jacks, you know, that is going to be a tough loss to take in game number 1, but they have some time to take back. They have been playing against one of the stronger teams here in the PCC. I don't think that's even up for debate. And this time in round 2 of the Swiss, we're playing against another team who lost in their first round as well. So a lot to look forward to, a lot more Predecessor to play as well. We're going to throw it back to the desk for the post-game breakdown.
Good luck.
Welcome back to the desk, everyone. Thank you, TJ, and thank you, Falcon. What a game 1. Jumping Jacks jumping through the hoops, but not able to shoot their shots. Indecisive coming out and going 1-0 so far in our Swiss stage. Indecisive, wow, they had such a beefy front line with Rampage and Richter against the Jumping Jacks comp. And, you know, Lance, the desk highlighted the CS and farm difference between the two teams that ultimately led to Indecisive's victory. But what else happened during that game, and what were the highlights for you?
For me, Eneft is enough. That man is so incredible at what he does. He was one of the first carries and players that we saw way back in PCC2 that came through and was really consistently averaging 10 plus CS a minute. I had made a comment way back then that he had gotten a degree in agriculture. The way that he was farming, it looks like he's doing his continued education and staying up to date with the current fertilizer techniques and irrigation techniques, because the man, his crops have to be sprouting the way that he farmed, and the rest of the team must be taking lessons from them as well. Almost a 200 CS gap at 17 minutes. I'm sorry if you're stealing this from you, Grady, but holy.
Yeah, that man is incredible. I really love that comment you made with him having an agricultural degree. But Mugi, what happened during that game? What went wrong for Jumping Jacks? What were the highlights for you?
Kind of see that here we see all the good things about Indecisive. We've seen the synergy of Import and Shin in the mid lane with this amazing early gameplay with the Green River buff that Ali kind of skyrocketed. We also see that Mancu, when he hit his hook with Neft, was very good. On the side of jumping jacks, I feel like what they need to adjust, because like we said, it's only 0-1. They still have like many chains to qualify. They just need to adjust a little bit from that game. I feel like they put themselves in the back foot every time, and they had to react to what Predecessor was doing. Starting with the draft, immediately they they had to go for picks that were like not the best, just like the not worst option at that time. And here, time and time again in that match, like then they had like, oh, we already lose Flash on the first exchange, then we don't really have any choice. Triple Fanctus, we have to be there, but we can't fight. And so all the time they were like a tempo down, and so they need to start from the next round to start to play on their own tempo and not just like letting the enemy team completely drive everything from the draft until the end of the match.
You're right. Everything was just meticulously calculated by Indecisive. And speaking of Indecisive, that is going to be one of the teams we'll be watching in game number 2 as well. So we will be watching Indecisive versus Dirty Lake and the boys. So far in our Swiss stage, they're both 1-0, but someone's going to come out with a loss in this next match. For those who are tuning in, thank you so much for all the follows, the subscriptions, and we're on Twitch, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, X, you name it. Keep up to date with the PCC through our tournament link, !bracket, to see what's going on so far in this Swiss stage. We will be taking a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the PCC. My name is Ardog with the Triple G, and I'm joined by our desk analysts, Moogie and Lance Cecil. Wow. We just watched game number 1, and now we're in round 2 of our Swiss stages. Both of the teams we'll be watching for game number 2 are currently 1-0. Moogie, it's going to be D-Lab versus Indecisive. We just watched Indecisive and how they were able to just really dominate game number 1 against Jumping Jacks. But this time around, they're going against Dirty Lake and the boys. What do we know about Indecisive so far, Mugiwawa?
Well, first, I can't wait to watch that game because 6 of the players in that matches were in the finals of PCC6. Dirty Lake and the boys, 4 of the players were part of villains, and as we had talked about before, Shin and Import were on even worse timing. So those players know very well each other, and it was kind of close call. So on Indecisive, as we have seen, we have those 3 players, Mancu, Neft, Moros, that are French people. Neft always has been at the top. Manchu and Moros starting to rise a lot recently, especially Moros that has been seen for a long time, having some struggle to adapt to the rigor of competitive gaming, but no, he's one of the top offlaner in the game, of course, from EU, so playing on ping makes be slightly difficult. And then of course Import and Shin, great synergy. They always dominated so many times on even worse timing. They win multiple PCC event in the past, so they're really a force to be reckoned with.
And Lance, what about the D-Lab? We talked a little bit about them, but what else can you tell us about Dirty Lake and the boys?
So we just saw Indecisive put up a really impressive performance against Jumping Jacks. No offense to that team at all, but D-Lab's on another level from them. This competition step up that we're seeing from round 1 to round 2 for Indecisive is large. We've talked about D-Lab. They've made 2 finals. They've made almost every single semifinal we have ever had. These guys have been playing together for so long. Toasty and Lakeinator in the duo lane aren't just a Pred duo. They've been playing Smite, they've been playing other games. These guys have known each other. I think they even live in the same town and are in real life homies potentially as well. Shout out to them for being able to maintain an in real life friendship with the way that they talk to each other while they're in a lane as well. But Moogie was talking about how good of a offlaner Morose is. The real best EU offlaner is NA now, as Lauber moved from EU, was over there. Now he's in Canada, so we've taken claim to the real best EU offlaner. I am very excited to see how these two clash up. This is legitimately a potential semifinals or even finals matchup that we're going to see on the 21st of April of this month.
This is going to be a banger of a match. Let's dive right into the draft. All right, Moogie, we talked about Argus being a ban, but we also talked about how good Import is on Rampage, and we saw Mancu's Richter, and of course, there's the Argus ban. I'm just going to let you take it away.
Yeah, I think the Argus ban, you were talking about, since their first pick and they really value that Rampage, it just makes sense to get rid of the Argus to not let it for D-Lab and kind of either force D-Lab on the Rampage ban, and suddenly you can secure either the Quang or the Richter for yourself, or either they go for something else and suddenly you get the Rampage for yourself. I guess on the side of D-Lab, they can maybe go for another ban and suddenly Indecisive probably Rampage, and then that means we keep the Richter and Quang for ourselves on the side of Dirty Lake and the boys. So I'm quite curious because they already have a decision. Do we split the tanks, or do we want to keep 2 of the 3 tanks available, but we'll have to face against Import on the Rampage, which is always a scary thing to do.
And D-Lab's got a lot of drafting experience. We've mentioned it multiple times. There is that Rampage ban, like Moogie's predicted. They've been watching the streams over there on Moogie's channel. They subscribe to Pred Academy. They know what you need to do in order to try to keep Import down as much as they can. It's going to be hard. It's not like Import can only play one champion. He's got quite the arsenal underneath him. But we should be getting the first pick out of Indecisive coming in just a second here. Who are you expecting, Moogie?
I expect either the Quang or the Richter. It was a similar story in the previous Fang boost. Both teams were battling for that pick, And it seems that the Quang has a better win rate overall in competitive environment compared to the Rictor. But this Rictor is always that wild card that if you hit your hooks, you just dominate. If you don't hit your hooks, suddenly you're not really useful as a character. And maybe since like Mancu played very well on the Rictor previous match, like they want to repeat that again. But I feel like the Quang is a safer option and they completely go for something else, and that's the Bellica. So they accept to probably leave both the Quang and the Rictor to the enemy team of Dirty and the boys, or maybe that's what they want to force them. And okay, they're just like throwing me through loops here with like the Drongo first pick. I wasn't expecting a Drongo first pick. I guess probably like it's like teams don't want to play against the Drongo or with the Drongo. I feel like it's a bit early, but I'm happy to see the meta evolve and teams like going for something else. So I will have probably like to adapt what I know and just like take it completely new. Just waiting for the second pick on the side of Dirty Lake and the boys, and we'll see what happens.
Big faith into Lakeinator here. First lock in that ADC. I will say, other than like maybe lock-in and Wraith at this point, Drongo is probably the safest blind pick ADC. Has a lot of stuff available in his kit. Some self-peel, the silence. Not a whole lot of like matchups that he gets hard stomped into. It's not like they like picked Sparrow first round or anything, but it looks like they're going to complement it with the Zarus as well. I like Zarus a lot because in early drafts, I like flexibility in my picks. Zarus could even play support if you're feeling spicy enough. I know Toasty can play that, but Zarus can offlane, he can jungle, he can kind of support, so maybe a little bit of hidden here. Same way with Indecisive with the Bellica, she can also go to 2 different roles.
And I feel like here we're going for that Drongo. Pretty strong pick for Lakeinator. Zarus, once again, I assume it's kind of targeting towards like Moros. You take like a strong pick for yourself, and of course you remove that pick from the hero pool of Moros. Rictor is still open. Here, Rictor with Bellica can be like a very deadly combo, but that's also a combo that is very easy to chase down if they're not like big enough, because that's 2 characters that, true, they have a lot of CC, but if they don't manage to kill people on that CC, suddenly they can't get away. So that could be like a risk, but we see the Quang Rictor. So here Indecisive was ready to offer the Quang Rictor to Dirty Lake and the boys, and they say, okay, you're not taking them, we're gonna pick them for ourselves. I think Indecisive get like definitely surprised by what Dirty Lake and the boys has done, like I was. But here they're just gonna say like, we know those picks are strong, there is no reason it's not working again. Maybe they have a strategy on the side of Dirty Lake and the boys, but I don't feel like it's like strong enough to beat like the strengths of those frontline when only Steel remains on the other side. Maybe Sevrog though, of course, Lover like a very proficient Sevrog, so maybe we will see a resurgence of that pick, I wonder.
It is interesting. If I were to list out like champions that I think are to be prioed in a draft, the band Argus I would go to. I might throw Wraith in there, although I might be a little uneducated about it. But Bellica, Quang, and Rictor would be my next 3. And I feel like Indecisive is running away with this draft so far. We do see the Gideon come through for D-Lab. That's going to be the Appy picker himself on it, who is now back in mid lane. As we've mentioned before, they picked up North to be their jungler now. So a lot of roaming potential for Appy picker on this Gideon. Gonna try to get some big black holes up on top of all of them, maybe with a silence field underneath the enemy team to keep Quang from dashing out or Rictor from pulling him in there too. But it's going to be interesting to see how this comes through as the next round of bans come through. We should get the one from, I believe, Indecisive next. What are you expecting to see banned, Moogie?
Well, here, I guess probably like either we ban a jungler or an offlaner. We try to, or no, probably a support actually, like to just limit the option of Dirty Lake and the boys. Toasty is very proficient on the Decker, for instance, but maybe they're looking also for the Zarus support. I know that Toasty has practiced a little bit with that pick, so maybe they try like to throw a curveball here. On the side of Dirty Lake and the boys, I expect to see like a targeted ban towards the carry, and as we see Indecisive banning the Decker here, they don't want Toasty on the Decker. That could be well with the Drongo. I felt like the Decker could also like have worked well on the side of Indecisive, but since it's a D-Lab pick, it probably like won't happen towards like their side, like the Decker would have been picked before, and they kind of want to limit like that like support pool, and probably that means that this Bellica has like Bellica is still flex, but I feel like on the side of Indecisive, they can have like either a very strong like Bellica support and they pick something else on mid, as we have seen like Howitzer. Like against Gideon it's a little bit complicated, but there is other option. But they can also go for a Narbash that will like kind of offer them some good scaling in the later stage of the game, and just like another like setup for the Replash with maybe like the Rictor in the jungle. So they have still a lot of option on that support role, while on the lap like options are starting to dwindle. And we see the Greystone being banned, so I guess like another pick that we don't want to see offlane. Maybe we're trying to force Moros on the Grooks in the end to try to abuse that. We'll see what happens. And we see the camera secure because that kind of confirmed that the Zarus gonna go offlane. But maybe we're still like with this curveball that Toasty is going Zarus support, which to be fair, I don't know yet.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Moogie. I got a sneaking suspicion this is our support. We do see the Chimera picked up. That is a North signature pick. We did mention North being picked up. I don't know if it's been mentioned before, but North is a former PCC MVP. He's got a belt sitting in his mantle at home that says it itself. Was in the offlane for that, but has been kind of known as a jungler outside of that. We should have the next 2 picks coming through that will round out the team comp for Indecisive, give D-Lab the opportunity to make a potential counter pick, and we see the Crux and the Murdoch, so we're going to get the Crux Morose.
Yeah, and here, like, I guess, like, they kind of said, like, Moros, you're going to have to pick your Grux, and Moros said, like, okay, all my beer, I'm going to take it no matter what, and we're going to see what we can do. And so they do have to be careful, because, like, Zarus plus Chimera, if the Grux gets slightly ahead, like they don't have a lot of lockdown to be able to kill him, and he can be Gruxing at some point. So that's something that can be scary. And also, like, that Quang gang can also like complement like that Grux, because now with that being locked down, we know the full indecisive comp with Grux offlane. The dual lane is going to be the Rictor Murdoch lane, and we're going to get the Bellica in mid lane. And to be fair, like they have like pretty good setup for the Rictor hook. They have like good synergy as a comp. The Crux doesn't need to be the main tank because they do have the Quang, and they still have very strong like backline damage. So overall, Indecisive, despite having a Crux that usually it's a little bit hot, they still have a very well-rounded comp.
And somehow Steel makes it to the very last pick in the draft, which is surprising for me to see, but I don't feel like it gives us an answer. I don't think that Steel support has really been all that strong lately, so we might be seeing Steel offlane and Zara support here. I like the idea of giving Toasty a hero that has a little bit more carry potential on it as well, or impact potential, I guess, to get in there and like kind of make some bigger things happen. Put one of your playmakers on a hero with big playmaking ability. What are you expecting, Moogie? Do you think that Steel or Zarus is going to be the support here?
I kind of like that they wait until the last pick to confirm that the Rictor is support, because yes, Steel is not very strong, but Steel is not very strong when you face double range character. He's actually like working very well into Rictor, because as soon as someone gets hooked, you just like bull rush through the 2 characters and the whole aggression is nullified. And so yes, Steel is weak on support, but on their specific circumstances, and here it's not one of them. But also the Zarus, you get hooked, you just get your barricade up and you like deny most of the damage. You stun the Rictor when you get out, and suddenly you have a lot of things. So both can actually be played. I guess it depends on what they want on the matchup on the offlane to look like.
With that being said, though, that's our draft, everybody. Indecisive versus Dirty Lake and the boys. Game number 2, Ego and F6. Take it away.
Gamers, welcome to another day. The first action, the PCC7. Guys, it's me, Ego, here rocking with you, and alongside me, I got the man, the myth, the legend. It's F6 in the casting booth, dude. We got a hell of a game here for us. Are you excited, man?
Man, I am so excited. I'm just waiting for this screen to just go straight down into the battlefield, and here it is, and these matchups look spicy, Ego.
Yeah, man, this is I couldn't ask for anything more for my debut game here with you guys. Some players I'm very familiar with, but more importantly, some teams that names represent a winning mentality. These 2 teams are used to coming out victorious, so I'm excited to see what they bring into the fray here, F6.
Yeah, I mean, they're just bringing an absolute unit. Both teams have a comp that is just speaks into their play style. When you look over towards Indecisive, they have all that lockdown. They have the Richter there that we know Import knows and loves, but not less on the side of D-Lab, though. They're bringing in something a little bit more spicy here, throwing it. They're not really going for those big bodies. First off, you saw it in the draft. They're actually picking specific heroes. And Toasty picking Azaris, we mentioned it a little bit in the background. Neff does not like to play against Azaris, and now he has Azaris in his lane 24/7. It's pretty much a specific pick for Neff.
100%, man. As you said on the back end, talking about this pick really does show how familiar these not only players but teams are familiar with each other and what they're going to be looking to bring not only into the dual lane but also into the jungle as well. As you did bring up, though, they know what they're comfortable with. Us Manq does get a big pull. However, response is going to be Toasty now looking for an engage on the Neff, who's going to be dropped below the 50% threshold on that HP, and he is oh so very low, but he is alive here, F6, as he does survive the aggression coming out of D-Lab.
Just barely there, and that is the aggression that you get with Azaris as support. He's able to trade that damage just as equal to that Riplash coming out of the Richter there with a Manq. But man, this lane already, you can see the pressure that they're going to be able to get with that Azaris.
Oh, 100% here, man, especially within these early phases, as we are going to see another large member of not only this game, but of the PCC, of the Fang Booth, Morose, over here into the solo lane on the Grux pick. We know he's going to be very comfortable, and as he always is, F6, very impactful with this Grux. Grux always going to do Grux things, but it seems to be just a little bit more potent when you put Morose on this type of pick.
I mean, you could have said any better. Grux is just going to be Gruxing, and especially in the hands of Morose, is just an absolute unit. See Toasty get a little bit aggressive over this lane. We did talk about, you heard Moogie say, if that Riplash does not hit, then it kind of just negates everything Richter wants to do, and that's what you're seeing there in that play. But, man, let's really take a look at this mid lane, man. I mean, the Belka versus the Gideon matchup here, you're getting a little bit more verticality from this Gideon, as we do see Import, though. Wait a second.
Oh, man, the Tether is going to come up. We're actually going to be able to reset this Gideon back into the mid lane. That's going to make the damage transition pretty good. We do know that Sasuke's ult is going to be online, but it's not going to be enough to be able to lock down the Gideon, as Shin is going to be forced to utilize a blink to get a disengage. But North on this pick, on this Chimera, is looking for more, as we are going to see the tower dive. But in response, the seismic assault is going to save the life of his teammate, as decisively make a play under the tier 1 tower.
Oh my word, there you thought he was going to get it, but Shin with a peel, just great communication. But Abby Bigger says not done yet. They go back and leap, but Norv, oh my!
Maybe a little bit greedy there, as they do go for Shin underneath that tower, but prepared with a combination of spacing and also CC that Belka has in her kit, are going to be able to get a little bit of an Uno reverse and lock down a kill for themselves, F6. It's going to be 2-0 in favor of some previous PCC champions already, as Indecisive take the reins of this game early on.
And they're just doing absolutely everything right. You're thinking D-Lab just has these plays, but they're just making a couple mistakes. That was a tower dive. 4 minutes in, definitely a trap card was applied there for the side of Indecisive, and North fell straight into it. But that first blood, I want to kind of bring back to it. It wasn't on screen, but Neff was able to get the first blood on Toasty, or on Lakeinator in that lane, and that is not a good start for them. They do not want Neff to get big in this game.
Oh, man. I mean, we just saw it right in the previous game. Neft, absolutely fierce, extremely impactful. And if you do give him the tools he needs, a little bit of gold, a little bit of pressure, he is so capable of just being able to take over a game. And that first kill, not the biggest thing in the world, but it does definitely lend itself to him getting a little bit of momentum and a little bit of advantage here, sub 5 minutes into this game, F6.
Could not agree with you more, and that is the key word for this match here. Is going to be momentum. Whoever can have it, whoever's going to be able to use it and kind of just thrive inside of it and just be able to get this game into the winning section to move on to the round 3 just with one more win, is going to be absolutely in a great position.
You know, and these players are so aware of what they need to do and what they can do. Both of these teams, as we did address from the desk, have made it to the semifinals. Even a quote from Lansum Sepp saying this could possibly be something we see again within the finals. However, now it's about making the steps to get over to that point, as we are going to see Toasty engaging in the melee here, but a rotation from Import in the jungle is going to relegate Toasty to the gray screen as he is going to go down, and the lead for Indecisive is going to be increased to 3-0 F6.
Man, you're just hoping D-Lab was going to be putting on a better spirits when it comes down to this early game, but Import right now is just able to get a lot of pressure. You saw him already in the mid lane, now you see him over inside this duo lane, and that is why we consider him the #1 jungler. He's just so impactful, and when he's on this Indecisive team, he has a lot of other strong members, and it just cleans up everything that they need to do.
You know, anytime I do see this guy playing out of the jungle, the word that comes to my mind is imminence. What that means is he is a form of royalty, and it's not a matter of if, but a matter of when he's going to be able to make an impact. He is always going to be able to get his in these games, as we see pretty earlier on off of that rotation, quickly getting in, getting the kill, and then getting out, as we are going to see over into the solo lane. Morose is going to be taking a fight into Nuvula on the steal, but with North on the rotation, it does look like it may be a little bit safe. But the Steel Oak will have something to say about that, as Morose does strategically utilize that blink and look for a pull, but not finding purchase on those two. He will at least escape with his life, as Import is going to be now aggroing onto Appy Picker coming out of the mid lane, but it looks like it's just going to be a little bit of damage and a disengage, as we see the mid laner for D-Lab make a rotation onto that river buff.
I mean, the river buff is a consolation prize there, but the amount of damage that you just saw from Import, that's why we know Quang is just such a menace inside the hands of Import, and he's just a strong character. You're going to see him throughout this entire tournament being banned or picked up very early on because he's just so useful. He's able to provide so much utility to his team, and when he hits level 6, you're going to see that tempo pick up quite often.
100%, man, and level 6 is kind of a point in the game where you can kind of feel the shoulders kind of relax back. Sometimes a little bit of first touch blues, wondering what you can or cannot get, as we do see Man-Q does get the Riplash. Lakeinator here is going to be forced into a situation where he needs to scramble, while Toasty is going to be looking to get some degree of appeal for him, but it may not be enough, as Man-Q is walking the man down. Lakeinator finds himself in a situation where he is drowning in the last face he sees. It is going to be the Man-Q who continues to compound and extend the lead that Indecisive has here.
I do not think Man-Q has any other keys on his keyboard other than W, because right there he held it down and chased the big lake himself back to his tower and end up putting him back into his core. And now they have the prime opportunity here to look for the first Fang Tooth of the game, and right now Indecisive are in such a great position.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I feel like they couldn't have schemed it up any better than this. We're going to get a smooth little bit of a rotation to apply some degree of pressure here onto the other side of the team. And that resulted in a kill. Nice. Maybe we sneak a little bit of an invade. Maybe we go pressure mid. Right now, they have the worst thing you can give your opponent: options. They can do a lot of things right now and get a lot of value out of all of those choices. And even worse than that, they're going to feel good doing all of it, F6.
100% there. I could not agree with you any more. When we look over to this offlane, something I want to point out too, but hold on a second. Import is just in everywhere he needs to be. Getting a little bit of poke there on Appy Picker, but inside that offlane, you would think this steel would be able to handle a little bit more of that Gruffs, but the damage that he's able to output through Gruffs just allows him to win lane. And when he starts to rotate over as well Gruffs, it's going to be a pretty big fight.
Oh man, and that's going to be the Coliseum here being utilized. It is now going to force the blink out here for Shin, as we do see not one, not two, but 4 members of D-Lab making a rotation over towards the mid lane, looking to just get a little bit of pressure established on their own here. However, waiting in the wings is going to be Import in case they are looking to make a play onto this mini Prime. Morose just about as low as his competition within the Uvula on this steal, but nonetheless, it does look like D-Lab want this mini prime. We're going to see a compounding of the other team making their way towards it.
100% here. They are looking pretty low. We see Import. We see the Richters. They're coming back in low.
And they are not going to erase but eviscerate Happy Picker here as he's going to go down. However, there's going to be a consolation prize as we do see D-Lab is going to be able to lock down the objective of the mini prime. Right now, it's a 1-for-1, but one of those is going to be worth a little bit more gold. However, Shin as well as the rest of the Indecisive boys are not quite done. They said, hey, the test is multiple choice, but there's only ever been one answer, and that's going to be violence. As we do see, it is going to be 2-3, a 2-2 trade technically, but ultimately D-Lab is going to be able to pick up that mini prime. So a little bit of momentum and a really good consolation for them here, F6.
Yeah, I mean, you would think like, oh man, we get that neutral objective, right? It's something for us. But look at Naft, he's over on the opposite side. He was able to get a lot of farm there. You saw that global ultimate, the long arm of the law there coming in handy, able to pick up a kill. They're able to close in and just be able to pick up there. Yes, they get the mini orb prime, but really, do you get too much from that but a death screen?
Oh man, you get a little bit of something, but that dev screen is going to be the primary, and you able to catch things, F6, that I often do miss. That long arm of the law reminds me of 80 songs. They fought the law, and I mean, the law won, and with the lead, with the Fangtooth, and the kill differential that they have, it very much so looks like that may be the case going in throughout this now mid-game, as we're going to be marching our way towards about the 12-minute mark. F6, I want to kind of get in your brain here a little bit. Very experienced with the PCC scene, but even more so, very experienced with some of these players and their tendencies. What does D-Lab need to do to hop in the driver's seat and get a commanding lead back onto Indecisive after they so decisively within the early game established themselves? It may have to wait though, as we are going to see Man Q catch a fair bit of CC. North now on the engage underneath the tower. It's going to be followed up here by Toasty as Lakenator is going to be able to get the kill onto Man Q. I asked the question and they may have just answered it there, F6.
They indeed answered it there. I was going to say exactly what they need to do, and they did it before we even said it, right? They were able to utilize the bigger rotation. They have a better team by there because they want to get these picks off. They're able to use that Coliseum. They're able to use the call of the call, but Import says he's actually trying to get a piece of Appy himself, but that was the combination they needed. They were able to get their CC off, and with a little bit of the black hole slowing them there, that was really the big moment. They were able to force the blink early on ManQ to able to secure that kill inside that tier 1 tower.
100%, and despite using a little bit of their resources, those things have timers. What doesn't is the gold that they got into their pocket from being able to pick them up, and also the mentality effect that it is going to be able to have on this team as they've started to kind of slowly crawl back and close what was a larger kill gap just 1 or 2 minutes earlier. And as we do see both of these neutral objectives going down, I do have to assume F6, we may see both of these teams kind of relax for a little bit and get their CS up as they scale themselves into the mid game.
I mean, that's their best option, right? They're going to need to, especially on the side of D-Lab, to get a little bit more farm underneath their belt because we do see the second Fangtooth of the game approaching and that timer is ticking down. We see the Morose actually took his recall, the Steel took his recall, and they're going to get into this fight.
Yeah, man, and it looks like they're trying to now take Man Q's life, and they will, as it has just been a convergence, a needle on each in a rock in a hard place. A cliff and gravity has never once lost a fight as they bury Man Q 6 feet deep into the ground. A convergence coming from 3 members. However, we do know Indecisive likes to get it back in blood, but they may not be able to, as Import is going to have the CC stacked on top of his head. He's not even going to be able to click any of the bindings on his keyboard as they CC lock him out of responding. That's going to be another kill sliding in favor of D-Lab here.
And D-Lab is getting themselves back into this game. They're finally going after getting these picks early, and they're doing it successfully. They're able to get that pick early on, and the pick right after that to secure that second Fangtooth. But now the question is, are they going to be able to escape for free?
It looks like they just may be able to hear F6, and this is exactly what you want to see out of D-Lab. If you're a fan of them, get a couple decisive picks, wait around, and maybe see if you can apply that pressure to get a secondary one on, let's say, a prio pick. And I'm not going to throw names out there, but somebody like an Import getting locked down, which basically relegates you to be able to freely get a lockdown onto that Fangtooth. As North is now looking to get a lockdown onto the Neff, but the Riplash is actually going to come up really large, but not large enough, as Lakenator is still going to be able to lock down the kill over to the side now. It is going to be North utilizing that Chimera ult to lock him down with the CC, and Coliseum to follow it up is not going to be a Coliseum, but a gravesite for ManQ, who has just gotten ran down and killed off cooldown here, F6.
Need water rotation coming out of North there, finding his spot into this game right now, able to get that pick off once again. But I do want to highlight the BenQ did a lot there. The peel coming out of that man was pretty crazy, able to hit that rip blast, but Lakeinator being able to be a little bit more aggressive, securing that kill, and they turn to fight. Toasty rotating over with that huge Coliseum, like you said, turned into a gravesite.
Yes, sir. Now it looks like Import is going to try to stop some of this deficit from what has been a 5-0 kill run that has swung in favor of D-Lab, able to even up not only that Fangtooth, but also the kill 7-7 here. This game is being played on a knife's edge here at F6, and anytime one team makes a mistake, the other team is immediately capitalizing on it. You said it earlier, the word of the day, momentum, that mysterious 6 teammate that you don't see on the roster, but is always present for the best teams. And right now, it looks like D-Lab is trying to get it traded over to them.
They look at them, they're able to shift themselves, and yes, you are right, Decisive was not able to use that momentum, but we do see the mini prime play here. We do see members, and both of these Titans are looking for this neutral objective, and it's going to go either way here with the 7-7.
Yes, sir. Now we're going to get a little bit of a grouping. Both teams just testing out the waters. However, North has always been the type to dive in, as we do see he gets that ambush. Engage over to the side, though. It is now going to be Grux looking to play the space, but on the back, Import is going to get exported to the depth screen, and immediately off the backbone of it, we're going to see not 1 or 2, but 3 members make a rotation onto the mini prime. While over onto the backline, it's going to be Appy Picker looking to get some derivative value, but instead he is going to get killed here as ManQ, the man, the legend, is going to be able to get another huge Richter pull, at least making it a 1-for-2 trade, despite the fact that it looks like there may have been a big swing on that objective, F6.
Yeah, man, you see the pull, they're able to get the skewer, but now you see Nivula here, and the rotation from Tosi to be able to understand he's able to lock down this kill and apply that Coliseum, and what you don't want is Azaris as a support getting those stacks.
Yeah, man, that is the last thing you want, but Morose over into the solo lane wanted that kill, and he did get it. North, excellent game sense, is going to be looking for a back to reset, spend a little bit of its gold, and just overall grow himself into that mid streaming towards late game. But it looks like the cost may be this tower, but we do see some reinforcements in the form of a Gideon as well as North on this Chimera, making a rotation towards it. I wonder, F6, if they get this kill potentially here, and it looks like they're going to be looking for it at the very least. However, some of the damage a little bit offline, but North online and very present is going to be able to close the gap here onto Morose, and is going to be able to lock down another kill. North coming up big here as D-Lab sees the kill lead at 18 minutes.
Great pickup there coming out of D-Lab. As you see, they're taking their momentum and just keep pushing it. Their foot is completely on this pedal, and I don't think they're going to let up anytime soon. A little bit of an overkill there coming out of North, using the call of the call there on the 1 HP of Morose Garux, but still nonetheless a kill is a kill. Next objective, though, the third Fangtooth. We've just been seeing so much action that the Fangtooth is actually getting ready to spawn again, and this is a key objective. It's going to propel either team to put themselves on the board for the third Fangtooth a little bit closer when they go for that bigger Fangtooth, the primordial Fangtooth.
You know, I couldn't have said it any better myself there, F6. These players have kept this game action-packed, and with some of the conversations that I've had specifically with the juggler North, I know a lot of his mentality can circle the wrong way. You can't farm yourself to the mid game if you're stuck into the gray screen. The ultimate strategy in being able to reduce the amount of time that the other team can focus on their economy, as we are going to see D-Lab and the rest of the squad, Appy Pick and Avila Toasty, all circling around this objective, but very aware it is going to be indecisive. And I, no pun intended, feel like they have to be decisive in this engagement. They have a lot of tools that can help them lock down 1 or 2 members. That CC stack crucial to them getting picks. But within this 5v5, F6, what do you think they need to do on this engage to decisively make it a win?
I mean, you're seeing what they need to do a little bit here. The waiting of putting ManQ in the front here, looking for that Riplash, looking for that pick to CC change somebody to get a key part. But as they do, the Art of Ward
Yes, sir. They are going in now. Manchu onto the back line. He is going to be able to create a little bit of space, but he is just getting absolutely shredded. While we do see the Colosseum does come up around the Gideon pool, we do have a lot of low HP bars, and the long arm of the law is going to reduce one of those to 0 as Toasty gets toasted himself off of the back line. Now it is going to be Gideon looking to translate a little bit of damage, but Lakeinator, a mathematician, is going to translate it a little bit better, reducing the opponent to 0, dividing that HP until the result is going to be a play on Fangtooth. It's going to be in for it. It's going to be Neff. It's going to be Mancu going for the neutral objective. That's it.
Yeah, this is gonna be good for them. They're shifting that momentum back into their favor. Look at this instant replay. The flash coming in here, and then Nivel in the background, but North gets picked up. Nefty was not scared there, and that's just a huge 2 kills that he was able to get in that fight. But it all started off with the Man-Q flash. Richter into a triple skewer and set his team up for the rest, and they just did not understand there were an award there, and that's really, I think, the key factor was that one single ward gave them all the information they needed to set that engagement up.
100%, man, and set up and execute on it. They did. That triple skewer was absolutely massive there. F6, as we do have a moment to look at the scoreboard, we do see that it's going to be the orange side team here that has been able to pull a little bit further ahead as far as the CSing does go. But like we said, these kills, man, we're on a needle's edge here. F6, as far as the build and economy, and now migrating ourselves from this mid game towards the late game. What do you think maybe some of these players need to build, or what items are going to be best utilized to be able to win some of these neutral fights and team fights?
They're already halfway there. You're seeing that Frost Guard actually being picked up by Manhu. That's going to play a very important role into stopping the Drongo from doing what he wants to do. It's also going to play a vital role on top of North when he's going on in there, using his Q, trying to get on. But as you see here, the Orb Prime is getting ready to spawn. So most of their items, you see the Fire Blossom and you see that Raiment as well on Mancu. He's just gonna have a lot of HP and a lot of regen to kind of get himself just to be a little bit more tanky for his team to get those big engagements off.
100%, man, and you know that feels like it's been what we've seen time and time again within this game. It's big engagements or very accurate and very immediate picks, more professionally inside of the picks. D-Lab just being able to stack some of the CC and damage they have built into their team composition to be able to get rid of someone like an import, to be able to lock down a Morose and force him to back or force him into the gray screen and time again. Mancu, but let us not derelegate what Mancu has brought to this team. It's not only that triple skewer, all throughout this game, those Riplashes F6 have been so on point, whether it's been Peel or an Engage. He's been a crucial part of this team composition.
Oh, yeah, and you see him here again. You see him all the time just running throughout this map as he looks. It's slightly out of range for that Riplash there to connect, but he was definitely on side and on target. As now we see into this later part of the game, the big Orb Prime is up. The next big objective, the Primordial Fangtooth, is going to be up here in about 2 minutes, and these guys are looking for it. You see them setting themselves up. You see the vision around that big Prime light up like Las Vegas, right? And now they're just waiting for that Prime opportunity. D-Lab here, they need to get a pick, or they can get a good pick on Indecisive.
They just might, as it is going to be a huge Riplash that is going to pull Toasty into a sea of orange as he's going to be able to utilize his ult and the blink immediately, but the long arm of the law extends and is able to lock down the kill. That's going to be 33 seconds onto the Zarus, and now numbers advantage firmly in Indecisive's hand. However, it doesn't look like they're going to be migrating over to the Prime, at least not just yet, as Mancu is going to look to close the space. Riplash offline may spare Lakeinator's life as they get a reset, but it is now going to be a migration over into that far side jungle, and North is all alone looking to make his way back home. However, Indecisive may just have something to say about that, but whatever they say, it's not going to be enough as he utilizes the flower to get out. F6, he survives, and momentum is in Indecisive's pocket.
Indeed, it is. The Blast Flower coming in clutch there. Good job, Omeda. Adding a little bit of touch there, getting a little bit more to play around with on the map, and that saved them one time. But you do want to mention there that pickup. We're looking for a pick on either one of these teams, and they were able to get it. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get anything that was really important for the side of Indecisive to go after the Orb Prime there. If they were able to get North on that pick, they would have been good to go. But they chose to actually get a little bit of farm there, got a 2 camp away from North, and took themselves to take a reset. As they come back here, they're going to be a little bit healthier to look for another pick here. And if they do get it, they're going to be looking for one of these neutral objectives.
100%, man. And whenever a team is in a position to just start hunting out from one of those neutral objectives, especially on the back end of a pick, it does become significantly harder for this other team to be able to respond. But up past, I think, that 5, 6, 7 minute mark, they have been so comfortable in doing just that. However, it has stagnated here for a couple minutes, but kind of reversing to what the desk said initially, we are watching a battle of giants. We are watching a battle between people who have only ever seen the victory screen in so many instances. So as far as scaling now into the late game, I don't think they're going to be making a lot of mistakes, but the victor may be determined by who can capitalize on even the smallest one, as we do see that Seismic Assault does hit too, and North just uses his blink but does not get far with it. Now looking for the ambush, he's going to be a little bit separated from his team. Import looking to get an age onto the side, he is going to be able to help create some degree of space as Nivula onto the backline is going to be able to utilize the steel ult. But once again, chat, say it with me, it's the long arm of the law, locking down another kill, but they're not done yet, as ManQ is going to be able to hit the Whiplash and bring one back. The Coliseum does get dropped, but not as quickly, not as viciously as Toasty gets dropped himself. It is now going to be a full retreat being called out here for D-Lab, as not one but 2 members fall and another 2 members are forced to retreat. Is this a prime play, F6?
I mean, it absolutely is. They're going to be taking a little quick reset. Imports needs to get back on here, but they still have 20 seconds on the clock. A little bit about 10 seconds on that travel time for the enemy to get there. So they do have an opportunity. They do have a window to pull it, but they have to be careful. They have to also be wary about the Primordial Fangtooth, because they could trade objectives here if they meant to it. But man, let's talk about Neft. We already talked about the long arm of the law 600 times because it's so impactful in a lot of these fights. You see him just getting those kills, and he's able to just kind of free farm in the back, and he's just getting these autos off. Meanwhile, the rest of his team, the big impact of the Richter, the Grux, the Quang, and just a lot of CC and the knockup, and how Indecisive is playing together right now is what they need to continue to do here for them to come out on top in this game.
100%, man. I cannot agree with what you said more. Really hitting not the nail only on the head, but drilling it and just putting an emphasis on what the foundation for this team has been. They have been playing together, and over onto the back line, you touched upon it. Murdoch is just free casting, except what he's casting is a very powerful spell. It's called a Bullet. Absolutely able to chunk through some of these front and backliners. And in a lot of cases, we have seen them just try to send a Chimera in North, try to get even this Saurus to be able to close the space and apply some type of pressure. But he's just been playing so cool. Neft is leaving nothing left on the battlefield here, F6, as he's having a hell of a game.
I couldn't agree with you more there. And then what I do want to point out, though, there's a lot of resources they did spend to win that last team fight. A lot of blinks came out there, so they're going to be having it down. But same for D-Lab as well. So it's really going to come down to whoever really gets that first initial pick off to really get into one of these directions. But you see them playing safe here. Both of these teams know they can't make another big mistake. They have to look for it. But look at Morose, a little bit caught out. And he's going to have to take that retreat, because any second there, you see those blue just rotating towards that big man in the offlane.
100%, and the logo has never been more fitting as D-Lab. An ocean is everywhere, and now maybe looking for an engagement as Nivula does go in for the ult. However, decisively are once again going to be able to get a lockdown. However, over the top, and it is going to be the use of the Coliseum and also the Gideon ult, but it does relegate itself at least to a 1-for-1 trade within this instance. Morose, oh so very low, is going to be looking for a disengage one. He very well may find, as ManQ and Shin are also going to be looking to create some degree of the space. It is going to be a blink getting executed coming out of Toasty, but it is not going to find a kill, as he now finds himself in a precarious situation, maybe a little bit greedy, as they do see Happy Picker, and they do make sure he disappears. Ladies and gentlemen, you can call it a magic trick, because the HP bars on D-Lab are disappearing. That's not going to be one, that's not going to be two, that is going to be an ace in favor of the Indecisive boys, who have 3 on the prime buff.
Man, the way they rotated back into that fight was absolutely amazing. Toasty getting a little bit too far stretched out, trying to go after Morose there, kind of cost him that fight. They were able to come back in. Neft in the driver's seat right now with the big buckshot, able to pick up those couple kills, and they turn themselves over to the Horde Prime, and now toward the Primordial Fangtooth. Huge play coming out of Indecisive.
Dude, absolutely massive Indecisive having 2 members down there. It's not even going to be able to lock down the orb, but now they're going to be able to get this Primal, this Fangtooth is easily going to be able to go into their pocket, and it feels like every single time D-Lab gets a little bit of momentum, they get a little bit of fire. We see Indecisive onto the other team say, hey, you want the smoke, well, call me the chimney, and they just respond with such ferocity, with such viciousness and accuracy. They are just playing their best ball right now. As F6, we may be making our way towards a definitive and decisive team fight.
We might be indeed, but we do know D-Lab has a history of being able to just have a great defense, great wall builds up to be able to stop most of these pushes. If they're able to time these waves correctly, if they're able to set them on different pushes, I think they might be able to thwart it off. But with that extra Fangtooth with them, they do get a longer buff on the Orb Prime and on the Primordial Fangtooth and that Blaze there. So they just have to wait their time over with these T2 towers. Luckily that they have them up still to bide a little bit more time for them. And if they can maybe just only lose 1 or 2 inhibitors, I think that's a win for them. But we've already seen the powerhouse of Indecisive. And if Neft is still continuously allowed to just free cast in the back, it's going to be a problem and it's going to be game ending.
100% here, man. And Neft feeling like the win con, and we saw just within the last game, if you do not stop him, you cannot stop Indecisive. You have to be able to make a play onto him, even if it is just temporarily disrupting some of this damage he's dropping onto your front line, black line. He does not care, and he does not differentiate. If you are within range, then you are going to be catching the bullets, and if you think you're out of range, then you're going to be catching the long arm of the law. Nonetheless, we do see in the far lane, it is going to be a push onto the tier 2 by the minions. However, surrounding this mid inhibit is going to be Import Neft and a combination of more of the Indecisive boys who are going to be looking to make a play for the structure. F6, what do they need to do specifically in this defense for this game not to come to its end?
Definitely not this. They're allowing for them to just push in here. They're giving them the gold, but at least they're not giving them the death screen, but they have 1 inhibitor left up. They only have about a little bit less than a minute on these buffs, so they're going to probably be able to, they have to mark their defense here. They're going to have to look for a pick, maybe get somebody in that Coliseum. Hopefully they're able to get a 5-man Gideon Black Hole ult and then get the steal on top of that, but we'll see.
Yeah, man, and you know, there's a lot of things you don't want to see playing into the other team, and that is going to be one of them. It strikes again. The long arm of the law doesn't care how low you are because he is on a little bit of a limbo tech, because he is going to drop you even lower, below the soil, because 6 feet deep is going to be 2 members here of D-Lab, as we do see Indecisive, no chefs, cooking around the core. That's going to be 2 inhibitors down in a siege on the only thing that matters. It has to be a miracle play. The Riplash is going to be offline, so that is at least a good side, as we're going to see Nora fall into the backline, be able to drop some solid damage. The Coliseum is going to be able to follow suit. However, following it up, it is going to be, tell me if you've heard the name before, Neft locking down another kill. However, the first Riplash was offline, but the second one is like PSN. You got the notification. It is on, and this game is over, F6.
Oh my goodness, they did not want to get picked there, and nope, Indecisive said, we don't care what you want, we're ending the game here. Double buffed up on a Saturday, right? And they're able to pull out the win for this round number 2. And man, I mean, outstanding game by both teams. Dirty Lake and the boys definitely had a chance to potentially get themselves into the full-on driver's seat in this game, but Indecisive made that decision, said, no way, Jose, and they were able to come back using that momentum shift back into their favor. And ManQ and Neft, they just had a great game, and I think that is really the big factor as you see that 14-1-3 on the big man himself.
14-1-3. You know, anyone else anyone else. Put that on the mid laner. You know what? Give it over to Morose. But to carry the Murdoch 328 CS, I'm going to farm my opposition, and I'm also going to farm these minions. So efficient, so very deadly throughout that game. And I mean, I think we may see an emote here coming pretty soon if Neft is able to keep this up. Long arm of the law, just so present and so deadly throughout the entirety of that game, with the setup coming from ManQ, with the rotations of import. They went absolutely nuts within that game. A pleasure to cast it, man. It was excellent being here with you, F6. I'm expecting big things from these teams, and I'll be honest, I'm excited to see them.
I mean, I'm just excited as you are as well, man. This was a great game here, and if this keeps going on, we know we're going to see both of these teams more than likely more into the future of this tournament, and we can't wait to see more of these battles go on. But I know who really wants to break down this game, and it's definitely the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, F6 and Ego. Oh my gosh. Welcome back, everybody, to the desk. I am R-Dog with the Triple G. I'm back with Moogie and Lance Cecil. Game number 2 was just full of action from beginning straight to the end between D-Lab and Indecisive. From the hooks, the tethers, the boulders, and the long arm of the laws. Moogie, analyze this game for us, please.
Well, to be fair, like Dirty Lake and the boys started with something very, very aggressive. They decided to go for an odd curveball on the draft with like that Zarus support, and I kind of like the idea. Despite like Indecisive dominating a little bit the early game, they kind of bring it back with a very heavy dive comp that just like keep jumping in with the Coliseum, the ambush followed by the call, the steel shield slam. Like they have everything to just go into your face, the Gideon Thorn space, and it kind of worked like in the mid game. But also Indecisive is one of the team that is very, very good at adapting, and they had like a very like stacked roster with the Bellica, Rictor, Quang, Neft on the Murdoch, and actually that long arm of the law that you mentioned, like Dirty Lake and the boys did a very good job at surviving the initial aggression, but every time like that laser beam was there to capture them, even though they felt safe, and no Neft was there to capture them. And so suddenly like those team fights started to kind of fall apart, and then this big moment, that team fight that happened around the Ore Prime, when it was like very, very close, and in the end 3 people against 3 people, all low HP, but Indecisive pulls through, team wipe, get Ore Prime, Primal Fangtus, Triple Fangtus, and then the double buff push with Triple Fangtus is too much to handle.
Yep, and D-Lab just letting Kwang and Richter be taken by Indecisive really costed them that game number 2. Instead, they first picked the Drongo and they picked the Zarus instead. But Lance, what else did you notice during game number 2?
I think that talking about the draft and what heroes ended up going to which team is the right way to look at this. Like you said, and like we said while we were going over the draft before the game even started, the first 3 picks that came out of Team Indecisive are probably some of the top 4 or 5 picks priority-wise, especially with the Argus being banned as well. And we have to give props to Shin and what he did in there. We've been talking a lot about Neft, but Shin was in control of that mid lane. Appy's a very good player. A lot of people have a lot of respect for Appy in the way that he plays the game. Ends the game, I think it was like 0-4 and something, a little bit of assist, a little bit of KP there. But Shin basically eliminated one of the players of D-Lab throughout that game. And although Lake does a good job with that first pick Drongo coming through, getting a decent KDA at one point in the game isn't enough to really carry the rest of the team because of the deficit they were all at against the other members of Indecisive.
And unfortunately, it just didn't work out for them in game number 2. But for game number 3, we are actually going to be following Indecisive yet again. It's going to be Indecisive versus the Chefs. Both of these teams are 2-0 right now for round number 3 during our Swiss stage. But while I have your attention, we're still raising funds for our prize pool and the PCC organization as a whole. Type !support in the chat for the GoFundMe link if you like what you're seeing from us, and to support players like Lakeinator, support players like Neft, who dedicate themselves to competitive Predecessor. So far, we've reached the $1,000 incentive goal, and together as a community, we've unlocked the All-Star event. But we still have our benchmark goals for $3,000 and $5,000 mark. Don't go anywhere, everybody. We've got Chefs versus Indecisive for game number 3. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. Gamers from all over the world. Welcome back to PCC number 7. We are in round 3 of the Swiss stages so far. My name is Ardog with the Triple G, and I am joined by Lance and Mugiwawa here at the desk. We are going to be watching for game number 3, Chefs and Indecisive. Both of these teams are 2-0 right now, and one of these teams will go down in defeat. With no hesitation, let's jump into this draft. All right, Mugi. Indecisive has been undefeated so far. Do you expect target bans coming out from the Chefs?
Well, as we have seen, like previously, Dirty Like and the boys going for targeting a little bit that Rampage. And if Chef is the first pick, that's a strategy that you can go, because if you are proficient with the Argus, like of course you don't have to ban it, you can force the enemy team to go to ban it, and suddenly you open up your option in a sense, because you can already like control the enemy's ban. So that's like one of the strengths of being the first pick in this kind of draft. But also, as we have seen, like there is like many like frontline that are very strong, the Quang, the Rampage, the Rictor, and you don't want to let like all of those open for the enemy team. So from like how the previous match has gone, I don't know if the Chef got the time to actually like do their homework and maybe check quickly what the match has been played before. And I don't expect the Chef to just like leave again with that like very like open idea. And so here we have the camera ban, and so they keep like everything open, and they ban the Argus on starting decisive, and that camera ban kind of tell me that they want to first pick Rampage. Otherwise, I don't really understand that. They want to get the Rampage for themselves off map, and probably then afterwards and remove it like from imports possibility. But that means answer could be Quang Rictor. So all 3 frontline are available, and it's like a question of like which one the Chef wants.
It is, and that's a question that I think even if Indecisive had a bunch of time to research and look into it, they wouldn't be able to answer. I don't know if Chefs knows who they're picking going into it. I think that of the like top tier teams, Chef is the biggest wild card by quite a stretch. They play such weird stuff. We saw in the last PCC, Sneaks played Greystone mid in the semifinals. Like, you just never know what this team is going to pull out. So the Chimera ban, you're right, it indicates that they're looking for those 3 frontliners. But who knows? For all we know, they're about to first pick Shinbi. There's just really no saying, but it is going to be the Quang, it looks like, which is a good pick. Quang, a very powerful champion right now.
They decide to leave the Rampage in the hands of import. I would assume like Indecisive is going to pick it at that point. Also, like Rictor, we have seen Manq has played exclusively that, has been very proficient with it. And I have to admit, like, I kind of can't wait for this like Manq Nef versus Cold Chi duo lane matchup, because those 2 duo lane, they love to go for kills and they know how to fight for kills. And so like I can't wait the action that is going to unfold on that lane, and having a Rictor support always like kind of levens things up, because the hook can set up things, but as soon as the hook is used, suddenly like it's all in fight, and that's always great to watch. On the other side, like I know that also like both of these carry love the race, and the race can also like be very deadly, can really snowball very fast, and so like maybe that's a pick also that will be contested by those 2 teams on each side.
We do have the next 2 picks coming through. It's gonna be the Belisha and the Steel. So one of the strongest heroes in the game with Bellica, and then just a CC bot in Steel coming straight out of Indecisive. A lot of flexibility as well. Steel can play 3 roles, Bellica can play 2, so not a lot of information revealed to Chefs. But I've said it before, I'll say it again. I don't think Chefs cares who you're playing. Chefs are going to lock in what they want to play. They're going to play it where they want to play it, and they're just going to try to outskill you and out-execute you. That's a tall task against Indecisive. We watched them in these last 2 games take down 2 pretty good teams. What they did to D-Lab is something that is going to put a lot of people on notice. It does not matter that these guys are all EU pingers right now. They are standing on their heads. They're playing out of their damn minds. They just beat one of the best North American teams in the tournament. So what do you think they're going to go through? The Rampage is still up?
The Rampage is still up. The Rictor as well. To be fair, like, okay, so we go for the Rictor Gideon. So apparently like no team are interested by the Rampage. Both teams are looking to go like through it. And so here we have already to be like Rictor is a very good pick, but it needs to not be your sole frontlaner because it's very hard to play sole frontline. You get picked up very easily, and Quank already take care of that part. So the Richter kind of work well here, and this Richter can still like be a flex. It can still be jungle, it can still be offlane, can still be support, so they don't like reveal everything. I have to admit though, on the side of Indecisive, I'm very surprised by that Steel pick because Moros is not a big fan of it. I feel like blindly picking Steel for support is something that is very risky. And also like it's good on import, but still in the jungle is still like kind of slow. And I feel like picking it early in the draft means that you offer like a lot of opportunity for the enemy team to counter that as well. So I feel like this Steel is drafted a little bit early, but hopefully like Indecisive is going to prove me wrong inside the match. And also like maybe the side on the chef. So here we got the Decker secured. Probably for support, we're already like locking the support role, the mid role, and potentially like here still offlane jungle is kind of open on the side of Indecisive. But I was willing to mention a little bit the chef has like this very like old way of drafting, but also like they got just like a roster change recently with Seismic joining the team, and we all know that Seismic has the notebook strat in a sense, so maybe Seismic has a little bit of influence of when the draft are coming. And now we also have Sneaks that have shifted away from mid lane to the off lane, so I don't expect to see any Greystone mid lane from Seismic, to be honest, but potentially like Sneaks was already practicing his move towards off lane in a sense.
I'm pretty positive that Sneaks is in the offlane here, especially when you see the traditional mage locked in. Even when Sneaks was in mid, he's playing Kalari, he's playing Shinbi, he's doing Greystone, he's doing things that are not what you typically see from a mid laner. So very, very likely that is Seismic. I know he's a very proficient Gideon as well. See the Drongo ban come out of Chefs. Want to keep that off of Neft, which makes a lot of sense, but I mean, you can't ban the whole ADC pool against Neft. He can play whatever he wants. We might even see the Sparrow out of him, honestly.
I'm actually like Indecisive. I've been practicing a little bit of face Sparrow from some screams, but here, of course, Decker Bellica already secured, so we won't see that game. And yeah, both carry are still up, so some people can say like it's kind of odd to go for a ban on a carry, but at the same time, Indecisive can't really like afford to go too much on a ban for a carry because the chef has the first pick after that second banning phase, and so that kind of you can actually limit the pool of like the ban plus the character you're going to pick, so it makes it like very interesting to go for this type of strategy, focusing on one of the role that is still like not on the enemy team but also not on your team, because you limit overall like kind of the counter pick. So here on the side of Indecisive, we're still looking for the second ban, and that's going to be a ban rampage. So in the end, they're still unsure where this Richter is going to go, where this Quang is going to go, and they don't want the rampage to be there, and they actually like go for the Murdoch pick here on the side of Indecisive. And that means that in terms of like good pick that comes with the Richter, if the Richter ended up in the support role, of course there is still the rest, and the rest, to be fair, like against the enemy team, there is only the Steel that can really like dive him for now, and there's not really like very strong people that can stuck to him, but Greystone is still an option later on for the offlane. And that's like basically it. Like Kira, like it's not good with Richter. Twin Blast, not ideal either. So I feel like here Cold is maybe like forced toward that carry.
It will be interesting to see what they decide to go to. We are going to round the team comp out for Chef, so probably going to get a decent amount of answers in here as they should be coming in the next couple of seconds. Still have some options. We do see a phase and a Twin Blast, so going to be Zihi and Cold over here on that. Lots of ways to keep Cold safe, which if you've ever played a game with or against Cold, you know that he's the priority. So very good drafting out of Chefs. I'm eager to see Zihi on this phase, as well as kind of an awful character to have to play against if they're doing their job, standing in that backline, keeping that Twin Blast on a leash, and just yanking him away from any danger he could get into.
And also, of course, we have this synergy of the phase energy lens into the Replash later on in the match. Like, I feel like there is like kind of two direction on the chef draft. Like, to be fair, Phase, Twin Blast, Richter, they will love to play on the open on the lane. Like, you get energy lens, you get like those ventilate, those long vortex grenade, vaporize. You have a lot of poke in the open like slot in the lanes. And here we're gonna round up the draft with the Greystone. like we said, like a lot of option has been like limited, but Greystone very, very strong at sticking to a phase to be like a big nuisance, because we were lacking a little bit of that dive potential to be a nuisance to that phase, and Greystone kind of fit that perfectly with Camera, Rampage already banned. A lot of like options were not available. Could have been a Calari to be fair, but Indecisive is not really the type to play Calari, and Calari on ping is not the most easy to execute, and can also like run down that Rictor. So overall, I'm quite interesting. Both strife are very fancy. They still like throwing me off guard. Rampage getting banned in the second banning phase. I never see that coming, to be honest, and I can't wait to see like those two top teams getting at each other like in the match.
Of course, and now we have this draft, Chefs versus Indecisive. Lance, we're looking at this team comp from Indecisive. What is the team fight and what kind of combinations are we seeing coming from them?
This is a Protect the President comp. This is, Neft is going to win this game for us, and if they can put Neft behind, other than potentially some of the damage from the Bellica, there's not much left for Indecisive. And I think that plays into Chef's favor because of having this phase pick, because of having Gideon Quang. Lots of ways to get back to where the Murdoch is going to be, lots of ways to blow him up, CC him. They do have a decent amount of peel with the Steel and the Decker and the Bellica, but I think that this game revolves around what Neft is going to be able to do for Indecisive.
On the other side, though, Mugi, we've got the Chefs. What are the strategies going into game number 3 that you're seeing based on this team comp?
Well, there is like one interrogation, but I assume the Rictor is going to go jungle, and so suddenly you have like some pretty good gank onto the dual lane, like we said, the energy lance into the hook, and that could be good against like the Murdoch, like very hard to stop, but we have the Decker to stop that. Very strong scaling from the dual lane side, while the rest is pretty strong at like forcing some like aggression. And I feel like a big portion of that match for the Chef is like how this Gideon can get like priority against this Bellica thanks to the support of like their jungler to be able to rotate and impact like the side lanes, because by themselves the side lanes will have like a little bit of struggling.
And they definitely will, or will they? Well, we'll have to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between, game number 3 with Woofy, GG, and Falcon.
I completely saw what you did there, R-Dog. Thank you so much to the desk with Mugiwawa and Lane Cecil. Now we're here. The menu card is so filled up. We eating good as a Predecessor community. My name is WoofGG, and I'm joined here by Falcon to break down this amazingly interesting game between two amazing teams, the Chefs and Indecisive. We've seen Indecisive win, just absolutely demolish their opponents for 2 games. So let's see if the third one is a little bit different.
Yeah, well, you've got to remember, Cefs has also done this. Both of these teams have not lost a single game today so far. And, well, that's going to end within this game. One of these teams is going to go undefeated. One of these teams is going to take their first loss of the tournament. And, I mean, at least for me, on paper, both of these teams can easily win. They are... I mean, both of these teams are just great players, great teams overall, and both of these comps have got their advantages, have got those weaknesses that was explained in the desk already. At least for to me, though, this is going to be all about the dual lane. It's going to be about how strong Neft can get and how impactful this phase can be.
Yeah, FaZe is such an interesting hero because it's not seen that often, but once it's on the field, you can realize the potential behind it. Those telekinetic links can get you out of the fray in a quick succession, or you can, for an example, just root down a target for an easy kill with the energy lance, so you just have so many tools at your disposal.
I mean, I'm surprised we haven't seen more FaZe, honestly. I do think she is a pretty strong character. Obviously, she's not going to be the best frontliner or anything like that, but she can keep a carry alive. And Cef's comp is very similar to Indecisive, where Cold is their main carry. He is going to be the one who will do most of your damage. And we've got a small fight in the dual lane, but if either of these teams get their dual lane ahead, this is where their win condition is going to be. And basically, both these junglers are also going to be around that, because both of them are playing those facilitating junglers, those straight-up tanks. They're not going to be carrying these games. And outside of maybe the mid lane, where Shin has been known to pop off on this Bellica as well, there's not really anything else these teams want.
Yeah, it's like you have the perfect recipe for success, right? And that's what we need to keep a look at to see which of these two tank junglers will be able to keep it steady. But right now, Manq is harassing a little bit onto Zihi, and he has to keep his distance. But it does mean that the HP is very balanced across the board. Manq, though, being a little bit lower than Zihi at this point.
And now that Zihi has got level 2, he can get that link, and that means Cold is going to get that healing coming through from the phase passive as well. So anytime she uses that energy lance, they are going to slightly heal. Not a massive amount, not like a Narbas, but that will provide a difference. As we get a gank into the mid lane, import is nowhere near though.
Sadly, there was not a Riplash to connect in that very situation, so that's just going to be a quick reset as the river buffs goes the way of the chefs right there. Mav had an unfortunate little rotation there, but I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. Right now, though, Sneak seems to be in trouble as import is coming in from the river. The blink had to be extended, and that just means it's a free silent buff, most likely for the side of Indecisive.
I mean, Import has got that Hunter. That's not going to stop. Sneaks does get that level 4, so he is still ahead in terms of level. But of course, Morose has not taken that wave yet, so that will even out eventually. And both soldiers want to gank it part. Definitely in the favor of Indecisive. They got that blink onto the off the Krang, so he can go for that repeat gank. Morose is playing that Greystone, which is not the best carry in the game, but he can definitely be impactful in that mid game. That ultimate with the gigantic slow on top of it is going to be very impactful in these team fights. But a pretty quiet early game. But as I say that, Mav is around.
Mav is trying to see if he can get the Riplash to save his team from a boring early game. Sadly, that does not go through. And Neft and Manq are safe until the next engage. But seriously, Neft is so low right now, and he's been pressured up against his tower, which is very unusual to actually see from Neft in this situation.
No, it's just the amount of damage that comes out of Zihi and Cold. Cold has used his entire mana bar so far, and that's just mainly poking down Neft, using those Vortex grenades just whenever he can. Plus, of course, whenever the energy launch does hit and the root comes through, he can do some extra damage onto Neft, which has been entirely targeted at this stage of the game. So there's no surprises there. He is going to go for the reset at the same time the Ceph's dual lane does as well. So he's not going to lose too much. Import was also around 5 minutes robust coming up. He's probably going to take this side, while Sin is going to take the other. So that's going to be a return favor for the side of Say, who is not too bad with mana. He is basically full at this point in time. He had gone for the reset already, so he's not going to be worried about that too much. And we continue the farming. This feels like a very EU game so far, I'm not going to lie.
Absolutely. We are used to seeing this time and time again in the Fang Booth tournaments where the EU teams just want to farm until they are online. And online does not mean having a few items online. We are talking about almost a full build before we do any action. But that's also a really good way of keeping it safe and not taking any chances.
Yeah, but it's very boring. And hopefully
Of course.
Luckily, Fantics and mini-fights are on the map, so that will at least cause some sort of action. But in the meantime, we do have the mid laners getting to that level 6. Say has it first, whilst Sin is going to be a little bit behind. I'm not too sure, but Mav is also looking, and is going to be able to hit it. Yes, he does!
There we go. Finally, Mav is online hitting a Riplash, the first one, 6 minutes in game. Shin does get out, though, with half HP. And it was an unfortunate situation that it didn't lead to more. But as you said, it's an EU game, and we have to bite the bullet on that one. Oh, yeah, unless here that Cell comes in. He might actually do something, but no.
No. I was going to say, because of the gank in the mid lane, Seismic was allowed to rotate over the duo lane, and because Ceph's duo is doing pretty well at this point, they have been pushed in a little bit here, but that's because they just looked for the gold buff. And there might have been a first blood. There isn't, but there might have been. And there might have also been a first blood in off lane, but there isn't. So we're just going to continue farming up. What's your favourite type of minion, Riffy?
Oh, it's definitely the super minion. It's big and buff, and it can give me a hug, and it helps me push down the lane. So, like, I cannot complain about that. But finally, some action, goodness gracious, of First Blood finally coming through at 7 minutes for Cold, making chefs on top of this situation. I have been waiting for this. It was foretold in the prophecy.
Yeah, the energy launch into it plus combo that the desk has mentioned before was used and used effectively. That's going to be the first blood, not only for Cess, but that is going to be a dead Neft, which is the perfect target for Cess to be in, because that is where indecisive damage is going to be, and the kill is onto Cold as well. The best character for Cess to have it on. He is going on to that on hit, so we'll be going into that that Stormbreaker first item, stacking it up instead of the penetration build we normally see on Twin Blast. In this case, I do prefer the on hit. There is a lot of beefing tanks on the side of Indecisive, so you are going to want to be able to burst through those large HP pools, which the penetration Twin Blast doesn't do as well. But in return, he is going to struggle a bit against the 1v1s if Neft and Cold are found in the same lane.
Yeah, usually we see Neft being on top of things, but right now he has been met with adversity, and he has to keep himself safe to not be caught out and lose even more on this lane. But here's an energy lance from Zihi trying to capture someone, but Import is there to help. Now they're on the retreat. The chefs don't want to cook with this one. The recipe is all wrong, and they have to get out of there just in time.
But Import actually takes more damage compared to Mav because of just the dual lane of Cess being in a better position than Indecisive. Nothing's going to come out of it either way because, I mean, it's a Steel and a Richter. Nothing is going to happen either way. But it's a good return gank from Import either way. Keeps their duo safe, which is the perfect case. Import is going to hunt, but Whiplash is going to go through Mav. Sight is also around, and Shin is not. But Import is going to pull us away to safety, and we are going to go back to farming! Woo!
Yeah, the Farming Simulator 2024 edition has released in open beta, and it's ready for free that you can download. But we can also get some action. Right now, there's actually an engage from the chefs here onto the first Fangtooth. So we're finally actually seeing some action. I hope we can see it at some point while it's going on. But hey, I mean, it's freely given, so why do we care? We do care, however, about Import coming in from the side to try and see if he can get sneaks. Morose and Import trying to hold it up, but there is a Stoneforge Soul activated and hold the fort for now. Sneaks is so very, very pressured. Shin is coming as well. There's no way you can get out of this one. Neural Disruptor to the face. Shin getting a kill for the side of Indecisive.
But it took so long. Import missing multiple abilities meant that they couldn't kill Sneaks in a good amount of time, and this allowed Mav to kill the Fangtooth and then reset. So Indecisive's game plan was most likely to kill Sneaks and then rotate over to the mini prime to trade it out. But in the end, because of how long it did take to kill him, that is not going to happen. We're going to get a black hole onto Sin, who is a full HP. He's going to take a slice more man damage, but that's about it, at least in the mid lane. It's going to allow Say to get a good amount of pressure and probably cause Sin to back, and this is probably going to allow Cess to even look for the mini pine themselves at this one time. Now, my Say is going to recall, ignore me, we're going to go back to farming. This is my catchphrase at this point, isn't it?
Yes, and the news story is people farming 40 minutes in game. When does it stop? That's the headline we're having right here. But at the same time, it's all a matter of time because ManQ is here in the mid-river, stopping Say from getting the river buff. That's a quick rotation right there. Well played, but in the meantime, we're having the good old farming shenanigans going on, and it's not gonna change anytime soon.
No, it's also interesting that Say has gone for that combustion first item. Normally, against this sort of comp where you have a lot of frontline, you would go for the Megacosm to get that anti-HP item online, especially against like Greystone and stuff. Speaking of, he's going to get Whiplash. Morose, I'm not sure he's going to survive.
No, he is not. Map came from the side and said, hello, my baby, hello, my honey, hello, my old-time gal. And got another kill under the belt. Now they're getting Zihi as well with the combination of the Shield Bash and the Iron Strike. ManQ was helping out just in time. Now the chefs are looking to get themselves an orb Prime. It's the mini version, but it's still very, very functional and very, very essential for their side.
Yeah, it's good to get Import to at least get a return kill against Morose, but there's no Fangtooth to be taken on that side of the map, so Mini Prime is going to be given it over to Sneaks. And overall, Cephs is definitely ahead in this early game. As the game does go on, it is going to be hard to really say which side scales better because multiple different members of each team scale differently, and I think it is pretty even overall. And I mean, it's going to depend on what Sneaks can do in the next couple of minutes. If he does die early, it is going to be bad. But in the meantime, I'm going to have a nice gank from Zihi to again pressure out Sin, who has not been having a good time in this mid lane. Though, if you look at the level, he's actually a level up on Tusay. So, although he has been pressured out multiple times at this point, he is definitely holding his own.
Yeah, Shin has just been keeping the farming going, following the rules of this game. And here comes Mankyu actually in from the river to try and get C. Sadly, it was also a wasted shield slam from Import. But as you said, like, Shin is actually ahead in the XP department because they've focused on the farming. So it has been helping out despite being pressured against their own tower.
Yeah, but look at this. Sneaks is doing so well. He's got a large amount of minions. He's actually going to take the first tower of the game. Morose is going to go low. He has got ultimate, I believe, so he should be fine. But in either case, Sneaks might be a bit too pissed up now.
Absolutely. Sneaks is getting hunted down by Morose and Import. There is not a lot you can do in this very situation, buddy, because Shin is keeping his Shin up and going over there as well. The pressure is there. Make way for Prince Morose as he's pushing you down. Here comes Shin with a beautiful, beautiful drone right there. Sneaks has no way out of this one, and that's another kill for Indecisive.
But they take another tower in the dual lane, so Cephs gets 2 towers over that place. He's probably going to take the mid lane tower as well. So Indecisive outer towers have all been taken down just to kill Sneaks, who, yes, he had mini farm, but he hasn't got a shutdown. He's only 0-1-1. So it's not like he's actually a huge member of Cephs at this stage of the game. So it's definitely a net gain for the side of Cephs in this stage of the game. Of course, Indecisive should be able to get those towers back at some point in the game if they do manage to keep even. But that is not the main priority, because the next priority is going to be that Fangtooth that spawns momentarily.
As soon as the Fangtooth spawns, that is where the next big fight is gonna commence. But at this time, if we look at the scoreboard, it looks to be pretty even across the board, Falcon.
Yeah, it looks like... so we got another kill. Mav is going to get caught out. If he gets killed here, Fangtooth is going to be Indecisive.
Yeah, there is a black hole coming on top here with the help from Mav to get another kill for the side of Chefs, and now they are on the hunt. They want to get another one on the tally, but Sneaks gets so low at that he has to be yoinked away from the fray while Sai is going deep. Mankyu is very low and has to blink out of the way, but they're still on the hunt from the Chefs. They know that they can keep it steady and go right back to the Fangtooth where they were last time.
Yeah, it's just the HP bars from Seth is so much higher than Indecisive. It's a 1-for-1 in the end, I believe. No, Mav didn't even die. I thought Mav died, but that was not the case. So that's going to be an easy second Fangtooth for the side of Seth. And, I mean, they are definitely in a good position at this point in time. And what I was going to say before all that chaos happened is, look at Seth's build. He's actually just going for the Time Flux Band. So what he's doing is popping it, using the taunt space to get forward, and then trying to assassinate Neft at this stage of the game with his full pen build. Because if that is successful, it basically means that Cephs wins this team fight. And even if he doesn't kill him, if he gets him low enough to force Neft away, they still have a great advantage. So I actually do like this build. Let Cold deal with those tanks. All your target is the backline of Indecisive. And it's been working out great so far.
Yeah, a very ice-cold decision from Colt there to just go for the Stormbreaker immediately, and then afterwards the Sky Splitter to just be able to clear the path. And here's Import coming in with the Shield Slam right on top of Sihi. There's nothing you can do. You will go down. But I will agree with you that this build so far has been helping Colt out to keep his spread in his own oven compared to what Neft has been offering in other games previously.
Definitely. Then again, it is still Neft, so we can't count him out at any point. and Import is going to have a bit of issues. You don't want to go over there, my friend, as he is going to have to ball us away. Luckily, there's no follow-up CC for Import, but the black hole is going to be enough. Never mind, the blink out from Import is going to be good. Say is going to go very, very low. Manq is going to go over the top. The status bomb is going to be slam dunked into Say's face, who is going to take that death screen. Manq, that is a kill secure.
Manq is the second carry of Indecisive, by the way, just so you know. It's not a support, and you have to respect their name because they will go after you if they can see an opportunity for a jump and a ball to the face. So, beautifully executed by Manq once again. He is, in my opinion, one of the best Decker players in the game.
I mean, yeah, he's been showing it so far in this game. He has kept his team pretty well in it. Then again, we have to see around that third Fang Tooth or the second mini prime, because that will be spawning momentarily. We can see both teams grouping up. Though the problem is, Neft has reset. He's already going and walking towards that. Cold, meanwhile, has not even reset from the dual lane, so he's not going to be there. So this is going to be a 4v5 side of Indecisive, and we're going to see if they can actually do anything with it.
3 members of Indecisive are over here in the off lane, trying to see if they could pick off a target before the initial or prime fight. But so far, there's only Mav over on the chefs trying to get a Whiplash in. That is where it connects. Sadly, though, for them, Manq knows how to get out of the fray. So that's just a reset right here. But they're still pondering around this Orb Prime pit. Who knows who will go for it first, but right now Neft has a target inside. It's Say using the torn space to get out. There is so much damage happening to Neft, and Say is as low as well. The long arm of the law is trying to connect, but it's not gonna go through. Cold, on the other hand, will go in and get Shin together with the skewer from his friend in need. And that's going to help them set themselves up for this Orb Prime.
It's still a 4v4, but Neft is so low. He's basically a non-factor in this, so it looks like Indecisive are going to give this up at the end of the day. We're probably going over to Mav just to make sure that it is secured. There we go. And, I mean, good job on Neft surviving, mainly just out of sheer HP values at that point in the game. But we saw how powerful that Time Flux band is. He used a portal from that one, got reset, jumped through that one, and then re-portaled again to make sure he could kill Neft. No, that was unsuccessful, and I mean, the long armor law missed either way because, unfortunately, it just did. And in the end, Sin, again, status got animation locked because on the Null Disruptor meant that the side of Sesh could be able to just walk on him, getting that kill, and an extra mini prime. And that mini prime is going to be active during this third Fang Tooth, which is a great boon for the side of Seths. And they will have to see if Indecisive can actually fight into it, or even want to.
You almost don't want to at this point, right? You are behind on levels, you're behind on farm, and all your lanes have been pressured against you, aside from maybe the off lane. So it is also a question of, do you really want your opponents to get bonus power and defenses? I would not think so, but we'll have to see how they will pull that off. Multiple members of the chefs are looking at Import in the mid lane, trying to see if they can get a little hold of the situation. But Manq and Morose are nearby, and they know that if an engage happens, they will answer.
It's all a bit pacing around. Fang Tooth has spawned at this point. Cold is doing damage to it, whilst the rest of the team does create a nice front wall. Say is also in the mid lane, make sure that Indecisive cannot push in. And even without contention, it has been taken, and they are going to take the safe direction out from the dual lane for it. No combat whatsoever, just a free Fang Tooth from the side of Cess, and it is their third one. And I mean, it feels like Indecisive are just slowly losing this game, and it's not really anything they're doing. It's just Cess are taking these advantages. They're taking these early objectives because they have hit every single one so far, and Indecisive have just not been able to keep up.
Speaking of keeping up, the chefs are on the way to take another kill here in the off lane. The Whiplash is connecting together with the Fury of the Heavens, connecting onto Morose. He's getting out of the fray just like that, easily with the Blast Flower, but that was still a lot of damage happening onto him.
I mean, it's the blink as well. Obviously, Greystone doesn't need the blink that much because of his Assault the Gate ability. and his jump anyway. And we get a black hole in the mid lane. Sin is going to also blink that away. So, I mean, that's 2 blinks burned from the side of Indecisive in just a couple of seconds. Mancue is also kind of out of position, but it's a Decker. He can be able to escape anyway. And recently, the question is now, All Prime is spawned. It's going to be recently the next objective. But can they do anything?
The hunt is on. Indecisive going right in there. The skewer is gonna connect onto import, but it's not gonna do much because sneaks will fall to Neft. And now they are on the retreat as they have no HP to speak of. Map will get import though, and now they want to keep it steady and just control the lanes and not chase too far because they already got what they came for.
Yeah, Import's death is much more valuable for the side of Cess compared to the side of Sneaks. That could open up an all-prime opportunity, but both teams are still pretty healthy on, so it's still very, very risky. But a good shield wall from the side of Import just completely stopped Cold from doing any damage in that team fight. Did like Import was a bit too pushed up compared to the rest of his team, which did lead to his death. But overall, a fine sort of fight. But, I mean, recently, Indecisive does want this shutdown gold on the side of Cold, who I don't believe has died at all this game so far. So you can just get a quick scoreboard to confirm that statement if Zihi doesn't die. Then again, Zihi might die because Morose is looking around as well. We just see Cold has not died. He's 2-0-1. Mav is also 3-0-2. So 2 decent bounties on that side. Meanwhile, Indecisive, Mancue has got 2 kills and not died either. So a Decker having a shutdown gold is an interesting one, but it has happened this game.
They are pondering around this mid lane because they know that there are sharks in the water. And they don't want to engage them just yet. So for now, just keep your steady. Mancue throwing a ball of fire into Zihi's face, and he has to get out of the fray because right now, you cannot allow Indecisive to get any more kills than they have already. Sneaks and Zihi down there trying to find an opportunity, find that Riplash to open up the fray from Mav. But there is an energy lance connecting onto Shin. Not gonna get the root through, but Say will follow.
There's so much CC from the side of Cess that can just get a pick. Sneaks gets a decent amount of damage. It is going to hit with the status ball, but that is not going to be any sort of follow-up from the side of Indecisive. And now Cess, once again, has got that HP values, that advantage. They have got the phase healing online with the Wellspring and their passive. So any sort of engagement is going to be favouring Cess at this stage of the game. And, I mean, there's so much set up from the side of Cess. It's kind of insane. They are going to get a pick onto gold, but that's only half HP. But the assassination is not completed, though.
Say is trying to get out of the fray after that shield slam to the face. There's no way you can enter this fight so far. Neft will get taken down by Map, though, with the electrocute. And they're continuing on this hunt. Getting another beautiful stun in there. Sneaks coming to... Oh, wow. I'm sorry. I'm totally lost it there. But they're still going to try and see if they could get a Riplash. It's not going to connect, though.
I don't understand why Neft decided to jump down. He could have been safe standing up the top where Sin just wanted to get that damage a bit more, I guess, on the back line. Because there were multiple members low from the side of Cess, but none of them fell down. And, I mean, it's just a bit too over-aggressive Indecisive, who did get a good thing. They managed to get Cold low. He would have been out of that next team fight if they wanted to try and press it onto that All Prime. But with it being as it is, they only lost 1 member. With it being Neft, that's basically their team fight over. The Primal Fangtooth has also now spawned. So this is going to be an interesting sort of game. I know that Indecisive at least prefers the Primal Fangtooth themselves for that extra damage in these team fights. But what Cess really needs right now is that extra seizing ability. However, they are going to go around that Primal Fangtooth. If they can get this, they basically also secure Orb Prime, because you cannot fight a beefed up Primal Fangtooth Cess at this stage of the game. There's just no way.
Absolutely not. If you get a cold Primal Fangtooth buff, you will give them the whole cake. So don't let that happen. It's about time that the Indecisive takes a decision and tries to stop this engage before it is too late. As you said, the
45.
levels are ahead in favor of Chefs, but they're waiting it out. They're hiding in the grass and hopefully trying to see if they can bait someone into a perilous situation. Sneaks coming out with the tether. It's not going to connect, but there is a seismic assault onto Zayd that makes him forced to get out of fray. Sneaks going deep. Cold getting a kill with the Vaporize. And now they are on the retreat on the side of Indecisive. They are lacking a member. They have no way of answering this unless they want to take the risk. But will you really want to take the risk in this very situation? You certainly do if you're Morose. Make way as you're jumping in. The black hole coming in from top from Say. And that's finally going to be a kill on Manq despite the efforts of surviving for so long. Nef's actually answers by getting Say, and there's still a Primal Fangtooth up for grabs. Who's gonna take it? Sneaks gets a hold of Morose, and there's a long arm of the law again, getting a hold on to Shin. Shin getting Sneaks there. That was a lot of kills and a Primal Fangtooth in favor of the ships.
I mean, that could have gone a lot worse from the side of Indecisive if they do get 2 kills during that play. So it is a 2 for 2 during that team fight. But the Primal Fangtooth does go over the way to Cess just because there's no hunt from the side of Indecisive. Import was completely zoned away from his team because of the amount of work Sneaks was doing on the back line. It isn't the worst in the world. Obviously, say not having that on the black hole is going to be great for the side of Indecisive. But again, it's just going to be down to Cold, who has 300 CS. He has over 10 CS a minute. He is nearly full build at this point. He has got the Elimination Quiver going into most likely the tainted rounds just for the anti-heal. And I mean, Mav is taking 0 damage at this stage of the game. Granted, it is against Import and Manq. But I mean, what do you do with that sort of player?
Well, whatever you can do is the answer to many questions, and Mav only has one answer, and that is to be a meat shield to help out Cold, deal out the damage, and make sure that everyone else is safe. But as you said, like, there's so much pressure, you just have to keep it steady. They will actually get Import here with the Whiplash combo together with a Vaporize to answer this call. And now they're on to the Orb Prime with no members of Indecisive ready to start this fight. They want to keep their distance. They do not have their jungler available.
I mean, yeah, as soon as Import's killed, that's it. They have no sort of front line. They have no sort of ability to at least walk in. And that's multiple times Import has been caught out in this game so far. It just feels like he isn't that accustomed to playing the steal compared to what we've seen so far in these games. And now that they have got that double bubble buff of the Final Fantasy is probably not much longer at this point, they can start sieging these inhibitors. The towers are not going to survive for very long. They've already got 4 members in this inhibitor, and Indecisive haven't really been in the position to actually set up yet.
Absolutely not. The chefs have been cooking something spicy, and the spice is too much to handle for Indecisive at current times. They have not been eating too much chili right now. So they are not used to this kind of aggression, as they are getting 1 inhibitor so far down that it actually dies within the 30-minute mark. It has been a slow pace and a slow cooking process, but now we're finally here at the action at the last few minutes. That is EU special, baby.
EU special was the NA team who is doing it, and they're going to take these 2 inhibitors. The other duo lane is still pushed up to their tower, so there's no real chance of them sieging that, at least for now. So they are going to use their money, back off, and buy as much as they can. And we can just see the amount of armor that multiple members are building against Neft, who is obviously that main damage dealer. Neft is probably got that Demolisher online at least by now. But I feel like it's a bit too late at this stage of the game because, I mean, how do you kill Mav and Sneaks before Cold and say kill you? And, I mean, the answer to that is just it doesn't. Also, Cold buying that Initiating Quiver is very interesting. It gives you that extra shots around the side that do apply some on-hit effects at reduced effectiveness. So, not something you normally see on Trim Blast because it is a crit item, but it is effective in this case. Neft already goes low down by half due to the Vaporize. Say tries to get the kill using his Time Warp Band, but at the very least, this is going to force Neft away from this tower, and at least that's the last tower down being taken down for Cess. Only this inhibitor remains.
There's not a lot of resources left for the side of Indecisive. This is an unusual territory for this side. They have not been pressured this much in a long while.
Whoa.
Neft will actually use the long arm of the law connecting onto Sneaks, getting it down to a 5v4 situation. But that does not matter because Cold was here to help, making sure that import goes down, and together with that inhibitor as well, that just means it's free pickings for everybody. They get Shin as well, and now they have all lanes open. This might actually be the end, Falcon.
It certainly could be. Neft and Morose are still alive. They have got a frontliner and a damage dealer alive. But Zihi is alive. He can get out any of the backline for his team. Neft is going to take a ton of damage. Morose is going to go into his ultimate, but he doesn't gain much HP back from it and has to blink to survive. Neft is also going to have to go back to tower. There is minions in the core. The damage is being done. Is it going to be enough before those minions are taken down? Yes, it is. Cephs is going to go 3-0 in this Strish stage, and Indecisive have taken their first loss.
I don't know if we're in a parallel universe or something, but I just saw Indecisive lose. Well, okay. Today is a very interesting day for Predecessor, as I have seen for the first time Neft have a struggling game. It's so unusual to me to see that, but well played to the side of the chefs. They've been cooking for a long time, and now they're ready to serve the main dish, which is punishment for Indecisive. Well played.
Yeah, at the end of the day, though, it is Cess who played the team game more. Sneaks did a great job of making sure that backline could never support import, who was forced to walk up time and time again and was picked off. And that just led to Cess getting multiple buffs, multiple leads. And by the time that Indecisive could have maybe even try to do something, it was game over already. And I mean, they're still in it. Obviously, Swiss State is not a best of ones, as we have said before. And just to see if we can break that down even further, we are going to send it back to the desk to see why Seth beat Indecisive.
Thank you so much, Falcon and Woofy. Welcome back to the desk. Game 3 was a little bit different for all of us, eh? A little bit of farming simulator until the chefs eventually cooked Indecisive in the kitchen. First, it was one Fang Tooth for them, and then there were two, and then all of a sudden they had 4 Fang Tooths. They had that Primordial Blaze buff along with that Orb Prime, eventually taking down Indecisive's core. GG's Indecisive, they just got defeated, but what happened in game number 3, Lance Cecil?
What happened in there is what I told you was going to happen when we were going through the draft. They take Cold, protect the president. Zihi, a little bit of questionable positioning, honestly, from what I was watching and what we were kind of talking about during it. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. He was there. He was able to keep the right people alive. Sneaks doing a lot of damage. Mav doing a big amount of pulls, getting people at the right spot. Seismic showing up, using that time flux really effectively on the Gideon. They were everywhere they needed to be. They controlled neutral objectives very hard, and that's why they're one of the best teams in Predecessor.
Yep, and they definitely used those objectives to their advantage. But what else did you notice, Mugiwawa, during game number 3?
Well, it was a very interesting game because actually if we watch in the number of kill or in the number of CS, it felt like a very close game when it actually wasn't. And what came down here is like, I think like the dual lane on the side of the chef managing to get like a little bit of a lead, and suddenly also the Quang into the Greystone, Mav a little bit like faster than the Steel because the Steel jungle is kind of slow, and all those things compound together, give like a little tempo up on the side of the chef, which like secure this first Fang Tooth. And we have seen like before the second Fang Tooth, they get a tower, suddenly they finish second item, huge power spike, they can secure the next Fang Tooth, and all those things like slightly snowballed into each other, and without any CS lead or any kill lead, they started to get tower lead, objective lead, and that was just enough to just steamroll against like 2 teams that are like at very high level. As we see, like they keep winning, so they're gonna face each other. Those little small edge, they compound very fast and they can lead to a huge snowball.
Yep, and all those micro decisions make a difference in these games, ladies and gentlemen. But before we go for a little bit of a break here, we got something to watch from our friends at Omeda Studios. We got a little bit of a video for you guys, but we're still keeping track, or we still don't know which game we're going to be seeing. But before that, let's look at this video.
Initiate hug mode. Would you like to stop hug mode? You have selected no. Hug mode. Continue. Remain calm.
Welcome back, everybody, to the desk. My name is Ardog with the Triple G's, and I'm your host here at the PCC. I am joined by some very handsome men here: Sawcap, Richter God, YouTuber, and content creator. How are you doing, Sock?
Hey, sorry, I'm good.
There we go.
I'm good. I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. I'm so excited for this next game we'll be watching. And of course, you can't forget Joe, yours truly, with those aviator sunglasses, offlaner extraordinaire, content creator and QA tester for Omega, here at the desk. How's it going, Joey?
It is going splendid, Arthur. I kind of figured we start off really strong right from the get-go, so I'm putting on the shades for the first time right at the start of the gates.
Look at that. We're still here at the Swiss stage, but you guys just made him bring out the sunglasses here. If you guys watched that last game we just saw, we saw that both of those teams were 2-0. But now the teams we're watching at the current Swiss stage are both 3-0. We didn't mention who we were going to see, but if you want to keep up with who's going to be playing, who's winning, what are the current score or the standings right now, type !bracket in the chat to find out and follow that link to find all that information. But we will be watching the Professors and Flow State. Wow, what a game number 4 this is going to be as well. So I'm going to be asking, because this is surprise, we're not watching Indecisive this time again. But Joey, the Professors, what do we know about them?
Yeah, so Professors are like veterans in this kind of competitive scene. They've been in many grand finals from before. They have won some grand finals. They are definitely some of the more favorite teams to go winning all in this like PCC7 right here. And so big reason for that is that all of these players in their respective roles are like some of the best. We got like Nitro on the offlane. The 6 jungle has always been fantastic to watch. So we got just the WT Warrior in the mid lane role right there. And of course, the Survivor Crazy Fool duo is just very, very deadly. So every role, every hero player on this team right here are just like can all win and carry their games in their own way. So it's very hard to find these cracks and find these weaknesses to abuse from all these teams right here.
You're right. And Nitro, he was PCC5 winner. He plays a lot of Grux. You've got 6, who was also winner of PCC. And of course, the Professors, they were the champions for PCC number 5. These guys already won a PCC tournament, and that's expected from them because currently they're 3-0 in the Swiss stage right now. But going to the other team right now, Sawcap, what can you tell us about Flow State?
they've got a lot of really, really solid players too. I mean, they're kind of going to be the underdogs in this set, I think. But I think that we can expect good things about them. Bry is a very, very solid mid lane player. He can pretty much play anybody. Peak, he's been playing a lot of what looks like to be Xeris this go around. So also just a very, very, very solid player. Jay, of course, everybody knows him as ADC. I mean, he's just doesn't really need any explanation. He's solid ADC through and through. So I think they really have quite a solid lineup. So I think that the professors will hopefully not sleep on them, because if they do, they're gonna probably find themselves in a little bit of trouble. So.
Yeah, and that's the question we're all asking as we go into this game number 4. But while the draft is being prepared, Joey, we were kind of watching that there were a lot of bans on Rampage, there were a lot of bans on Argus. Is that something you're expecting before we head into the draft?
Yes, I believe we're going to be seeing those kind of usual picks. Professor is a little bit odd case in the sense that they're one of the ones that are vocal about the August, like, hey guys, we actually don't think August is all that hard stuff, so feel free to pick him, but just know that we have ways to shut you down. So sometimes in these like scrims they've done, they let the August kind of go through, and then they have ways to kind of counteract that. And same thing for Rampage too, in the sense that like Six is not really like a Rampage player. He can definitely play the Rampage, but he's also more like a Crunch Collide player. So even though Rampage is not always like banned out in the first round and stuff, sometimes we see professors ban the Rampage just because Six wanted to go play other junglers as well.
Yeah, and that's something we definitely saw looking at the previous drafts, the previous games. Rampage, Argus, these guys will either be in the match or they're going to be completely banned and taken out. But Richter, going over to Flow State, we know Bry is like one of his favorite players or heroes is Gadget. And what else do we know about this team in terms of heroes, and what do they like to play?
Flow State? I mean, Bry's a Gadget player. Wessie, I believe, has been playing a lot of Decker, Richter, and Bellica. So those three kind of support heroes are very, very solid picks. Simba and been playing a lot of jungle recently, and he historically, at least every time I play against him, plays a lot of Feng Mao. So, I mean, I'm not sure what we'll see comp-wise with them. I haven't really seen anything that they've been cooking up. Seems like they've just been kind of practicing everything in the hopes of being on top of everything and being comfortable with every pick. So I don't know. And if they come across any sort of unique strats from professors, I don't know how they're going to handle that. I don't know if professors has been cooking up anything kind of unique that we haven't seen before. Maybe we'll see that this game. I don't know, but I'm excited for this match. I mean, I think we've got 10 really, really, really solid players, so it should be an exciting match.
Definitely will be. Without further ado, let's jump right into this draft. All right, Joey, we talked about Argus, we talked about Rampage. What else are you expecting? Perhaps maybe in the second bands?
Yeah, so Quan is also another very popular pick or ban at the moment. So I won't be surprised if Flow State will be looking at a Quan ban right here. They may go for the more August ban. I just know that professors won't like necessarily ban the August every single time. So if the August is going to be banned right here, it has to be from Flow State to get this draft started right here. But another interesting thing about like the Quan pick first or ban is the fact that I noticed a lot of these, like some of these recent like drafts, well, a Quan will go through and they will first pick Quan. However, he has a very bad matchup in the off lane, and that is the Series pick. Like Series is another very popular like off laner. You don't necessarily like ban him first. He's like the perfect like pick where you don't ban him, but he's always gonna get picked up one way or another because he is just so dominant off lane, and he happens to be super good into the Quan, who's like a higher priority pick or ban. But we see Flow State banning the Kalari, so Flow State showing up, not going for the generic ban. They're gonna be looking to shut off 6 on that Kalari pick because a 6 on Kalari is a huge menace to deal with right there. So we may actually see August get played right here if Professor sticks to the guns and not ban him out right here.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all to see Flow State ban Kalari there, making sure that Six doesn't get that champion on him because he is a nasty Kalari player. So I respect that. I wouldn't want to let that through either. So now I would imagine that we're going to see an Argus ban. I would assume. I'm not exactly sure if they let that go through though. I just don't think that's a good idea. What do you think, Joey?
Yeah, so I really don't think Professor will ban the Argus. Like, I feel like if anything, Professors may ban the FaZe because, yeah, they really hate FaZe a whole lot because the iconic Survival and Crazy Fool duo only works if they don't play against FaZe because Crazy Fool calls all the shots in lane. He's like, I stun this person dies, Survivor, go in. But they can't do that if FaZe always yoinks that ADC to safety. So we see this in the last Flag tournaments too, where like Professors will always ban the FaZe. It's almost like they are too hinged on the duel, especially Crazy Fool getting the CC support to the point that if the team gets the FaZe against them, they cannot play to the strategy that well, which is sort of like it's almost like a handicap in the sense that like they do not know how yet to play around the FaZe ban, so they might as well just ban it out. But we're getting these more and more heroes added to this game, especially like with the picks like Fwan and August. So over time, there's only gonna be a bigger and bigger handicap with Professors if they keep having to ban the FaZe because they do not know how to play against them. And we see right here that Flow State is picking up Quan first right here. And I did said that I think Professors may follow up with a serious pick right here to go against that. What do you think, so Cap?
Yeah, they could. I mean, Flow State picking up Quang first is a good move, I think. I mean, Quang just I don't think you can leave him on the table right now. He's way too tanky. He outputs a ton of damage. He's got quite a lot of maneuverability, quite a lot of CC. I mean, he just brings pretty much everything to the table. So you're gonna have to try to figure out some way of at least evening the field here. You need a lot of CC, a lot of damage to kind of combat this. Whether or not you get that in Argus, or you go for a CC heavy pick in the off lane, either way, I think it's good. But if once again Argus is left up on the table, so I think that they need to grab him. I mean, if they don't grab him right now, I think Flow State will. And there we go. We see Argus Richter pick. Now, I'm curious to see whether or not this is going to be both dual lane picks. I'm curious to see whether or not this is going to be an APC Argus and a Richter support, because that is a nasty combo. So I don't know. It could be very exciting to see. I don't know how often we ever get APC picks in the PCC. I don't think I've ever seen one. So I don't know. Have you ever seen one, Joey?
I have not, but we did have seen Professors practice with the duo a couple of times, so that is an option they can totally go for. But we know that Soul Reaper can definitely bring out the August mids. Crazy Fool has been practicing a lot on August support as well, and Richter is the king of flex for jungle, offlane, and support. So this is like a very deadly first two picks because the enemy team, they have no idea where these two are going because the flexibility is just off through the roof right there. But we are going to see Flow State going for the Bellica and Jungle pick right there. Jungle just a standard great ADC. Survivor loves the Jungle, so they sort of kind of took that away from it a little bit right there. And Bellica is actually like a great pick to go against the August mid, if that's the August mid, or it can go into support decently well as right there.
Yeah. Either way, I think Bellica is a good pick in the Argus. Whether or not you take her mid or you take her as a counter support, I think she does really, really well into Argus. Offers not quite as much CC, but enough to kind of combat that. And Drongo is just going to be a safe ADC into Richter. And if Argus is support, it's going to be relatively safe into Argus as well. You've got the silence grenade, right, which offers a lot. If that Richter gets on top of you, if you're able to throw that grenade right before you get hooked, you're not going to get silenced afterwards. You can kind of get out of there. And once again, Bellica's got such a easy multi-person stun that, you know, it might be able to stay even with them if that is APC dual lane.
Yeah, like I'm really liking how this is going so far for both teams, and Professor's locking in the Saris, which I think is a no-brainer because once again, Saris is that really great answer to Quan off lane, and so like depending on these last two picks right here, they can easily be like, yeah, that Quan's going off lane, let's just stick Saris onto Nitro that can just pilot this hero super well. So I'm liking the Professor's first half a whole lot, but I think Float State has like a solid first half as well. It just really is going to come down to these last two picks and bans on how both these team comps are going to round out, because I think Professors, what they sort of need to secure is a little bit more, like they have a lot of CC damage. I think they actually have great all-around damage. I think they need to secure a little bit more sustained damage so that after they use their combos and CCs, they have some sustained damage to follow up with that. But Float State banning out the Wraith, which is a kind of like another survival kind of pick. Also a very iconic Soul Reaper pick in the mid lane in the certain scenarios as well. So it's actually great 2-in-1 kind of ban against the Professors right there.
Yeah, banning out. I think Wraith in mid lane can be very aggravating to deal with, right? Because he can just play safe, farm up, and there's not really much that you can do about it, right? And especially now that he gets refunded full mana on snipe for the minions. He just can continue to farm and farm and farm. I also think that the Xerath pick was a pretty interesting pick. I don't know if they were necessarily trying to take that away from Peak, because Peak's been playing a lot of Xerath lately, and also Xerath, according to last PCC, had the second highest win rate of every pick. So, I mean, that's a very solid pick coming in from Professors. So far, it's a pretty interesting draft. We see that the Howie has been banned. I don't know. I've never really seen Bri play too much Howie. Maybe they're trying to ban that away from him. I'm not exactly sure. But the Steel looking like a massive kind of wombo combo potential that they have going on now with the Argus, Richter, and Steel. So far, a lot of CC drafted on Professors. I'm kind of curious to see how Float State's going to answer this.
Yeah, I think another reason for the House of ban is because of the Saris like pick that Professors did right there. The biggest counter like Saris cage, it's like a howitzer just pressing all, he flies out the cage and do a lot of damage back at them. So Professor is really looking to do like a one more combo lockdown team comp, and so to make sure they can really like get that out consistently, they're gonna try to remove the howitzer, who can like disrupt that flow process where they try to go for the pick on the howitzer, but then howitzer can totally like get outside the cage and ruin the strategy that Professors are trying to do right here. So like, and then we see right here Float State picking up the Gadget and the Rampage. I actually really like the Gadget pick a whole lot because they really want to play around the Sarah's cage, especially with the one more combo setup, or the fact that Wits are going for the hook and locking people down. But all it takes is the Gadget ultimate to just completely counter that. Now all of a sudden that person that you thought you have locked down by Professor's side is actually getting the tables turned against them. So I really like the Gadget just being very disruptive to the game plan of Professors right here.
Yeah, and this is a comfort pick for Bri. Gadget is his most played hero, so I mean he's going to be comfortable on this role for sure. So I think that's a solid pick. And you know, if he's going against an Argus, which at this point I don't think he's going to be, but even if he was, he'd be fairly safe going into Argus, right? You can stay far enough back, you don't have to really worry about that Q. And Rampage being picked up, I'm surprised it took so long, to be honest. Rampage is pretty strong right now. So, and if you're in the EU, everybody hates playing against Rampage. So I think it's a solid pick for them. And we see TB getting picked up. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Joey.
the Twin Blast, the last pick, means that we won't see the August ADC, and that is going to be a August mid on Soul Reaper with Survivor picking up the Twin Blast right there. So it's almost looking like a super spicy like AP carry August, but last minute Professors are looking at this and like, maybe we should actually pick up this Twin Blast because I think it's a smaller move considering the fact that although they have a lot of the CC lockdown with the Steel, Saris, and Richter, what they really lack right now is that high sustained damage. August can provide that, but they need that second pick so the damage is more spread out and they have more priority on targets to protect right here. So Professors kind of really run out the team comp right here very solidly.
And there's the draft, everybody. Joey, you were talking about Kwang versus Zaris in the off lane, potentially, but what does that matchup look like in the early game?
Yeah, so the early game for like a Quan and Sales matchup, essentially Sales is gonna keep like W King the Quan and poking him down. The biggest reason why the Quan struggle a lot against the Sales is because Quan wants to go for the knock-up combo ability. However, that's very telegraphed, that's very easy to react to. So even if Sales gets tethered by the Quan sword, all Sales needs to do is press Q and then face the Quan, mitigate all that damage with the shield, stun him back, and then his sustained high damage can actually keep chasing them right afterwards. Maybe in the mid to late game where Quan's bringing a lot of armor, I think that matchup doesn't become nearly as bad, but that early game, offlane is going to be very dominant side by Nitro on Ceres.
And lastly, Sawcap, before we hand it over to our casters, you were talking a little bit about Gadget and versus Argus. What does that look like?
I think that it's in my opinion, I think it's a skilled matchup, right? Because you've got a Gadget, she can sit back, she can kind of stay out of that range of that Argus Q, and you know, the further back you are, the easier it is to react to that ability. And she doesn't have to let him get on top of her, right? So really just kind of farming up, playing safe, not trying to get close to him because he is kind of a problem when he gets too close to Gadget. But I think, like I said, Bri is a very, very good Gadget, so I'm interested to see how this mid lane goes. I think it should be pretty enjoyable to watch.
All right, game number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, Flow State versus the Professors. Get your predictions in. Take it away, Man of Class and TJ DJ.
Thank you so much, R-Dog. Welcome everyone to the casting desk. Only 3 teams in the Swiss tournament so far are undefeated. 2 of them, of course, Flow State versus Professors. That will change at the end of this one. One of these teams will be dropping that 1 loss. And honestly, we've had so many banger games already today. This one should not disappoint as well. How you doing, Mano?
I'm doing pretty good. I mean, we finally got an Argus through the draft, didn't we? It finally happened. We finally got our green man, green machine, the mean green machine in the game. And with a game like this, when you think, oh, Professors are not going to ban it, so that maybe Flow State picks it up, but they also own the Kwang. Like that draft going back and forth in that way was very fascinating to watch. But I am still scared for Flow State because I don't think I have seen a game where the team with Argus lost. I don't think I've seen it yet. So this might be the first one. I'd be very excited to see it. And there are tools to deal with it for Flow State, but it's still a crazy risk to take for both teams, honestly, to let it through for a couple times.
Absolutely, that's that Argus being let through the draft, and as I said, like the Quan coming out as the first pick was definitely a bit of an eyebrow raiser for me as well. Leaving that Argus available, I'm thinking that Flow State have been maybe having a plan for this one as well to deal with it and allowing that Argus go through. As you say, they have got some tools available for them to shut down this Argus, and definitely going to be interested to see how it has transpired. I mean, while we've been doing a little bit of preamble, Professors grouping up, moving through the mid side, red jungle in towards the mid lane as well, still trying to catch someone out. Got a pretty nasty level 1, particularly with Sorry, leveling up that Dread Nova as well. Not going to catch anyone out as the minions start to crash.
I really like the choice of putting Snoop on the steal instead of getting the Zaris in the offlane. Des was talking about it already, right? Like when you have the Zaris versus the Kwang, the Zaris is a pretty good early game, and it's all pretty fun and all that stuff. But if you really want to have a Zaris scale like the way they can do now, you just put them in the jungle. Some might consider it a risk, or might consider, well, the steal is going to have some trouble in that offlane as well. But honestly, steal versus Kwang, it's one of those classic tanks in the offlane that just says, yeah, I'm going to have to play a little bit safer, but it's going to be really hard for you to actually eliminate me without any help. So
I definitely do like that. Yeah, I do like that about, I agree with you there with the Zaris being taken into the jungle. It's almost like, with the steel jungle, you kind of have to wait a little bit longer for them to really start impacting these lanes, to want to farm, want to get some levels. This Zaris can start being a heavy hitter very early on as well. And I'm wondering if maybe that's going to be a way of trying to deal with Flow State as well, and maybe trying to get Soul Reaper ahead on this Argus pick. I mean, we probably all felt what could happen when an Argus gets ahead, because Argus just kind of exists and when he's able to take away games. So I want to see how the Professor's game plan is going to develop.
It's going to be of course, a lot of the time when we talk about these two teams playing against each other, and just the players on these teams, we look at the dual lane a lot, but we can look at the off lane now.
Six
Peak.
already there,
Let's get
using
out.
that evade, and Peak feeling the pressure, having to burn that blink already. That's a pre-3-minute blink over on that right-hand side. Simba going to use this to at least go in towards the mid lane, help secure that river buff on the left-hand side. Get a little bit of vision down. Only the one blink so far in the right-hand side.
Yeah, this is going to be time for Simba to start looking at potentially interfering into a lane. Six is saying, you know what, you're in my jungle. I don't want you here. Let me try and evict you. But not going to actually engage, just be a little bit threatening. Soul Reaper looking as well, maybe rotating over. It's that's going to be the mind games between these teams, right? Like they're both good enough to understand potential when they can go into each other's jungles, when they can start something. Because of course, if Six is on the off lane trying to mess with that Kwang, you know he's not going to be in his left jungle. His blue jungle is going to be free, so why not take that farm, right? It's a great moment.
So yeah, I do like that point that you make about both these teams as well, kind of sizing each other up. Neither team really wanting to kind of overcommit in the early stages of this game. It feels like with both of these compositions, like if as soon as one team is able to get ahead, that is a snowball that might just be unstoppable once it gets online.
Soul Reaper and Bry. Of course, not going to expect that much of a matchup, like in terms of actually fighting in the early game, because they both got so much range that they don't need to be close to each other. So that's always a fun one when you see those two go against each other, which is again a nice pick. Again, I said it before, Flow State has a pretty good composition to deal with an Argus on like a micro or macro level even. But it's still going to come to fruition. Good rock with the stun, but the hook is there.
Gonna hit that. And a blink coming out from Gwissy to get away. Survivor goes aggressive with the rocket dash, but cannot confirm the killing blow. And those void grenades not going to find the mark either. So close, playing with fire, but still, incredibly, no one drops in the duo lane.
Snoop still trying to size up against Peak. Is at least ahead in XP, so probably also a little bit in CS, but that means that Peak is going to be, let's say, in trouble. Peak definitely looking for a potential engage, but Six is here as well.
Six going to burn the blink, looking for Peak, who already burnt it 2 minutes ago, so still on cooldown. A bull rush comes in, and Peak doesn't have any mana. The shield from the lights of the heavens won't be enough to save him. Divine intervention, not enough. Six going to pick up a first blood in the right-hand side.
And again, we see a team prioritizing keeping the Kwang down. We saw it in the last series as well, where there was almost an overcommitment on trying to get the Kwang at some point. But it was happening here as well. Now, Soul Reaper's on the dual lane, and this might be an engage. They don't get the hook, though. Slight mistiming. It can be a really good combo, though. And honestly, it's a good thing that Professor's got the Richter, because otherwise they might have to be playing against a Richter. And as an Argus, that's a little bit less fun.
Yeah, just looking for that setup as well, as Simba's going to hit a boulder toss, a blink away, but a blink follow up, just like that. Blink and you will miss it. More actually in the right-hand side. Simba avenges the kill on towards the Snoop. Going to even out things in the kill state as well.
Soul Reaper and Bry. Bry a little ahead of Soul Reaper there because of the rotation coming out. A little XP soaked up, but Survivor goes down to the duo, and Crazy Fool. Oh, that's used the blink. Yeah, without that blink, they don't get out alive, so good thing for them. But that's honestly the dual lane again also going pretty well. And we were talking a little bit when the draft was going on, right? And I think I said something about like, yeah, Flow State has a decent shot at winning this, but at about 15 minutes, they need to be ahead. If they're not ahead at 15 minutes, it's going to be a very tough one for them to win, because that's usually when Professors really start going for it. In the early game, we see a lot of Professors going a little slower, farming, duking it out. And then that 15-minute, like second mini prime, second Fangtooth, like those timings is really when they start properly going for it. And all of a sudden, they group up and they roll over everything. So that's really when you want to have a lead if you are Flow State.
Oh, absolutely. The Professors have definitely made a name for themselves as a team. They're team fighting in and around those objectives, that mid-game control that the Professors like to dominate as well. Definitely has become their trademark. So I think we will be watching with bated breath around, as you say, those second Fangtooths, maybe the second mini prime as well. 7.5 minutes. It's only the kills in the 2 kills in the right-hand side, and also the pick over on this left here. So it's a 2-for-1 so far. Still in Flow State's position. very much still in equilibrium at the moment. Neither team getting much of an advantage to move towards these neutral objectives. Tower's only taking a little bit of chip damage, but maybe the solo side is going to be the key to unlocking it here. The Snoop really feeling the pressure here and forced out from this Quang. Soul Reaper thought about the rotation move through the river, but Pika is probably going to get the call from his mid laner to know that Soul Reaper's on the road once again, and that's going to fall apart.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, it's also a matter of how much mana does Kwang have. Can Steel help you out with a CC? You know, what's the HP looking like?
Whoa,
Good hooks again. But not enough.
And Survivor just takes the boulder toss, and just a beautiful combination coming out from Jay and Gussy. And this is Flow State getting a really solid start. And just as I said, hey, maybe neither of these teams really having that opportunity to start a neutral off that one pick alone. Simba's here, 4 members turning onto that Fangtooth. Professors could still look to contest, but it looks like the call is to concede it away. And Flow States get the kill lead and also pull ahead on the neutrals.
Yeah, as soon as you see 6 not committing to traveling over to the Fangtooth pit, you know they're going to probably give it up, because without that hunt in the early game, it's going to be such a hard one to actually contest. And of course, if you don't have a full 5-man, that makes it even harder. Crazy Fool and Survivor will have to stick under the tower for a little bit. They have taken a couple of hits, and now especially the ADC of the Drongo being alive and ahead as well is going to be a tough one to deal with. But Peak, 6, Snoop... There's so much going on here on this off lane. Simba's also getting into the mix. Will there be a kill coming in through here? Not with the boulder just going into a wall.
No, but that means it might be a re-engage here. Peak's got to be careful. Already did take the bull rush. Simba coming down. The Colosseum will be thrown as well. The go button has been pushed, and Simba goes Big Bird as well, returning so much damage. The focus fire on towards 6. Snoop hits 2 with the up-down shield slammer. Bry is here from the mid lane. Rotation is now 3 for 2. 6 gets back to his tower. Now it's the Snoop. Has got to be careful. Use the evade. Gets away with his life. Flow State nearly finding the pick, but it's just going to be a rotation.
It's those micro plays that you see happen as well. Bry comes in, throws down the speed gate, and instantly the Snoop is like, I'm not going to go there because then I'm going to get stunned. I have to go through the jungle and use my movement there. It's small things, right? Like, of course, when you watch it, it's like, oh yeah, it's so easy. You see the speed gate, you go the other way. But in the moment, that can be a very tricky call to make. So it's always good to see players still make the right call. And in this match, we expect them to do it, but expectations could sometimes not be met. So it's nice when they are.
Yeah, the Professors really do have to be careful. I mean, with the Flow State composition, it feels like as soon as one of those important pieces of CC lands, the Tether, the Boulder Toss, or even a good seismic assault coming out from Gussy on that Bellica as well, it could be death. I mean, that's what happens to Survivor just moments ago, and that started kind of that ball rolling for the move in towards that Fangtooth. But since then, both teams taking the reset, going back towards this equal state. But once again, I mean, Mano, you mentioned that Flow State really needed to be ahead by the 15-minute mark, and it's a pretty good, honestly, a very good start for them.
Yeah, no, it's they are executing the plan. You can always ask, could they maybe have done more, like an extra couple of eliminations that came through. They got the first Fangtooth. Mini Prime is still up for grabs. I don't think anyone grabbed the first one. Did we miss that? Maybe they did. But either way, it's a good moment and a good timing so far from Flow State. But this is not necessarily a lead that I would call decisive enough to really feel safe. So they're probably going to be looking for a little bit more in the coming minutes. Snoop just messing with Peak once more. But yeah, I mean, the CC stuff is definitely something that we're going to come back into. Currently, of course, first items aren't really looking towards that, but some Unbroken Wills are undoubtedly going to come through.
So that's a blink away from Peak as rotation comes through. 6 goes to the Blink Colosseum down and want to get this pick onto the Quang. And 6 is going to be on hand. Gets a stack in his Colosseum in prime position to start up the mini prime. But Simba and Bry made the movement over to his right-hand side. Makes Professors think twice about making the move towards the neutral objective. It's just a 1 kill, but Crazy Fool hits the Riplash into the Skewer. But a good seismic assault interrupts the CC. And Jay's able to get away with a good shrapnel cannon. Again, so close to death. But it's only going to be the 1 pick on the right-hand side.
It is definitely a tightrope to walk for both, honestly, for both the dual lane duos. Bry's not going to come over, though. They are close to their tower, so it needs to be a quick blow-up. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to get eliminations here.
Might be enough just to try and get them to maybe move out from the safety. But little do they know, of course, the 6 is in that blue side jungle as well. Sorry, but in the left-hand half of the map as well, matching on Surprise movements towards that left-hand side. Flow State looking to maybe unlock the dual lane a little bit more, try and counterbalance the pressure that the Professors have been putting on towards the solo side for Flow State.
Yeah, well, of course we're kind of waiting for an objective timer. We saw the move towards the mini prime a little bit earlier on, but now there looks to be a more en masse movement from Flow State to want to go for that mini prime, and they're probably going to start it pretty soon. And there's no one around. I don't think they even have vision on the side of Professors to know that they're doing this. All they know is they're not in their lanes. And the dual lane won't even see that because they're not there.
It's a very big rotation here, and you can see, Flow State making the call to actually bring over that dual lane all the way to the mini prime, securing it, going on towards the rampage as well. And now with this grouping, I wonder if they're going to try and unlock a lane, maybe look towards the mid lane, maybe go towards solo side. Mid lane might be the more likely. You've got the grouping up, 4 members. It seems that Jay did take the reset, so Gussie's still sticking around. Professor's definitely aware to this situation, just going to group up, just going to turtle, move towards the left-hand side, because second Fangtooth is about to spawn in moments away, and that mini prime before this objective fight might come in clutch.
I do also like that they went for that mini prime in that timing, knowing that they couldn't trade the Fangtooth yet. The hook is there, though. Riplash and Simba.
Yeah, he's just going to drop down Simba now, losing jungle before. Neutral fight might be devastating, and now the Professors want more. He's traded out for Crazy Fall, but the Colosseum locks peeking inside of this river. He's trying to do what he can with the Surge, with the knockups, with the shield, but it's just not going to be enough, and that's going to be the Snoop taking down Peak. Flow State tried to make the play work, but they're going to lose 2 for it, and with Jungler down, this opens the door for the Professors to start up their first Fangtooth.
Yeah, there is some damage left. Of course, you got your mid laner, like that Gadget can throw down a Tesla Dome in the middle of that pit, and there's a couple of low health players on the side of Professors. This could be a fight, and I think they're going to go for one.
Predecessor comes down, able to split the fight. Snoop goes in with the up down, but Gussie's there. Double sides because Salter Jay just able to hit the damage. Bry confirms the kill on towards the Snoop. The Fangtooth has to be called away. Crazy Fool with the blink on towards Jay, trying to at least return. But speaking of return, Simba is here, and the Rampage is going to strike back. Jay still drops to the Obliterate from Soul Reaper, but with the Jungler back, a huge swing outside the Fangtooth. Professor started it, but Flow State looked to end this and take the Fangtooth for themselves.
Unfortunately, that Jay went down. They got a little split in the target focus. Very big draw of attention, honestly, from the Richter coming through. Really nicely done. And then Jay just had the tunnel vision. They wanted to go for that Twin Blast. They couldn't quite find it. But looks like indeed the Fangtooth pick, even the second one, will also go to Flow State, which is extra stat boost as well. Soul Reaper tried. Didn't quite get it. But it was close. It was close.
Yeah, thankfully.
If you got the opportunity, you try it, right?
Oh, 100%. You miss every shot that you don't take, and could have had the potential. We a Dread Nova stun on towards the jungler. The damage from Ether Crystal, take it down low. I mean, Simba can still miss that hunt, even if it is 502 damage. You have to be so precise. And we mentioned before, Mano, about how precise you have to be, and in kind of these high pressure scenarios as well. Like one mistake, one misstep can cost you a lot of momentum in the long run. As it looks like we're going to get our first freeze frame of the day. Of course it happens when TJ casts his game, but that's just sort of a replay bug vibe that I kind of bring to the casting team at least. But hey, we get to catch our breath a little bit.
Yeah, we do. And I mean, but there's no neutral objectives on. That's usually when, I would say nothing happens, but when teams sort of calm down again until you get these decisive movements because waves crash in a certain way, right? Like you need that space behind an enemy hero or the right rotation in order to actually stun them up and blow them up, because if they can run away, they will usually run away. In this situation, though, red buffs are, going to be taken. Then they're going to rotate over to their blue buffs, at least for the junglers. And the mid laners are just going to have some fun. But it's going to be it's going to be a fun situation. We're going to just reload the game real quick while that happens. But yeah, I mean, so far, Flow State is doing everything right. I don't think they really have made a colossal mistake just yet. I think the biggest one we saw was Jay getting split from the rest of their team in that Fangtooth fight. But everything else has kind of gone... If something went wrong, it was more because Professors did a good play than because they made a real mistake.
Yeah, the Professors in a lot of these moments as well, kind of their willingness to concede objectives as well. I know there's an argument that could be made about going for these plays and thinking like, it's kind of a 50-50 at the moment. Rather than going for the 50-50, trying to maybe make the odds more in your favor, look towards a pick on that one side. I think, the mini prime call springs to mind there. They commit towards the right-hand side, trying to get a pick on towards peak, and then they do that and immediately move towards the mini prime. But hey, Brian Simba just right place, right time, completely shutting that down. Professor's playing very safe, but kind of in this scenario, Flow State have actually been able to utilize that as well. Kind of more willing to take the coin flippy fights. And hey, sometimes you have to call those coin tosses. Sometimes you call heads, and you get heads.
Yeah, and I do think that mini prime call is like really what it comes down to in terms of how Flow State is approaching this game, because they timed it really well. They saw the dual lane has just backed. The mid lane wasn't there. Like there was no vision on them, unless there would have been a ward. There was no vision on them going to that mini prime pit as a team. So even if they would have figured it out on the side of Professors, they would have been too late to react in any situation. And if Flow State was indeed aware of that fact, then that was just a really smart move to steal away an objective. And of course, the timing of Fangtooth not being up yet, so it couldn't be traded. The combination was just perfect, and they really capitalized on it quite well. But yeah, Flow State now, again, they're still in the lead. They got all the objectives so far. There will be one more mini prime before we get into big prime territory. But this is the 15-16 minute mark you were talking about, right? And they are ahead.
But what more can they do as well? Crazyful has something to say about that. Jay able to get away with good reclamation, but Crazyful hits the Riplash on towards Jay and forces the blink, but Six is here with the Colosseum, and now that's going to be no way out for Gwassi. Survivor getting a kill from the Colosseum, and just like that, Professors, ever much in a kill deficit, finally pull ahead with a kill onto their dual lane.
4 team members committing to get that double kill on dual lane to take that tier 1 tower down. They can't capitalize on any other objectives, unfortunately, but at least that's a really good and strong move that they made. As we get the red jungle invade straight away coming through from Bry. And yeah, I mean, that's just exactly what you want to do from Simba as well. Let's check if there's any minions alive, because 6 wasn't there anyways.
It's just really a good heads-up play as well. Kind of the idea that if you make a move on the left-hand side, I'm going to make a move on the right, or at least try and match it. With the grouping up there from the Professors, taking down the dual lane tier 1 tower. And this is kind of that point in the game where we were saying that the Professors definitely find their stride here. I mean, with Flow State, of course, being ahead before this point, and now the Professors might be able to pull this one a bit more even, but the neutral objectives still remain where the difference is. What are the Professors going to do to really start to pull ahead? We've not had that big team fight win. We've not had that big collapse just yet. Snoop is going to sidestep the boulder toss and also avoid the judgment from the heavens to survive a little bit longer. But this is what I mean with the Professors. Dual lane unlocked, moved into mid lane, and Gwassi can only watch their tower start to fall. Professors now they've got their foot to the pedal, have a bit of momentum.
Yeah, they're gonna move from tower to tower, just take down all the tier 1s and open up the map for themselves. And they're doing it in a really nice way. And this is just gonna continue like this. Oh, Simba.
Simba just going to get caught out there. The combination coming out. It's taken nearly 18 minutes to see the Richter and the Argus start to pay their dividends, but now Professors wanted more of a fight because Flow State thought that they could check their own blue side jungle. But man, oh man, the audacity of you to even think that's yours. Professors finding 2 more kills. Flow State giving them over as well, and Professors once again taking these towers.
That really felt like a gift-wrapped elimination right there. You just see Simba go down over there. Like 3 of their heroes. Then you walk in there as Gwassi, as the Bellica. You think that's going to go well? Probably not. And the answer is indeed no. But yeah, this kind of all snowballs. And because I was saying before, right, like they haven't really made a mistake, Flow State, unless that like really sort of, split in communication at the Fangtooth pit before. But that's where they made mistakes. They didn't hit the boulder toss, and they didn't hit the stun, the Kwang root onto Snoop. If they get that and they get that tier 1 tower, then it's a very different situation that follows. But because they committed 3 heroes to try and get that elimination on the solo lane and they didn't get it, all of the sudden, those moves to mid lane and to the solo lane afterwards pay off for Professors, because it could have been stopped or at least equalized after that dual lane elimination came through, a double kill from Professors. Now they're going into the Prime Pit. They've come back from a little bit of a deficit, and now they're ahead in Professors. Gonna take the midi Prime, and it's gonna start snowballing. We need to not see those mistakes from Flow State.
And it's as you say as well, like we mentioned on the cast before about what the Flow State composition, the tools that they have available, how the positioning for the Professors has to be so perfect. But there's also on the side of the Professors as well, Colosseum, Riplashes, Dreadnovas as well. I mean, the Snoop getting into these fights with the Shield Slam, having that impact that we have been trying to see from the Steel Picks this entire tournament as well. Grouping up from the Professors, looking towards this Fangtooth, trying to at least take one away and deny the Fangtooth free card Monty for Flow States, deny that stacking objective. But all members starting to converge here. We're going to potentially see our first big 5v5 fight here. The grouping up from the Flow State, moving in towards the pit as well. Sim going to be leading the charge. That's going to be the Rip Flash on towards Sim. They're going to try and burn through the jungle, but the Behemoth comes out, so there's going to be so much health regen, and Crazy falls down, and all of a sudden Flow State been able to turn this around as Simba still keeps himself alive. Professors look to disengage, but they've already lost one member. They're still keeping up the pressure. Peak doing what they can, but Peak's still stuck between all 4 members of the surviving Professors, and they look to re-engage. 6 goes for the engage with the Shield Slam on the top, and Flow States are completely blown away by the ultimate combination. They flee back towards their jungle, and just like that, Professors turn the fight on their head and go 2 for 1.
And so many things went wrong and right for both teams there. It was kind of crazy to watch, right? Like, Survivor was not with the team. They were still just sitting on that on the duo lane. So that was a clear violation of we group up together as Professors. So Flow State thought, okay, so we can go in because we have the ADC advantage. Simba took a lot of damage. It do find it first elimination. But after that, they don't keep going. They just back off again because Survivor just taps in a little bit on the side, and they don't go for the ADC first. They don't. It almost felt like they have a little bit of an indecision because then Peaks goes in almost on their own to the rest of Professors when the rest of Flow State wasn't really engaging. I don't know if that was a communication error or exactly what happened there, because of course we're not on their comms, but that felt like they thought they could capitalize on something, but they were disagreeing on what they were going to capitalize on. Was it Survivor that was in the dual lane alone, or was it going in on the rest of the team 5v3? Because that was obviously a decision that needs to be made, and it didn't seem like it was actually made.
Absolutely. I am just wondering if it is that little disconnect in the comms, as you say, but the Professors, there's a reason that these guys, they've been around the block. You can definitely say that. PCC champion of PCC5, been to the grand finals as well on several occasions. Definitely veterans of the scene as well. They saw that opportunity, and I love the play. Immediate, like, we have an opportunity. Peak is down. Colosseum Shield Slam on towards those very immobile members of Flow State, and they say they had to burn the blinks to get away. But it's those sort of edges that the Professors like to find. The group up here on the right hand side, or Prime, did spawn as well, so this might be where the next fighter wants to break. But once again, Professors looking for a pick, and Peak might be the unfortunate target. Once again, Colosseum locks him down. He's going to try and delay as much as he can. Simba throws the boulder toss, but it's more for penny for your thoughts, really, and that's dropping already. Bright looking for a pincer. Glossy here as well. There's still going to be a 3 versus 3 underneath the tier 1 tower. Simba jumping back once again. This tower drops. Simba's still thinking about this re-engage. He's already gone big mode. The boulder toss on towards the stoop, trying to burn him down with the Seeker Destroy over the top. But 6 is still zoning away the backline. Simba goes in with the Razorback, but the Professors just aren't taking the bait. They aren't over committing to this play, and they've got reinforcements on the way.
6 low on mana and below half health, but can Simba, Gwassi, and Bry finish that with Crazy Fool also being there and the Snoop still lurking? There's reinforcements for both teams. They do find Crazy Fool.
Yeah, with this group up on that right-hand side, it is just going to be the 1-for-1 overall, as we had that very unfortunate blip with the replay. But it seems we've gone back to at least a stable frames per second here, and not PowerPoint presentation levels. But hey, just how it goes sometimes with the state of this match here. Professors 12 kills to 8 here, approaching that 24-minute mark, and we've seen them taking down these towers. Very interesting what happened there in the solo side. It seems that neither team really wanted to commit overall to trying to cleanly engage that fight.
No, so far Professor's just playing it by the book. This is kind of what they always do, right? Mid-game starts, they can take a couple of towers, take a couple of objectives, and all of a sudden it looks like they've never been behind, ever. Though no matter how far behind they were, they're not anymore now. I mean, they weren't that far behind in the first place. They were just 2 Fang 2s and a kill behind and 1 or mini prime, so it was okay. But now all of a sudden, they are just looking very hard to beat. Flow State is doing a good job of not leading, just feeding into it more. They have also taken all the tier 1. I think the mid-tier tower has 1 sliver of health left, but they tried. And this is a start of the prime here for 4 Professors. I think Flow State knows, though. They are making their way over. And it's Snoop still missing as well.
Yeah, Snoop is actually going to be spotted out on that left-hand side. Currently having the age-old fight in the solo lane, extending it to the other side of the map here, meeting him with... the Snoop versus Peak as well on the left-hand side. But so you see the Professors trying to maybe sneak that objective, but Flow State seem to just be in that kind of that different state of mind, really, to kind of call a lot of what the Professors have been trying to do, plays that would have worked against other teams. Flow State have just had an answer to, and this game still remains competitive, even 25 minutes in.
12 and 8 for Professors. One Fangtooth behind. Or Prime was not the move just yet, but both teams are definitely thinking about it and looking for it. But we're gonna see these grouping up motions happening a little bit more. We do have a Drongo just farming away in that solo lane, which is very nice to see. It means that Jay can get some extra farming going, which is always good if you're playing against Survivor. Get some extra items potentially going. And speaking of items, nothing. I haven't seen anything strange in anybody. Thinking like, oh, this is something they have like deviated from the norm in any way, shape, or form. I was expecting to see maybe a little bit more items that were dealing with CC, but on the other hand, if you think about it, right, when you think about, oh, maybe build an anti-CC item on like, you know, a mid laner or something like that, a lot of the time that is only a really, 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 really small bandage when you have a gaping wound of CC coming at you, because 5 CC abilities on the other team, you can stop one, but you can't stop them all. That's always the tricky part. But at least Simba has a lot of HP to just soak it up.
Yeah, and we definitely saw that as well. I mean, just thinking back to that crazy full hook on towards Simba and trying to burn through this rampage didn't go down. And I think that's why I do like the anti-heal starting to come out here from the side of the Professors. Seeing that Tainted Guard being picked up by Crazy Fool, Tainted Scepter on Soul Reaper as well, just to try and work through some of that health regen as well and try and make that Behemoth not as powerful as it perhaps could be. Now, both neutral objectives going to be on the board here. Primal Fangtooth has spawned. Simba also just going to try and get a ward down, maybe get some vision, but instant E for Crystal away. It definitely dissuades Rampage from moving any further in towards that one. Both teams kind of meeting up, bit of a dance around this objective. Again, there's lanes that need to be dealt with. There's mini waves that need to be pushed, and maybe finding an opportunity here, because in this 5v5 fight, maybe it's a little bit too close to call, and I don't think either team wants to coin flip for that one.
No, I mean, I wouldn't, personally. I would not want to take that risk. But there is, again, Professors grouping her up around that Fangtooth pit, and Flow State are going to have to re-engage on that, or engage on that in some way, shape, or form. And it's kind of the tricky part, because both teams are okay with the other team walking into the ambush, into the trap. We're talking about things like a Colosseum, but we're also talking about the Tesla Dome. We're talking about just general Bellica utility. Also Kwong, and now you get pulled into the enemy jungle, and Simba, it's not where you want to be.
No, it's definitely, he didn't really have a choice as Crazy Fool hit that Riplash as the trap mechanic from Jay gets him away, but he has to run to the hills to get away. Flow State are split, and their health is way too low to re-engage this fight, and the 6 goes for the Colosseum. Peak having to blink away, but the Professors definitely the more healthy, and with no jungle on the side of Flow State, look the more likely to start up the Primal Fangtooth. That is going to be the call, and unfortunately for Flow State, they just can't walk up to this pit, and they might just have to concede it.
Especially when Jay was also that low. Like, so much damage would have been missing because Jay would just instantly be blown up. Peak is going to try and peek in, but won't get an elimination. We'll just get some damage down. There might be some follow-up they could do, but they need some damage there. Jay is on his way. Gwassi with a good stun up, and then find Crazy Fool. This might be a continuation engage if they want it.
I mean, Professors having to burn. I think there were 2 or 3 blinks having to be burned by the Professors to get away cleanly. I didn't think they go for the contest, but the health bars definitely didn't look very healthy on the side of Professors, and Flow State looking for the exit frags. Unfortunately, just gonna have to deal with a pick on towards Survivor, as well as it looks like they're going to go for the player. This will be the trade of the neutral objectives, or Prime started up by Flow State as well. Professors aren't going to be anywhere near here. I mean, 6 is on the rotation role, could potentially look to try and stop this or Prime pit. It's going to try and burn it down as much as they can. Simba still has the hunt available, but 6 is here. This would be a 50-50 if he gets into the play, but Flow State going to secure the old Prime, and now 6 is in so much danger as he gets hit by the boulder toss. They're going to collapse, and that's going to be the Zaris down. Snoop looks for the re-engage, a shield slam onto the backline, going to take down down Gussie and will find the mark, and also going to take down Peak, but it will be at the cost of his own life. That's 2 for 2, but the Professors are here, and they're much more healthy. Simba having to blink away. Flow State trying to keep your prime on as many members as possible, but it's only going to be on 2.
They do get out with 2, which is still a good deal, because that still means you can at least have 1, probably even 2 waves push more aggressively with the minion buff as well. It opens up the map a little bit more in that situation. It's unfortunate that they do lose a couple, and this is where the Argus really came in. Like Soul Reaper just dunking orbs left, right, and center. Like so much extra damage came through just because Soul Reaper exists. That's really the danger of Argus, especially later in the game when those burst so hard.
We've seen that long-range potential as well with the Obliterator, now giving Soul Reaper the Primal Fangtooth as well, working towards that Oblivion Crown as well with the double potent staff build, just to make Soul Reaper a little bit more potent in these fights. I mean, hey, not just because he's playing Argus as well, but Professors doing what they do best, grouping up, taking down these towers with that Primal Fangtooth buff as well, the Primordial Blaze in their hearts, going that damage over time on these fights. Flow State want absolutely nothing to do with this Professor's composition, keep them at arm's length, and Professors more than happy to just walk around, group up, and take down some neutrals.
I really need to see Jay do some damage, because when Jay finally gets to do damage, it is very valuable, but it's not happening as much as it should. And they're also still, again, they're 2 levels behind of Survivor as an ADC. Now it's 1, but like they are behind in that sense. So the dual lane not working out as strongly as Flow State could have been able to. And a lot of it has to do with the way that Professors plays, right? They just take their solo laner, take their ADC all the way around the map to soak up all the tower XP. Survivor does get away with this time, but I gotta need to eliminate a couple of minions to get that tier 2. Now they're pushing forward.
And Survivor actually having to burn the blink and his the Liberator as well cleanse, just to give him that distance to keep himself alive. That means Survivor can't afford to be caught out once again. This opens the door for Flow State to turn up the pressure, because they have, with your prime buff, the buff on towards the minions, mean that they do have a pretty nasty siege as well while they utilize the rest of this buff, and also that out of combat regeneration. But Crazeful hits another Whiplash. Simmer looking to be burned once again, but once more this Richter hits the chain, and that's just going to be the Richter dropping. Did force out the ult from Simba though, who is very low, and Sorby hits the Dreadnought. Simba looking to jump away. Obliterator not going to find the kill on towards Simba, but now 6 has fallen. Jay finds the damage, and the Professors starting to feel the pressure. Peak moves towards that solo side to keep the siege up, and the Flow State all of a sudden turn this game back into their hands.
This is a good place to be for Flow State. Also a good place to be for Soul Reaper, honestly, because they've just been absolutely bombing the other side with their Obliterators and all the other Argus shenanigans. But, our Prime is about to run out. Now we're going to look towards the next objective. Fangtooth's not quite up just yet. But just farm up the map a little bit. Make sure you get some space to work with. And Flow State, again, they're not down and out at all. They're looking pretty good still. And when you get to blow up characters, any player really on the other side early before a fight even starts, that's when it really happens. We've seen fights go pretty bad when Simba just gets caught out and blown up, or at least takes too much damage before anything else can happen. But every time that doesn't happen, every time Simba gets to live or at least exist on a reasonable health pool, after or during an engagement, that's when Flow State can really push forward, because they have that tank to work with, and Jay gets more freedom.
And as you said as well, like when Jay's in these fights, when Jay's able to pump out the damage, we are 33.5 minutes in. There's Drongo, 4 items complete at this point as well, are going to be hitting like the proverbial freight train, as the Primal Fangtooth is going to spawn. And once again, we go back to this little dance around the neutral objectives, another grouping up, another 5v5 looming. Crazeful needs to hit a Riplash, not on towards Simba. That has been his last 2 deaths as well. Starting his fight has not been in these objective fights for the Professors. Granted, the Professors in a 4v5 situation still able to turn the fights in their favor as well, but not something that Crazeful can keep on doing. Still looking for a hook on towards Jay, on towards even Gussie on this Bellica or this Gadget. Still a lot of grouping, a lot of dancing around.
It's the age-old game between these teams. But at least this time, Flow State is there before the professors can set up their defense line. So there's a little bit more they can do within that sense. They do back off a little bit, but they are in a better spot than they have been in previous fights with this Fangtooth pit. So this could be promising for them, as Professors is looking for the angle as to where to enter.
I mean, I have to be careful. Flow States have to be careful here with the minion waves. Just looking towards the inhibitors, that mid lane and right hand side, pushing against them as well. So if Professors win a team fight here, they have a very easy avenue to just simply push down the mid or the right hand side inhibitors. Also seeing that Survivor living up to his name as well, even picking up a Mesmer just to give him an extra spell shield to deal with the pressure. Graceful does hit a Riplash, but onto Peak though, going to try and burn him down. But Simba goes in with the big mo, looking to try and cause some disruption, cause some damage. Crazy Ball going low, and Jay's going to take him down with the Wasteland the passive, but it's going to be traded out. Survivor able to answer back, another boulder toss comes through, but can't confirm the pick. But Professors have got the mark. They've got to kill on towards Jay, and now sorry, but with full HP, the Dread Nova onto 2. Good size. Assault comes out to try and delay it, but Simba has to flee from Soul Reaper. Another Dread Nova, that's going to be his death, as he's going to lose and die in towards that mid lane. Still a very split fight. Flow State looking for more. Professors not very healthy at this point. They're going to keep up this pressure, and Flow State have to relent. Snoop looking to try and re-engage, but a good tether comes out, and it gets Flow State away, but the Professors are going to have to reset. We're going to go back to square one.
Yeah, they have the quicker respawns with 4 members, including their ADC, so they will be able to just walk back into that Fangtooth pit and be a little bit more comfortable, especially when that jungler is missing. So they should be just walking into this pit, if I'm honest. I think that's exactly what they're going to do, because what's Flow State going to do realistically? They have 10 seconds before their ADC is back and 25 before Simba's back.
And even Pika going for the reset as well, giving himself the full HP and the mana. But that just completely opens the door for the Professors to take Primal Fangtooth. And this looks like it's going to be a trade once again, with Professors taking Primal Fangtooth, Flow State moving towards the right-hand side. But they still don't have Simba for another 7 seconds. It's going to take him even longer to get back towards this pit as well. Crazy Fool was here, and Flow State are aware of the situation. They're going to start to back away, but this opens the door for the Professors now to take up a spot on this right-hand side and start the objective themselves, perhaps.
Yeah, they were trying to get some vision going as well, but they knew that they couldn't really engage without Jay or Simba there. Now they do know that it's going to be the objective that everyone's going to fight over, because that double buff will definitely put Professors in a point to start pushing inhibitors, maybe even the core, depending on how good the fight goes. Yeah, both teams are very aware of the situation here, and this could be the moment where this game gets decided.
37 minutes in as well, especially with the way the death timers are even longer on the recent patch as well. Anyone getting caught out here, you're going to feel it for sure. There must be at least 45
that back off
timers. But there's going to be a Dread Nova from distance from Sorry, but not going to find the mark. But just their presence alone is going to be enough to force Flow State out from the pit. It's going to take away some of the vision. Professors still haven't started the objective just yet, and now they will with Survivor jumping over, starting up your Prime. And now this, as you say, could be the game decider. But Jay is not in this fight. He's still dealing with the minion wave. So it's going to be a 4 versus 5 for a few more seconds before Jay gets here. Another Ether Crystal, another Dread Nova connected. That's going to be Professors taking your Prime, and Flow State run to the hills.
Yeah, now this is always the question, right? The question is always, would it have been better to try and fight there, or is it better to let the objective go? If those are your two options, and answers are so it depends on so many factors. In this situation, I mean, I can't fault Flow State for running away from that, but they do have to fight at some point here. They can't just wait for all the buffs to run out, because by that time their core will be gone.
Absolutely, and that would definitely be a little bit too late, as sorry for just channeling that Obliterate to try and get some damage. They thankfully do still have their fountain behind them to heal themselves up, but of course Professors double bubble buff, the purple hue and the blaze in their heart means that this is a composition that Flow State don't really want to contest, but they might just have to here. Of course, he's going to be the target. Good size of assault shuts down that engage. The Professors simply move from one objective to the other. They're going to turn their attention over towards the left-hand side, but just so much respect being paid towards the Professors team.
No, I mean, at this point, again, they kind of have to, right? But we're still looking at such a big level deficit between Jay and Survivor. Like, if you look at the micro and how they went through this game and how they both treat their ADCs, and the death counts, the elimination counts, like there's so many reasons why Survivor is ahead, but there's also so many reasons why Jay should maybe not be as far behind. And honestly, Flow State's best option is to try and get to a state of the game where everyone's level 18 except for maybe the supports. That would be really awesome if we get there. We are talking about like 45 minutes at that point, but I'm here for it. We only got one more game after this. It's still early. We got time.
Oh, of course, with the schedule being as it is as well, plenty of Predecessor to be played. Of course, even the replay mode trying to give us as long a game as possible with the little skips. Apologies for that, my friends. But we're going to keep battling through as the Professors do just that as well. They're taking down a dual lane inhibitor and moving towards the right-hand side. And Flow State, again, haven't contested. They haven't tried to defend any of these structures. They're simply waiting for someone to overstep. Boulder Toss connects, but just an Ether Crystal comes down and immediately shuts down that entire possibility of an engage. But Flow State, though, it might just be now or never, because if you do not contest, if you do not try to stop this, Professors are just going to simply take the core. There's another siege is going to begin, but with Flow State moving forward, Peak having to be careful, having to respect the Riplash as well, and the Dreadnought is having to be dodged. He's playing the mini game as well, but Professors taking all 3 inhibitors, thinking about a call to go for the end, but with all 5 members, Professors think better of it, and the call is to back away.
Yeah, the primal buff has definitely run out now, so there's an opportunity to fight a little bit more of an even state. And of course, Flow State, they're getting stronger and stronger as the game goes on. Professors have a lot of members that are already sort of maxed out in terms of both items and XP. So we are looking at more and more. Again, we're looking at a state where the longer the game goes, the more equilibrium we're going to get from Flow State in terms of fighting power. They're not quite there yet, but again, we're getting closer and closer. And if we get there, that would be the best outcome for Flow State. Of course, not for Professors. They kind of need to find a way to end this game before that happens. But, they could potentially. Primal Fangtooth is going to be up again in like 20 seconds at most. So we are going to be looking for a team fight. And again, we're looking for that team fight that ends the game or that turns the game completely on its head. But I think either team losing too many members and staying alive enough can just finish the game. Because even for Flow State, they only have like 1 tier 2 tower and then 2 inhibitors in their way. They can get to the core quite quickly with these respawn timers.
You have to be careful, though, with the mini waves, the way they are super
They
minions.
really
We'll be
do.
going in towards the base. And this is still, the onus is on Flow State to do something at this point. Kind of like as bluntly as that, but the more they wait, these mini waves are going to build up and the minions might just take the core themselves and take the game out of their hands. But they still need to find a way to get through this composition. Sorbet throws down the Obliterate, not going to find the damage. He does go down to half HP. Simba's going to go big mode, looks fully engaged, going to go for the blink with the Boulder Top to create some full. Hits an immediate impale on towards Simba, and with a Riplash back, that might just be Jungler going down as Peak tries to find a way in on the other side. But look at the focus fire coming out from the Professors. They take down the solo laner for Flow State. Simba able to keep himself alive, but it might not be for too long. Bry running away from 6, and Soul Reaper coming through the stoop, though might be caught out, but still keeping himself alive. And now Soul Reaper is allowed to unleash the damage, and this Twin Blast is here and taking down Jay. Soul Reaper now in a 1 versus 2, but his reinforcements have arrived to save the day, and they're going to turn this fight on its head. The Professors, 1 by 1, it's only the pick on towards Soul Reaper, but if that costs all 5 members, then that is a hashtag worth every single day of the week. No one to stop them. The minion waves are already onto the core as well. The Professors just need to close out this game. Take down the core.
I don't know if they can even get there before the minions kill the core. No, they cannot. They don't even. It's not even possible. That game is over. Flow State did a really, really good job, but every single time they got to that Fangtooth pit and Professors were just standing there waiting, it went bad for Flow State. There was that other moment where they were like kind of dancing around it and went back, and there was the other Fangtooth fight where they sort of got to return and come back into the fight to get it, but most of the time that was Professors just immaculately controlling the space around that pit, setting up the ambushes, knowing the way that their composition can deny any form of initiation by just having a Richter stand there. And of course, having the Argus. Once again, I mean, I'm not going to say the Argus is the reason why they won the game, but the Argus definitely provided a lot of extra damage that finished off eliminations and just provided range that a gadget just couldn't match. So unfortunately, Professor's still looking as good as ever, and maybe even better with an Argus on their side.
Yeah, definitely with that composition, as you say, kind of like there was almost like just a barrier between the professors and Flow State that just Flow State could never cross really without their death. Like they,
No. I think we lost TJ for one reason or another. I think where TJ was going, there was indeed no way to cross that barrier. The only one that came close to crossing it was Simba, and even their massive health pool couldn't always save them. At that point, you lose that front liner, and then Peak tries to go in on a flank, and it just doesn't quite work out. But with that, we're going to send it back to the desk to get to both discuss the end of this game, but also to get ready for the last game of this day. The Swiss stage is about to come to an end, and tomorrow we'll see the top 16 in groups.
Thank you, Man of Class and TJ. I hope you're okay. Welcome back to the desk, everybody. For those who are new to the PCC, we are a community-based tournament. We have a goal to unite the community through Predecessor competitive gaming. And you just watched the Professors versus Flow State. What a banger of a match. We are still raising funds for the PCC production and the prize pool. So if you like what you see, exclamation support for our GoFundMe. We've reached our $1,000 goal, but we haven't reached our $3,000 and $5,000 goals yet. We appreciate every follow, every subscription. We're on Discord, Twitch, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and X. But let's talk about game number 4. Professors versus Flow State. What a banger of a match. It looked like the Flow State was in the driver's seat of the early game, Joey, but what went wrong for Flow State, and how did the Professors secure their victory?
Yeah, so it seems like Flow State have a really solid early game plan for the most part, but however, it started to kind of dismantle itself as the game went on more and more. And part of the reason is because Professors always have shown very strong mid to late game macro team fighting skills. And you see right there in the fact that like Professors picking up all 3 primer Fane 2s, their objective control, which is absolutely through the roofs, even though they lost the first few Fane 2s right there in that game. But also, it just seems like Flow State not being as comfortable in the mid to late game team fights. In that last team fight, for example, it seemed like the Rampage was trying to look for like some kind of engagement because they're on a ticking time clock. But then when it ended up happening, is that the Rampage got completely burst down, and his team was like hesitant to like follow up on that. It kind of seems like the cohesiveness in Flow State is just not flowing that well at all right now in those like later parts of the game.
Yeah, it was just GG's to Flow State, and the Professors moved forward just 4-0. But Sawcap, what else did you notice? How did the Professors win game 4?
Well, it looked like, at least from the early game, like Joey said, Flow State kind of drafted winning side lanes and, had priority side lanes, and they picked up those first 2 Fang 2s. But once we got into the team fight stages, I think Professors just played it super, super well. And I think they just had a better team fight, to be honest. We also saw kind of Crazy Fool trading his life for the enemy jungler life before like the first 2 Fang 2s, or first 2 primal Fang 2s, which kind of really got them super, super ahead. So, I mean, they just, I think, navigated the 5v5 team fights a lot better. Didn't really ever see any solid or good engages on Survivor from Flow State. So I don't think they were ever really able to touch that back line.
Yeah, and for our game number 5, we're going to be watching the Professors versus the Chefs yet again. But don't go anywhere, as this is our last broadcast, the last match of our broadcast in our Swiss stage. Keep up with those games, type exclamation bracket. We're going to be back tomorrow, and that's the question: who makes it to the group stages tomorrow and eventually to the main event? That will be on April 20th and April 21st. Tomorrow at 11 a.m. EST is when we'll be live, and only 16 will be advancing. Predecessor gamers will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the PCC. My name is Ardog with a triple G, and I am back yet again with Sockcap and Joe, yours truly. We just finished watching game number 4, and now we're watching game number 5, our last match that will be on broadcast today in the Swiss stages. We will be watching the Chefs versus the Professors. Both of these teams are currently 4-0 right now. If you type !bracket, it will take you to a link that'll tell you the score and the current standings and which players are in which team. Joe, yours truly, we just watched the Professors. What do you know about them?
Yeah, so kind of based on that last game they win, they seem like they put a lot more resources into the offlane rather than the iconic duo with Survivor and Crazy Fool. And part of the early game like struggle on Professor's front was the fact that the Survivor Crazy duo, due to not getting that resource help from like mid or jungle, they actually kind of went semi-even or even lost that early game. So they lost a lot of early game tempo because of that resource they put in offlane right here. It's kind of like a trend I'm seeing where a lot of these teams are like, hey, I'm going to put more help in offlane because I'm trusting you guys can hold you on duo, but then like on Indecisive Professor, we're seeing that not being as good as they hope. So that could be a area for Chefs to kind of like potentially exploit by like playing more hard to do or trying to like shut off the Survivor and Crazy Fool duo more right there.
Yep, but on the other side, we've got Chefs going head-to-head against them this time around. They were able to take out the undefeated Indecisive team, and Chefs coming out on top. What do you know about them, Sockcap?
Well, you've got Cold, right? So Cold and Survivor, I think this match, right? They're kind of gunning for number 1 ADC and NA, right? It's Cold and Survivor, both incredible ADCs. Zihi, I know professors like to ban out FaZe, so Zihi's a very, very good FaZe player. So I don't think we'll see FaZe on him, but he's also a very, very solid support player. And my boy Seismic in mid, he can pretty much play any sort of mid laner. So, I mean, just a very, very solid team. Mav and Cold play together a lot, so there's a lot of synergy there. So, I mean, I think we're looking at probably the most exciting match of the day. So,
if game number 4 wasn't exciting, Sockcap says this is going to be a good one.
Oh yeah.
Let's dive right into this draft. All right, Joey, Sockcap kind of mentioned a FaZe ban, and you know that's something professors don't like. Is that something you're expecting to see?
Yeah, I'm kind of expecting Professor's gonna do the FaZe ban once again because they have been kind of tuning the horn that, hey, we don't mind playing into August, we don't have to use our ban on August. So they might straight up be like, yeah, let's go ban FaZe because we see FaZe has a bigger problem to our team comp than the August pick right there. So I won't be too surprised Professor is locking the FaZe ban right there. But that kind of leaves the question of who's the Chefs are going to prioritize ban. Are going to go for more generic ban on like, let's say, the Quan offlane, or they might ban out like the 6 Kalari, going for a more play specific ban to try and shut off on Professor's team comp a little bit more, because Crazy Fool again going crazy on Richter time and time again. So maybe a potential ban on the Richter this early just to put Crazy Fool on a non-Richter kind of pick in the support role. We have to just wait and kind of see right here.
Yeah, Richter has definitely been a very, very, very strong pick. He was picked, I think, 15 times last PCC, so very, very, very strong pick and a very, very coveted pick. So it would be interesting to see a target ban. As far as professors trying to target ban anything on Chefs, I don't know. I think all these players really on Chefs can pretty much play anything, so I don't think there's really any point trying to target ban them. I think that they're more than likely just going to have to try to stick with a specific strategy and maybe ban the heroes that, you know, coincide with that or get in the way. And there's the FaZe ban, like you said. So that seems like pretty expected ban.
Yeah, like it's kind of interesting to see Professor just being able to know how to adapt to every single hero thrown at them, except the FaZe. Out of all the heroes in the roster right now, FaZe time and time again is like the kryptonite of Professor's team. So of course, if they can like be fine against all the other picks, then there's no problem doing the FaZe ban every time. But as the Predecessor roster keeps growing and growing and more of these meta picks keep being added to the game, eventually this kryptonite will come bite them back in the butt. But for right now, it's not a big deal. It just means that they have less like ways to like target ban like the other teams that are facing in this PCC right here.
Yeah. So we kind of expected it. Zihi, like I said, is also he's a pretty good phase. It's probably the best phase that I've played against. So kind of just 100% expected that ban to go through. And there's the Richter pick by Professors, and we see a ban on Kalari for the chefs. So trying to ban out that Kalari. That seems pretty standard, and getting that Richter on Crazy Fool seems pretty standard too. So seems like good picks all around. And FaZe is a pretty hard counter to Richter, so can't let that go through if you're going to go Richter support.
Yeah, I'm almost expecting Chefs to do an August pick right here. Just because in the last game alone, we saw how deadly the August was when in combination of other heroes like Richter especially. Like we see like Soul Reaper doing super good on the August pick. We see Crazy Fool practicing the whole ton on August support as well. So this is like a very powerful pick. You do not want to give up to Professors, especially since Professors love the CC heroes, and one of the most powerful mages at the moment is August that has so much CC on the table for them. So definitely one of them have to be August pick, I would say, from Chef's side. But they're not gonna go for that. They might just straight up give up the August pick in favor of picking the Chimera and Drongo, and it's very abnormal to see like an AC pick this early in this draft, because the high priority picks in this PCC so far has been like kind of like the mages and like off flame, but like in ADC has been taking like the back seat for a lot of these drafts. But it's so surprising to see just really prioritizing the Drongo pick right there along with Chimera.
Yeah, I'm surprised too. I mean, Mav is a pretty aggressive jungler, and Chimera, obviously is one of the most aggressive junglers we have. So, maybe we're looking at some invades. I don't know. I mean, we'll see how the rest of the comp fills out. But I am kind of surprised to see that they didn't take Argus. They left him on the table, or Quang for that matter. Could have picked Quang out there. So, or Rampage. I mean, you've got a lot of strong picks still on the table. So, Drongo, pretty good into Richter though. Except last game we had kind of the same matchup, so pretty safe into Richter and into Belica as well. So, what do you think about this Xeris pick here?
I'm just most surprised that Professors did not pick up Rampage or Quan or August. All three of them are like the highest like pick or ban first in these drafts, but both teams neither just going for that pick. So both Professors and Chefs seem to just be cooking up the draft a little bit. Like I'm not entirely sure why those three picks, just how powerful they are, not been picked up just yet. I mean, Xeris is a decent pick, because if the Chefs pick up Quan, then the Xeris matchup is going to be really good into that. But the fact that they prioritize the Belica over August from Professors is just quite interesting right there. But again, Professor's been saying that they don't mind the air team gets the August pick because they have ways to go about it. So maybe this could be a bait where they're trying to bait the Chefs to pick the August or the Quan into them, and Professors have a lot of ways to answer to that really strongly.
Yeah. Well, I think once again, there it is. There's the Argus pick. Now, that's what I was gonna say. Well, Professors have picked Belica, so I mean, they do have a kind of a counter here to this Argus. Now we will see. I'm not quite sure where everybody's going yet, so it could be Argus mid, could be Argus support. We don't know yet, but right now, they've got the Belica on the board. They can kind of counter him wherever he goes. I'm not too confident in the Richter Argus match, so if Argus is going support and they have a Richter support drafted, that is going to be really rough for the Professors. It's a really rough matchup for Richter. So I mean, if there's one person that can do it, it's probably Crazy Fool, but it's still going to be very difficult for him.
Yeah, like that could be August going into the Richter support right there, but all it takes is just one hook, and that should just be more than enough to kill the squishy August right there if he's going to support role right there. But the potential August support with the jungle silence grenade is just a deadly combo right there with the different stuff they can do. But Professor's banning the Decker support, so they think that is a August going mid right there, and that Chefs has not yet locked into support pick right there.
Yeah, that's I'm not so sure about that one. I don't know how I feel about that, but right now, like I said, what I'm seeing is good CC, good lockdown on Professors. Seems like a pretty standard draft for them, right? They seem to kind of prioritize a lot of lockdown, a lot of good engage, and so far the Chefs, they've got a kind of aggressive jungler. They've got Argus also could be aggressive if he's in support. Maybe they're trying to draft for early game priority. I'm not sure. But so far, kind of looking like it could be anybody's game, I guess.
Yeah, it almost seems like professors are always forming a game plan around the duo because they already got the Richter support and they really want to ban out all the supports in that pool at that point just so it gives Crazy 4 less stuff to worry about. But the Steel ban is just another like flex pick right there, not only in off lane but also in the support role as well. And then the Chef's going to be picking up Quan right there, which is very surprising. This is the first time I think I saw Quan in the second half of the draft and not first pick in that first half right there. But it's gonna be a little bit difficult because we see the Chimera pick right there. We know Chimera's going jungle, and that's a Quan that's definitely going in the off lane right there. I mean, we saw 6 on the Zeus jungle from before, so it's not 100% guaranteed that Zeus is going off lane in this game. But so far, professors have yet to pick in a solid like this is 100% a jungle pick right here, so they could definitely like maybe pick up a Rampage right here. But 6 is not known to be a Rampage player necessarily, so he could be picking up Zeus right there because he'd rather pick the Zeus over the behemoth that Rampage brings to the table.
Yeah. Oh, Wraith and a Greystone pick coming in, so I'm not exactly sure how I feel about that. I mean, Wraith is a pretty safe carry to play, and you know, Greystone, you're going to have a lot of pushing power into that possibly Quang matchup. Well, yeah, Quang matchup, I believe. So I'm not too versed on the offlane matchups, but I think that the Wraith pick, if they are going into an Argus support, is going to kind of keep them really, really safe. So I think that that's a pretty decent pick overall into that.
Yeah, the Zeus and Greystone just interesting picks together because they're both very good divers and they're both very flexible between offlane or jungle role. I'm expecting this like a Zeus jungle with 6 because he's known to play more Zeus than like a Greystone, I would say. And that would mean that most likely that the Greystone offlane going into the Quan is not the worst matchup. I would say it's sort of like skill based at that point. But for the fact that as soon as Greystone gets 6, then Quan doesn't have the pressure to really kill him anymore, so that could be a more even game state right there in the offlane. But seeing the Chefs blocking in Narbash as that last pick right there, and that means that we're going to be seeing the Argus mid going into the Bellica right here.
And that is the draft. Sockap, you were talking about the duo with Wraith being a little bit safe. But it's actually the Narbash who's going to be the support. What does that matchup look like with the Professor's duo versus the Chef's duo?
Well, I think this is going to be a skilled matchup. Narbash has the ability to kind of sustain through Wraith poke, so as long as they're not getting all-in and hooked by Richter left and right, then they should be able to kind of stay sustained and kind of stay even. So I really don't think that it's a bad matchup at all. Narbash does really, really well in solo queue. He's got a very, very high win rate, and I think that translates really, really well into comp play as well. So just offers a lot for the team.
And lastly, Joey, before we head into this game, Sockap mentioned there's a lot of CC, there's dives and lockdown from the professors, but what does the engagement look like from the Chef's team comp?
Yeah, so the engagements are gonna really be looking at like the Chimera and Quan. Both of them are excellent divers and engagers in this team fight. But not only that, but they're also both pretty beefy, especially have a knockback just trying behind them, give the movement speed and the heal as well. So I think what Chefs need to do is really protect the backline with the Argus Drongo and be the aggressors in the team fights, because you cannot be the one reacting to the Richter hooks or the Sarah's cage. You have to be the one to go in first and go in hard. And as long as you can keep your Quan and Chimera alive with the knockback, it can be really tough to really bust down this beefy front line that the Chef is bringing to this table for the mid to late game.
Gamers, one and all, Professors versus the Chefs in game number 5. I hope you have your popcorn ready. Lance Cecil and Tedium, take it away.
Welcome in, everybody. We're so glad we're back. I'm snaking it from you, Tedium. You're not unmuted, which means I get to take the talking points. I said it at the beginning of this day, when I knew I was casting the last game, I was praying that it was either profs or Chefs that I got to cast. I'm lucky enough to get both of them. What do you think of the matchup, Tedium?
Well, I'm really excited. Both of these teams are incredible based on what we've seen today. Professors won that last game. Although, they didn't, weren't winning in the early game, they won it clinically by the late game, which is so typical of the Professors, winning that Primal Fangtooth fight in the same way every single time by plucking in that jungler and getting that objective for free. I'm really excited to see if they are able to do the same thing in this game, because both of these teams are really strong.
I think so too, and I just want to take a second and talk about these matchups. So Chefs and Professors are kind of my two favorite teams. That's kind of because of the supports on both of these teams, and I know that Professors is always ban and phase away, but I think that Narbash is probably Zihi's best pick. I also think that Richter is Crazy Fool's best pick. So we're seeing them at full strength, and Sai's gonna get PM'd. Put him on the
Speaking
board
of picks,
40 seconds into the game. Crazy Fool gets him.
Yeah, and that's why you want to put Crazy Fool on this Richter. I love it when he gets to play this. I'm not a huge fan of that first ban Kalari. I know that 6 is really good on that character, but this Richter is so emblematic and is just so iconic to Crazy Fool and to the Professor's team. He has controlled most games with this pick, and we're already seeing him doing it again this game.
We do see it. We also need to talk about the fact that Bellica was picked up before Argus. Everybody has been talking pretty much since his release about the strength of Argus and the skills that he has. I'm very confident that Reaper still thinks Bellica is better than Argus. I know he's been very vocal about the strength that he thinks Bellica has within the game. And now with Seismic already down 0-1 before the minions even crash, Soul Reaper might have a chance to demonstrate that Bellica is still the king of the mid lane here.
Bellica's just really powerful. She's similar to Argus in the sense that she can play a really powerful mid lane, but also is just so good in the support role. But I look, I'm not as good as Soul Reaper. I think Argus is stronger. I think Argus is potentially one of the strongest characters that's ever been in this game. He is just so powerful.
He is very powerful indeed, and a lot of really good picks are up in this game. You see the Quang got picked up, Bellica and Argus, like we said. Richter makes it through the draft. Narbash gets picked up. Wraith is in here. Zarus is in here. There's so many high prio picks, and I feel like both of these teams kind of got what they were looking for when you go in with a prototypical draft. Another hook lands from Crazy Fool. The thunk misses in response from Zihu, who's going to have to flash away, but the pressure already at level 1 is so strong from this Richter, who I will always believe with that hook is the best level 1 hero in the game.
Yeah, it also helps that he hit level 2 first. The damage that was able to come out from Survivor and him because of their follow-up abilities was the big key in that fight. Sadly, not able to use the silence to keep him from flashing, though.
And there's Soul Reaper getting ganked early from Mav, just trying to get some prio into these rivers for this first rotation of river buffs. Although it does look like both teams were able to pick one up. Zihi now level 2, able to get that health that he had lost from getting hooked back up with the regen, as Sockcap was talking about on our desk. Able to kind of withstand the Wraith and the Richter and all of that damage that can come out from that, especially early. You see Seismic and Mav roaming as well too, as it looks like they're going to try to prioritize some pressure into the duo lane this game.
Yeah, they really want to help Zihi and Cold out after what happened to them earlier with this dangerous Richter that they are up against. And Sneak's kind of feeling similar fears in the offlane as this Greystone is just constantly pushing him under his tower, and the Bellica's in his area as well.
Yeah, he has that level up. Sneak still hasn't hit level 4. Will get it with this minion wave that is under his tower likely. Actually, it doesn't look like he does, so he's going to have to base and come back before he hits that level 4, which Greystone has had before that wave had even crashed. So nice XP advantage coming out of the Snoop. You saw Colombian Dash say it in the chat earlier in our channel here. If you can't win games with Snoop as your offlaner, Pred might not be the game for you, but I can assure you that Pred is the game for the Professors.
Oh yeah, they have showed it off quite extensively. They're obviously PCC champions. Chefs, not PCC champions, but a really strong team who have, a lot of experience. They ended up in the semifinals last event, and the Professors were there as well. They both lost there, but both of these teams are just like looking to get something going here in the early game.
Yeah, and good coverage of vision by the dual lane of Professors, able to sniff out the fact that Mav was coming in there, able to comfortably get back into their tower. Both of the blinks still available for Wraith and for Crazy Fool. Still not back up for Zihi for probably about another minute or two, it feels like. and still just trying to figure out where the next crack can come. We got the first blood 40 seconds into the game, but it's been kind of chill since then. Snoop and Sneaks doing the typical offlane thing and kind of just crashing at each other over and over again. Snoop's still maintaining that XP advantage up a level over the Quang right here, which isn't great for the Quang, although they do both have almost their full kits unlocked at this point.
Yeah, Snoop just, I think, gets some sort of benefit. Like, I think he gets, like, passively a little bit more XP in the same way a jungler gets passively a little bit less golden XP from a lane minion. I think Snoop gets more.
Oh, this is the time to go, though, Sneaks. He's not level 6. He does not have the Soul Surge to be able to get that second life, but he is going to be able to just kind of walk away, as it's the first time the Quang's really taken an advantage in this lane, is out of mana at this point, and here comes Reaper. He is level 6. The fun button is online. Going to do a lot of damage, but the Seismic Assault is going to miss. Void Bomb going to miss as well, so Reaper not able to capitalize on the low mana with any of the combos, and Sneaks should be able to retreat and get a reset off.
And Seismic just comes over here to the left side, trying to do exactly what Soul Reaper did on the right, just hit his abilities on the wave and walk away.
Yeah, and a rotation from the Greystone to mid lane too. Argus is about to peer back in that, but just making sure that Snoop is staying up in farm, about to hit that level 6 from that solo experience in the mid lane here. I would assume he's got to be pretty close. Seismic is already there as the mid laner. The waves crash a little bit earlier. You get just a little bit ahead in XP. A freeze of the lane is being held by Sneaks right here, which is very good for him and give him an opportunity to try to catch back up to this Greystone. But still just a lot of posturing going on around the map. Why don't we take a second to talk about how these matchups and these lanes can go? Are you familiar with the Belica Argus mid lane?
Well, I haven't played mid in a while, but I do know one thing about Argus, and he's very mana hungry. And Soul Reaper is playing this Belica who loves to feed on mana hungry mids. Draining that mana and then popping that ultimate to deal insane damage is going to be pretty impactful.
Sneak's able to blink out of the Colosseum, Sai rotating to this side of the map as well, but the ultimate is still up and available for Greystone. Let's see if they can get him while the sun is off. They cannot, but they should be able to lock him down once he pops out of it. Gonna use the Assault the Gates to jump forward, use the Blast Cone as well. The ult does come out from Argus. Can he land the last shot? It doesn't look like it. Snoop's gonna get out with his life as there's a bunch of people escaping at this point. That does give the attention over to the other side of the map for Mav to be able to start the solo onto this Fangtooth, though. Get the first neutral objective. Seismic catches him as he's coming here. Going to get knocked up. The Void Bomb comes down as well. A little bit of damage, but Sai should be able to get back into his tier 1 tower with really no problem there.
Snoop burns everything in that gank on the right-hand side. Burns the ultimate. He gets rid of the blast cone. He uses his blink as well. He is in a much more precarious position. And if Kwang gets a tether while his jungler's in the area, potentially this Greystone can fall despite you thinking that he's a tank with multiple lives.
It is possible. Ooh, a good hook lands out of Crazy Fool onto Zihi while he's standing still. Going to blow the blink once again defensively after a hook. Very close to when it came off of cooldown as well. So Crazy Fool's dialed in and throwing darts so far early in this game.
I don't think you need to say good hook. I think it's a little bit redundant. I think when Crazy Fool is throwing hooks, they're just called hooks. Those are all good hooks.
It is rare that the guy is missing the mark. We're going to take a quick pause to look around here, take a deep ponder as to the state of this game. Still only that first blood from the 40-second mark. What do you think that Chefs needs to do to try to get some momentum moving in their favor?
They really need to pressure out this duo lane. Zihi has been a target of these hooks on cooldown, and he's burned his blink twice already, so they're a little bit weaker. They need to help this duo lane, or else potentially a big gank coming out of 6 is going to secure them not only a kill, but more pressure around the map if they take down a tower maybe.
Yeah, and we did just take a peek at the CS, relatively close. The largest margin seems to be in the jungle there, as 6 on the Zarus seems to be getting a little bit of a lead onto Mav, as he did commit a decent amount of time to solo down that Fangtooth. So they have that neutral objective down a little bit in CS, down a kill, but all things considered, we are very, very close in this game still, TDM. Kind of hard to see who's getting ahead, taking an edge. But as these teams scale into the late game, who do you think has the advantage as we get there?
Okay, when you're asking me about who is going to win in this late game, who has an advantage in the late game, and I don't say professors. I like, what am I saying? It's always the professors. They are an incredible late game team. We see it every time they play. They'll give up the first Fang, which they did again this time, but they, are gonna take the next one. I'm sure that when it comes to the Primal Fang, they're gonna be there and they're gonna get it. They do that on cooldown.
They do. I also think just like character-wise, right? Bellica's got that passive where as she levels up, gets the abilities to their max level. She gets 10% increase to her mana. She gets extra damage and effects that happen with those as well. They also have that Zarus that if they get enough Colosseum stacks, kind of scales infinitely. So I feel like there is a wall eventually for the comps of chefs, whereas professors might be able to move past that a little bit. I am interested to see how, because I think one of the better scaling heroes in the game is the Narbash, which is on the side of chefs, right? So as he gets up to that like close to 20% mana regen and just kind of becomes a walking fountain and stun bot, because you've always got those passive stacks all of the way up, which means your thunk cooldown is also drastically lower once you do land those thunks, which we know that he can do. There is a little bit of some resistance to it there, but I still feel like I've got to give the edge comp-wise to professors, even though a lot of people were questioning, why aren't they picking up Argus? Why aren't they picking up Argus? We might see it if the game continues to stay this close as it happens.
Yeah, Argus is going to deal insane damage the moment that this hits late game. But as you said about the Narbash, very, very powerful in the late game once he has that mana regen up, once he has his healing items, once he's able to just essentially be a walking fountain. This Narbash is going to be scary, but look at the enemy team comp. Look at the amount of CC they have. Bellica can stun him out easily. Crazy Fool has 3 things of CC that could potentially cancel out that ultimate. And of course, Bellica drains mana. I think the things that make Narbash strong are countered by the team composition that come out of professors.
6, I agree with what you're saying. We do see 6 kind of lurking around this duo side, potentially going to look out. They know that Zihi still does not have that flash. Seismic roaming over well to try to level this up. Zihi's going to get a thunk off, going to have to go down into the ultimate, but he is very low health. They should be able to get him as they come around. Skewer's going to come. Colosseum's going to come down. That's some of those Colosseum stacks we were talking about getting onto the Zarus earlier. Crazy Fool does have to turn and run. Seismic might be able to catch him with the ult if he can get eyes onto him. Doesn't look like he is. He's going to step behind the fog wall. Very good positioning by the professors. Seismic, leave the man alone. Let him base, man. Doing everything that he can. Does land the stun on him. Not able to get the finishing blow. But now it's Sneaks who's got some attention onto him. Able to avoid the Seismic assault. Get an ult back, but get fun buttoned. Put him down, Reaper.
Oh, there's something I just love about Bellica Ultimate. It's not fun to be hit by it, but it is so fun to watch someone try and juke all over a lane and then just get locked on and shot in the face. Soul Reaper being impactful on this right side, consistently ganking Sneaks.
Oh, Snoop has caught them on this mini prime. 6 does look like he's making his way over to it. Reaper's still here. Gonna land the Seismic Assault. Snoop spinning to win in. Mav gonna have to blink away. Snoop just kind of doing a bunny hop. Gonna use the Assault the gates. Zihi over here to try to help defend, but I don't think they want to chase into the tier 2. Sneaks has respawned from his death to try to lend some aid as well, but it looks like professors are getting into the positions they need to get onto this side of the map and secure this mini prime if that's what they decide to go to. But all 5 members of chefs over here near the red side jungle, which allows Crazy Fool and Survivor to just push down the duo lane if that's what they decide to move to. Looks like 6 is a little bit low as we are getting another freeze frame here to think about it. Will he get up to this red buff? Does he have the trajectory? No, he does not. He's going to get blown up. That's the first kill for chefs. Cold's going to pick it up.
Yeah, 6 stayed a little bit too long. He looked to get a consolation prize. They didn't get any kills, but he was like, maybe I can get this red buff. And he tried to get it, but the rotation in from, the fountain and the mid lane of chefs was just much quicker, and he was caught out alone as his team retreated over the wall.
He was still not able to get that mini prime buff, though, as we see once again Sneaks and Snoop just bashing their heads together. Snoop does still have that ultimate available to him, so Sneaks doesn't want to get too cheeky with him, as we've kind of gotten a little bit more of a reset. And as I say that, the Coliseum comes down onto Seismic, gonna have to use his blink forward, but into the waiting arms of Crazy Fool. Does put the crystal down. Survivors here gonna get a little bit more damage on him. Six is gonna pick him up at the end. Another kill for Professors.
You can use the Coliseum to get the stacks, secure the kills, but you can also use the Coliseum to burn flashes, and it's exactly what happened. And on the other side of the map, Sneaks gets a little taste of deja vu as Soul Reaper pushes the fun button on his face once again.
Yeah, Soul Reaper's just coming over here, out-skilling Sneaks on repeat over and over again. Hasn't missed an ultimate on the man yet, and that's got to feel bad if you're Sneaks. You don't want to get behind to a Greystone. You have to kill him twice. If you get behind, it's hard to kill a normal character once. It's very hard to kill a Greystone twice if you don't have some sort of lead against him. You see Mav coming over here to reset the lane, pick up this CS that Sneaks was going to miss with the fall, and they got to try to do what they can to get this Quang back into this match at this point. It's going to feel bad not to have your initiator, your front line, or at least to have them be well behind the enemies.
But Sneaks is saying, you know what? My lane has not been working. Maybe I rotate over to this upcoming Fangtooth fight. Let's try and take down the jungler and secure this next objective.
Oh, they get him, and that's huge for Chefs. Gives them the opportunity to get this second Fangtooth. They may be down a little bit in kills, but if they can keep these neutral objectives going, get to this third Fangtooth on them, get that percentage bonus to their defenses and to their damage, it is the path back into this. Sneak's coming over to try to keep his tier 1 tower up, as well as the Snoop is going to go get a little bit of counter jungling in, but a good little move, more or less, for Chefs at this point. Sneaks does have some pressure onto him. Tier 1 is still up to help defend himself here, but it's what you like to see from Chefs. We saw this in the last game, though. Professors got a little behind in the early. Flow State was kind of taking it to them, and then the experience of them as a team and how long they've played together and at high competitive levels really started, it felt like, to take over within that. It'll be interesting to see if Chefs can maintain the tempo and the pressure that they're getting into the later game when Professor seems to shine.
Yeah, what Chefs have been succeeding at is Soul Reaper is just so good at using that ultimate, just never missing at all. Such a really skillful ability that Soul Reaper is using to perfection.
Right, and I mean, it's another death onto the Argus as well, which is going to give them the prio over the mini prime side of it. So the first neutral objective is picked up by Professors. Six has got this. Don't be surprised if they just walk over, take this tier 1 away from Sneaks, and free this Greystone up to take the lead that he has over here into the other areas of the map.
I'm starting to see why Soul Reaper said that Belica might just be a little bit better than Argus. He is showing it pretty much perfectly. He has ganked and had successful ganks every single time, whereas Seismic's ganks have not necessarily panned out.
They have not necessarily panned out. He did get, I believe, 1 kill early with it, but still in a little bit rougher of a state. Gonna get a lot of value out of this mini prime from the Zarus as well, I would assume, after the Argus just fell in the mid lane. Potentially gonna they already have the 1 tier 2 tower, or tier 1 tower. They may be able to move that around it since they put it on their jungler and not their offlaner, and pick up some of these other objectives, kind of open the map up for themselves. Because I do feel like they've got a team that is very strong when they all group together and allow Survivor to have some space, get some peel onto him so he can hit those snipes on the Wraith.
Look, I said it when we had that brief intermission, and we're coming back to another one. Professors are really good in the late game. They are going to start spiking around this third Fangtooth, around this primal Fangtooth. But what Chefs is good at, you pointed it out earlier, they are good at snowballing off of these early Fangteeth. They already have 2. And it's just really going to be a match of who's better. Is it Chefs and their snowball strategy, or is it Professors and this late game turnaround strategy that they employ all the time?
It will be interesting to see. And so far, the highlight of this game, in my opinion, even though the Chefs do have those 2 Fangtooth, has been Reaper. He has been standing on his head. They're going to pick up Seismic again, who's going to face another defeat. and Mav's going to be the next to fall. So as I had predicted, we've got 6 into the mid lane with this mini prime buff. That means this tier 1 tower is very short to fall, as not many people are around to be able to do it. But it does look like Cole picks up Survivor over on the other side of the map. So take advantage of Crazy Fool not being in lane. They catch Survivor out, try to get a little bit of something back, but that's not worth the value of your tier 1 tower.
Yeah, this game is I mean, I don't think Predecessor can handle how interesting this game has been. It's stuttering every time we get the opportunity to see anything happen here. But Sneak's looking like he's just going to be back as Soul Reaper goes for another gank onto his lane.
Yeah, Soul Reaper's been in there a lot. I know those two are frenemies. I see them run into each other at solo queue all of the time. They've got a lot of back and forth battles, and Soul Reaper must miss him, so he's roaming over to his lane a lot this game. Say hi to him, say hi to his buddy, show him who's the king. We see Mav jumping forward on to this here, going to be able to, get blown up, as I was expecting. I was going to do that before it unfroze the screen. I was going to say, I don't know if that's a wise choice with 6 waiting right behind the corner, still glowing purple with the mini prime too. And we see Sneaks and Snoop going in here. There is the ult coming out of Snoop, who's going to force the blink out of Sneaks, as you would expect. Still very low health from Sneaks, who's walking forward towards him for some reason still.
Yeah, now that Sneaks doesn't have that blink, he is once again in danger. It's going to be either Belica or it's going to be the Zarus, but someone is going to come for him. Someone is going to get some stacks off of him.
The regen that's coming out of this Narbash is coming in so huge for Chefs, because it feels like Survivor and Crazy Fool are winning these back and forths, but it looks like Cole and Zihi are, taking them, getting the chip damage in that they can, healing back to full health with the Narbash, and then trying again and again. But I don't know if that's a winning combination the later this goes, because eventually Survivor's going to be able to 100-0 you. Sneaks bunny hopping into the enemy blue side jungle once again, pressuring Cold and Zihi. He knows what looks like the winning lane or the win condition for Professors at this point. Coliseum's going to come down onto Chimera, who's going to have to blink up into his tier 2 tower, and it's Professors controlling the blue side jungle of Chefs.
Not just controlling the blue side jungle, controlling the Fangtooth side of the map. And now that there's no blink on the enemy jungler, this next Fangtooth attempt is going to be probably more advantageous for the Professors. I said it's around this third Fangtooth that they start getting going.
Yeah, and if Sneaks can get a kill onto Snoop, who uses a very good blink to get out of the rage of the Storm the Heavens, which would have been enough to get him. He is going to get him. The ult is down from Snoop, and Sneaks is going to capitalize, probably pick up that tier 1 tower as well. Seismic's going to come in and be a greedy little boy and steal some of that local gold away from him too, but that's very good for Chefs. They needed Sneaks to get back into this game, but he's got to be careful. The fun button is on its way. Reaper has not had enough opportunities to kill Sneaks, and he's going to go get another one. We do have the flash into the skewer from Crazy Fool here. Going to be enough to stop the Crash Boom wallop from the Narbash as well. We're going to get a freeze, but let's take a second. We have one player down on both sides of this fight right now for Chefs and Professor, but it is the Professors who are turning away. The assault is going to come down from Mav, but still the health bar is not enough to have fallen. But third Fangtooth, it is there. It is prime for the taking. They don't have Crazy Fool for another 15 seconds. They don't have Sneaks, as well as Belica did end up being able to pick him up, but that means he's over on the wrong side of the map, and Six needs to get in here and do what he can to steal this. Doing a good job of zoning him away, as Mav does have the damage to be able to kind of solo this. They're going to pick up Zeke as well, but now it looks like there's 2 members in onto Mav, who has shifted his attention over from the Fangtooth on to the Wraith, who gets picked up as well, and people are falling left and right. Seismic is the only one up and around, as Sneaks is on his way here, but Snoop is just going to turn around and chase into him. Sneaks here to try to thwart off some of the damage. Good double Seismic assault from Soul Reaper as well, and I don't know that either of these people are going to be able to start this Fangtooth. We might have to wait and do this whole dance over again. Crazy Fool is walking forward to where Seismic is, but the tier 1's still up in the duo lane, and I'm not sure that they can continue to defend this on the side of Chefs. They might need to let this cross. I guess Sneaks still has quite the health bar.
Yeah, they're afraid of sneaks. Everyone else that he was looking at was pretty low. They just want to back up. They just want to reset because this third Fang is still up. The professors did manage to make sure that the chefs didn't finish that off. So now they're going to reset. They're going to have that same fight again, just a little bit less opportunities, a little bit less options for both teams. As remember, professors, Crazy Fool, he used his Blink Skewer.
Ooh, and Crazy Fool's gonna get blown up while using an ability too, which means there's one member down. Let's peel for Survivor. Cole doing what he can, standing behind his team, really blasting onto Snoop, who's gonna have to use the Stormforged Soul, get that second life out, which does mean he is slightly vulnerable. Seismic Assault through the wall is gonna miss from Soul Reaper. Crash Moon Wallop comes out of Zihi, but it's only going to land onto the Snoop. Big Coliseum's gonna catch all 4 members of Chefs in here. They're going to move forward. Mav's going to get taken down by Survivor in this. Blascone's going to keep Snoop up safe on the ledge as well to get him out after using that second life. Health bars are very low on the side of Professor. Seismic doesn't have that ult to blast into the pit and potentially pick them up, though, and that's going to stop Chefs from getting their third Fangtooth just yet.
The professors turn up at Fangtooth 3. They struggled for the first few fights around Fangtooth 3, but they made sure to get it in the end. This is exactly what this team wants. They made sure that the Chefs didn't get that, didn't continue snowballing, didn't get those really important stats.
Doesn't get them yet. The Primal Fangtooth is going to spawn. They have another chance to lock in those permanent buffs. Professors does need to be aware of that and try to defend that one off as well. Not that you'd ever give a Primal away for nothing anyways, especially if you're up to defend it. But it's the goal is delayed for Chefs here, and that's very good for Professors. They do have double the kills of it. Can we get a look at their CS quick shift as well, please? All right, so we are at about 100 CS up for the side of Professors here. So putting on a class and how to do that. Let's take a look at some of their builds. What do you see in TDM?
Oh, honestly, the first thing I notice is the CS difference coming out between Six and Mav. Mav has been focusing on getting those first 2 Fang Teeth, but Six has been farming. He's 2 levels up. He's like 60 CS up, and that's really what's going on. This is ours. If he's getting these stacks, which he's getting a few, he could potentially use this lead and really start snowballing. That character is very good with a lead.
I agree completely. A lot of damage coming out, a lot of things going on with it as we are getting to the point that we're kind of getting into some vision battles. Some of the tier 1s still up for the side of Professors, but all 3 have fallen on the Chef's blue side of the map here. Gonna take another second to pause, think about the game and the state of it. What does Chefs do to get themselves back into this game, TDM?
I don't think Chefs are out of this game. Yeah, they're down, 8 kills. They've got half the kills that the Professors have. And we said the Professors are really good in the late game, not only as players, but with this composition. But the Chefs do have an Argus. They do have a Kwang. They do have a Narbash. Like, this team is not out of this game. So it's just continue to farm up. Just make sure that Mav can maybe try and catch up. And when it comes to these objective fights, they need to keep doing what they're doing. Yes, they've lost. They lost the last one, and they did give away that third Fangtooth to Professors, but they were able to pick up Crazy Fool pretty much instantly, and they need to do that again.
Ooh, Seismic is going to get taken in as a stack for 6 as the Coliseum does come down on top of them after a good pull from Crazy Fool. We have Survivor running to try to join this fight as well, but now it's Crazy Fool who's getting low. Another kill donated over to Cold. So 1 member down for both of them, but it is the mid laner for Chefs. Actually, it's the mid laner for Professors too. That's a combo for Mav. Get him a drink with a meal.
Yeah, but look who's rotating. It's everyone else, the last 3, all circling in onto the mid lane.
It is. They've got their eyes set towards the Orb Prime buff. We are 24 minutes into the game, so it's still a little bit early take. Are going to start by clearing out the vision, but they've got the health regen from Zihi, so they can start this, stay relatively healthy on top of it if they decide to, but it looks like they're going to back in front of OP's face here, actually.
Yeah, with their jungler at half health and Zarus just returning from base, I think they didn't want to chance it. Yes, they have the regen coming out of the Narbash, but he had about half mana. He wasn't going to be able to full heal up Mav in time. He was potentially a target for the Professors when they rotated into that objective.
it would have been the target. And, you know, the vision war just continues as you see Six going in there, sweeping it out, clearing all of the vision that was just put down by the chefs there. Oh, did he get that? I think he stole at least the little one with the spear there.
What you want to do as a jungler is invade that 2 camp. Well, also the buffs. Buffs are super important, but that 2 camp gives a lot of XP, gives a lot of gold. It's a priority camp if you're jungling and you're invading. So even just taking one of those minions away from Mav is going to continue to keep Zarus ahead.
It is. A lot of gold comes from those camps. I think Sneaks might get us. I mean, he's got his tier 2 tower there, but they might be looking over at him as Six is in this side of the jungle. Coliseum should be off cooldown at this point too. Yes, there it is. Sneaks gonna have to blink if he's gonna want to get out of this. Oh, he's gonna actually turn and fight. Gets the double knock up. Coliseum walls are still up, but you see the health bar very low. This is going to be Sneaks falling in just a second here. All of his stuff is on cooldown too.
Sneaks used the ultimate aggressively there inside the cage, so he couldn't use it to get out. And of course, he has no blink, as we can see in the top left side. The little gold dot is not there, and his life is not there anymore. Sneaks goes down to 6. Another stack for this Zarus. This is looking like a great pick for Professors.
It seems to be working very well. You never want to think that anything that Six is on isn't a great pick. The man is really a master at the game, really comfortable with a lot of different heroes, knows how to play the map. You just see him hiding the wall there too, but actually it looks like he's going to be the one that's caught out of position. So that's the jungler down. Six goes down. Caster Curse is real. Zihi's going to get knocked up and then pulled, so they're going to trade it for the support. Cold also being chased by Snoop, does have Mav there to help him defend. Actually, it doesn't look like Mav is... Oh, and Mav is still there, but he's being chased by Snoop. Gonna have to use the ambush for it onto the Scion buff, which is going to keep Cold safe for the second, but Soul Reaper's going to hit him with a Seismic Assault, knock him up, and it doesn't take long to kill a Drongo 27 minutes into the game. So although they do not have their jungler on the side of Professors, the Chefs don't have theirs either, and they should start this or Prime.
The Chefs don't have their team. Sneaks now respawning and coming into the area. Seismic as well. They can potentially dissuade the Professors from doing the objective, maybe just by dying, I guess. They all pull off to try and kill Sneaks here.
Oh, that was an interesting visual bug. He like went back. He must have got
Yeah, it looked like he was
rewound
going back
by
in.
Survivor, I would assume. So that was kind of cool. A little bit of extra mobility. I'm sure Sneaks was struggling to keep track of his camera there as they've gotten on to Seismic, who doesn't have his E available to him, so should fall to the Snoop in the spin to win strategy. 2 members down, although it looks like Cold is actually just about to spawn. But if they want to, they can definitely get started on this. Is he gonna catch Soul Reaper? No, Soul Reaper gets the base off. Not that Zihi would have been able to do much other than delay it for him anyways, as there is no damage, and that Narbash is alone. And actually, they're gonna elect nobody's gonna touch the Orb Prime. We're just gonna dance around this objective for 10 minutes and have one giant explosive team fight that decides this game, it feels like, TDM.
Yeah, they used a lot of stuff onto Sneaks and onto Psy. They didn't end up killing Sneaks, but they did kill Seismic. So once that had happened and once Mav had respawned, they knew they weren't willing to coin flip this objective, or potentially they weren't willing to trade objectives, as now the Primal Fangtooth is back up. So either objective could be in their eyes.
Still so much posturing and positioning that needs to happen before it feels like either of these teams are going to feel comfortable to just get into this. You do see that the Zarus is over on the left side of the map, but that definitely doesn't mean that Chefs is going to pull the trigger and just go into it, but it is how you know that the Professors aren't going to turn around and just start this up. Seismic needs to be careful, though. If he gets caught in a weird position here, he's in big trouble. You see that it is Zihi who gets pulled. Soul Reaper's going to fall back to Mav in a trade back the other way. So mid laner and support down once again. Snoop in a little bit of a spot here. Should still have that second life. Going to use it right now. Six comes through with the Coliseum onto the priority target, onto the Drongo. They're going to put the Drongo down. Crazy Fool lands another hook. Six trying to do what he can to retreat. Sneaks does miss the tether on him. Has to be careful there. They're going to pick up Psy as well, as Survivor's going to put him down. Mav in the tier 2 tower after Sneaks gets rewound. That should spell the death of Sneaks. Snoop is here as well, going to get hooked. Nowhere to go. He can fight, try to put some damage down, but it's just stat padding to his numbers because he is dead.
Once Zihi dies, their team fight is a little bit more... precarious. Zihi is a big part of keeping them alive in these team fights, and he got picked first, which allowed Six to just select Cold and say, you know what, you're going in the cage, you're dying. He had no peel after that.
Mav's got to play hero ball. You see him sweeping here. They do have the idea that he's coming, so he does get spotted out on that ward here. Has to try to get his way in, but great job by the Professors to move over to him. Does cleanse the hook, which means he doesn't have it for when he has to try to jump onto it. Doesn't have it for the skewer. Crazy Fool's going to get the zone out. Professors are going to get the orb prime. Crash, boom, bang comes out, but it's going to end with a big bang on ZP's screen as he falls. Mav's going to fall as well. Only Seismic and Cold are up for the chefs right now, which means Professors should be able to take this primal Fangtooth as well.
I don't know. I'm 50-50 on whether I go for that defense. I think that Crazy Fool has just so much potential to zone out or lock down the enemy jungler that I don't think he had an opportunity to really get in that pit, even with Zihi around. I really would have liked to see them both stay alive and potentially go for the fight here around this Fangtooth with all 5 of their members.
I would have liked to see that as well. I think that it's tough to get in there, especially alone, right? Yeah, it's a Richter. Whether it's a Richter or it's not a Richter, it's hard to get into the pit alone unless you're like certain champions like Kalari and stuff, which was obviously banned in this game. So Mav doing what he can. Maybe the moment's getting to him. But some people say you have to try to get in there and stop it. Because of the fact that they get that Orb Prime, it kind of bleeds into the fact that they're going to get the Primordial Fangtooth as well, which bleeds into the fact that they lose their mid-2-tier tower in mid, which might bleed into the fact that Professors is going to end the day undefeated and be our top team after Swiss stage.
Look, I totally understand that perspective, and that's why I don't know. That's why I was 50-50 on whether you go to defend that Prime, because if you don't, they get it, and then they could potentially get this Fang. But when you do go in and you do die, you guarantee that Fang instead of, having your last stand there. Now you're just delaying your last stand, and the power spike that's coming out of Professors with 2 buffs and now backing with a bunch of new items, it's going to be even scarier. This is a worse fight for you to take.
It is definitely a worse fight for you to take. Anybody that's fought into a double buffed team knows how hard it is and how perfectly executed it needs to be in order to turn and win a team fight into double buffs. If any team can do it, it is probably Chefs. Have a lot of team fight synergy within what they are playing as well, but it's going to be so hard. The execution from Professors is so good as you see this first wave crash into the inhibitor in the mid lane. Gonna pick up the right lane tier 2 tower as well, as they are all slowly starting to fall. All of the members for Professors around as the minion wave walks into it. Decent wave clear from Chefs here. Not a lot of damage actually landing as Mav able to tank a decent chunk of that up. So done an okay job as both mid and right inhibs are being pressured, and the Professors are kind of just walking back and forth, slowly chunking both of them down, and it looks like the mid is going to be the first to fall, which means it should be followed very shortly by this offlane inhib as well. And Chefs need to do what they can to stay alive. 1 pick ends this game right now. Oh, and the hook misses, but Mav's going to jump in anyways. Going to immediately get silenced, get his health bar down low, and Cold's going to pick one up. Crazy Fool's going to be the first to fall in this fight, so they do have a numbers advantage, even though they are down in the buffs right now. 6 also very low in health. That could have been what Chefs are looking for, but they're going to lose their right inhib in the meantime. Seismic Assault's going to land on Zihi, which is very bad. That means Cold's going to get jumped on too. Going to have to blink away. Snoop is going to jump forward into him, but Cold's going to be able to get into his base. Seismic very low. The Seismic Assault does not land on top of him. Mav very low here too. He's going to try to jump onto Survivor, but he's going to get sniped while he's up into the air. Only 2 people are left. Sneaks Cold, and Seismic. And the ult is going to come out of Argus. The people are low. Soul Reaper just a sliver of health, but Sneaks is going to fall. We do have a full health Cold here. The assault, the gates is going to come from Snoop, get him up there. He's going to use the Stone Floor Swords, get that second life back, and they're doing what they can. Cold's going to pick up Snoop, or 6 as well. The Snoop very low, but here comes the third inhib to fall for the side of Professor. So they got a couple kills, stopped the end of the game. They lose all 3 inhibs, but they survive.
You might want to, they got a couple kills. I would call them, they got a couple consolation prizes. Losing all 3 inhibs was not good for Chefs. Their game is looking near unplayable right now. They cannot leave their base. They have just, they're stuck here, and it's going to be really difficult for them to win. They need to just, I guess, Hail Mary at the next objective as they push out all these waves.
They do have a short period of time before any of those objectives are up, but we also have to keep in mind that the professors are backing. And although they did, get a couple of kills picked up on the side of Chefs, they just took tier 2s, they took inhibs, they took both of the big, juicy, neutral objectives as well. Nobody on Profs just back there with less than 1,500 gold in their pocket. They're finishing tier 3 items with those backs, and they just hit a power spike.
It feels like they've been hitting a power spike for, I don't know, about 20 minutes. I would say they pull the usual Professor's power spike. Third Fang, they turn it up, and then they don't let off the gas. They've been in control, and now the game is not just under their control. Their game is probably like fully sealed in their hands. There needs to be, I don't know. I think Chefs need to pray to a higher power right now, because this game is looking really, really hard for them.
It is going to be tough. They do have a decent amount of wave clear, but it looks like all of the professors take the coordinated blast cone into the Primal Fangtooth pit, and this is it. If Chefs wants back into this game, they have to make something happen. Six comes around the wall. They are going to jump onto him. He's going to have to flash away from it. Hook's going to land, though. That is very not good. Sneaks down, so not as much of a frontline. Crash Bang Boom's going to come, but it's only going to land onto Snoop, who's actually going to miss it by using his own ult in reverse. Sihi falling very, very low. Has a little bit with staying. Going to try to lead the people away from it, but he's going to fall as well. Cold's going to get blown up now, too. Only Psy and Maverick remain, and that does not spell success for Chefs. It is inevitable at this point. The fourth member is going to fall. Only Seismic is up. What is he going to do against 3 lanes of super minions and 5 members of professors? He's going to get hooked. He's going to watch it from the spectator mode. That's going to be professors finishing off the day 5-0. They will be our top team going into tomorrow, Tedium.
When you're running towards your base, a Wraith ultimate is just an unmissable hook. He flew right on back to the enemy team, and he got exploded right away. Survivor, Crazy Fool, Soul Reaper 6, and the Snoop undefeated today, and they are going into the group stage with, I don't know, vigor, intensity. I can't think of any more adjectives. Like they are looking unstoppable, and it's been put on display today. They were literally unstoppable.
Like a cannonball rolling down a hill. You see the stat lines there at the end of the game as the tab screen is up. 13-2 on both their mid laner and their ADC. The people that are carrying the game for you, hell of a job today, professors.
Yeah, they're looking very scary. And we say this every tournament since they've been here. Professors, one of the favorites to win. What a surprise. After this performance today, I'm going to say it again. Professors, one of the favorites to win. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought, indeed? Definitely not Lance. He's not like the biggest Professor supporter in the world. Anyways, though, we got to kick it back to our desk. We want to thank everybody so far that came out, supported the casters, watched the games. That's it for us. The desk is going to send us off. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Thank you, Lance and Tedium. What a game 5 to end off the day. Both teams started off as 4-0, but ultimately the professors showing up and coming out, finishing in the Swiss stages with a whopping 5-0 and undefeated going into the groups. The Chefs, unfortunately, didn't go so well for them. They lose their streak, but we will still see them in groups tomorrow. But game 5, Joey, Chefs had the OBJ priority. It seemed like things were going well until we hit the mid game. Mav was able to really solo that first Fangtooth, and the fights kind of looked good. But what went wrong for Chefs? Because it really appeared like they were doing so well.
Yeah, and they were doing really good for the most part. However, if it's anything like the last game we saw Professor show up a lot stronger in the mid to late game. Once again, showing just how cohesive, how strong, well coordinated they are in those mid to late game team fights. Because sure, give up the first two Feint 2s. After that, we'll secure every other objective right after that. And not only that, it's also for the fact that the Soul Reaper on the Belica just completely dominating the mid lane against this August pick. Again, going back to the draft of them purposely giving up the quad in August because they want the chefs to bait them into picking them because they have a very solid way to shut them down. And we saw Soul Reaper and Belica completely showing off the August, making it seem like Belica is the problem, not August in these games. And so after the laning phase is over, you have a 6-0, you have a very fed Belica not roaming, just executing anyone that she set her eyes on. So it's just really hard to deal with a really fed Belica after that point. And then when she's able to secure those kills and be just a huge menace in the team fights, allows the rest of her team to catch up and start to dominate more in those team fights.
Yep, Soul Reaper was really good at pressing that fun button, let me tell you that. But Sawcap, judging from previous tournaments and previous games, Argus, just like what Joey mentioned, he's usually a top picker band, but the professors, they didn't really prioritize it and they gave it to the chefs. Why didn't that Argus pick work?
Well, like I said in draft, if you're going to go into an Argus, playing Belica is probably your best bet, right? And they had that level 1 cheese kind of gank on Seismic and got him kind of behind from the start. Also, I'm not quite sure about the Zur Core pick or building that item on Argus into a Belica. I feel like you're just kind of pumping the damage of her ultimate ability as soon as you start building that max mana. So that was maybe a misplay, but all in she was just able to listen and, like Joey said, map and be a ton of influence. So it's really, really rough. Once the middle of the map fell up, the rest of the map just kind of crumbled for him.
Yep, and Argus is a very mana-hungry hero. Thank you so much to the players and the teams who took part in our event today. PCC would not be possible without you. I'd also like to thank our production team, those who create our graphics, our videos, the moderators, the casters, everybody at the desk, and of course the community who watch the games and support us. We're still raising funds for our prize pool and for production overall here at the PCC. Exclamation point support for that GoFundMe link. If you like what you see, hit that follow button like the Belica are on Twitch. Subscribe to us on YouTube. We're on Instagram, X, as well as TikTok. Thanks everybody for tuning in. My name is Ardog with the Triple G, and I'm your host here at the PCC. Sawcap, how will we keep up with you?
You can follow me on twitch.tv/sockcap. That's usually where I stream, and also on YouTube as well. I've got a YouTube where I make goofy videos. So.
Yep, he's a really good Richter, guys. You guys should watch him. And Joey, how will your fans find you?
Yeah, of course, you can find me on YouTube at Joyo Shuli. I do my daily commentary videos, but also chefing up some spicy builds from time to time over there. But you can also find me on Twitter, also with the at Joyo Shuli, if you want the more up-to-date stuff of what's going on in my life, or if you want to see some beautiful photos of my doggos over on there as well.
Yep, you know, Joey loves that Sky Splitter steal, let me tell you that. Thanks for being a part of our Swiss event. We will see you tomorrow, okay, for our group stages, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time or 5 p.m. Central European Time, to see who will make it to the main event on April 20th and April 21st. We are going to throw it to a raid. Please show them some love. Thank you everybody in the chat. Thank you so much. We are heading out.